This is like my least favorite part of doing any one of these discussions is finding out how I open this without sounding weird. You know what? Screw it. No, this is the opening now. Hi, guys. Yeah, so we're a bit late to this than usual, but Persona 5 Tactica is out. Has been for, yeah, like a month. Good for it. So proud of it.
Thanks. Good job, Arena.
You know what? Yeah. Can I just have like a very transparent still of Arena holding the pride flag for this entire video, just overlaid over everything?
Don't play background or like trailer footage.
Just like a slowly zooming PNG of Arena with the pride flag.
No, do the one with Toshiro. That one's funnier.
That. But yeah, so this game came out of like nowhere, kind of. It came out of somewhere.
It came out of Atlus's Instagram account a few days earlier.
Yeah, because I don't think on this channel we've mentioned it since the discussion we recorded before the initial reveals.
This might be mean, but have you made a video since then?
That is mean, but you're right. But yeah, so yeah, so the game's out. Even though we're getting to this late, we have been playing it pretty constantly since then. I've done like almost 2 full runs of it, 1 normal, 1 new game plus. We both played the DLC, which is part of why this took so long.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. But yeah, this game is awesome. Like every single Persona 5 thing. Maybe not dancing.
The anime's pretty bad.
Yeah, okay. I guess main game that has any form of combat. Those are pretty good. Is dancing combat? I think it technically is it not in Persona 4 dancing?
It is in P4D. That's how you beat shadows. P4D's plot is awesome.
What a video game. That's so cool. I wish Persona 5 dancing was cool. Yeah, but just like, how you feel about this game? You like it? You fan?
I like this game.
Woo!
I guess like to start, I'm gonna start with like the thesis statements that I've given you before.
Mm-hmm.
So me and you, Persona 5 Royal, it is our life.
Yes.
It's a lifestyle, and it's our favorite game ever. It is the thing we obsess about more than anything, and I love it. Now, Persona 5 Strikers is a game that both of us freaking adore.
Yeah, it's like top like 10-ish, like 10, 15 games of all time for me.
It was not on your top 10. I saw your list.
Sadly, it got beat out by my favorite walking simulator, The Beginner's Guide.
Yep. But yeah, so like, we both freaking adore Strikers, but you definitely have more critiques of that game than I do, whereas Strikers is like, I rank it as my 4th favorite video game ever made, behind Mario Galaxy 2 and Majora's Mask and P5R.
Listen, it's not my fault that I like Musos having more than like 3 combo strings.
Yeah, we'll make a different video like, about that.
Just gonna be screaming in the distance.
So yeah, I freaking adore Strikers. Now, with Tactica, I really loved Tactica, but Adam absolutely likes it more than me.
Okay, because I think the difference between how much we like Strikers compared to Tactica is pretty different, because I like Tactica very marginally more than I like Strikers. You like Strikers way more than you like Tactica.
Let me pull up my top 100 list again, just to remind myself the difference in that.
Which I will say ahead of time, yeah, just in case, yeah, spoilers for Royal, spoilers for Strikers, spoilers for Tactica, and will not spoil Q2, because I still gotta beat that game.
Yeah, you sure do.
It's very fun.
I don't know, I can't, okay, there's the list. Yeah, so like, Persona 5 Strikers is my 4th favorite game ever. I made a list of my top 100 favorite games recently, by the way. Yeah, so Strikers is 4th, Tactica is like 39th.
For me, it's at like 12th?
Something like that. I don't know, I like these games. But, you know, P5T's good, but, like, have you guys ever heard of Wii Sports Resort? Because it's 4 spots higher.
Yeah, because something I definitely relate to that you've kind of said with Tactica is, you know, Persona 5 Strikers, like, they were not subtle about it in the advertising. That is the Persona 5 sequel. That is structured and told very much in a, like, they're not constantly introducing new party members, they do a little bit, but it's very much told in a standard Persona format. It just feels like a mainline game. For all intents and purposes, it is I guess Persona 7 that's how we're doing the numbers here.
Yeah, it's Persona 5 Eternal Punishment. But Zenkichi's the only eternally punished character.
Woo! Oh my goodness gracious. What is it with old men in these games? We'll also get to that. They are not having a fun time. But yeah, Tactica is very much a spin-off. And I say that in as non-derogatory of a way as I can, because I like a good spin-off. This is awesome. It's not necessary. It's like not necessary in the sense of like it is not the core continuation of the story, but also I adore this story and it's really good. And I'm gonna, because we're talking about spoilers, I'm just gonna get this thought out of the way right away. I'm gonna explode if I don't. So before this game released, you don't want that. Before this game released, people saw, oh, it's a Persona 5 spinoff or just Persona spinoff that technically takes place within the time frame of the original game, because it is right after third semester. It's like a couple weeks after third semester before Joker leaves at the end of Royal. And so people are like, oh wow, another Persona spinoff where the characters like lose their memory and none of it matters and nothing gets affected. Which one, I personally don't even relate too much to those complaints with a lot of those games, because like
not the journey, not the destination.
Well, yeah, no, I still went through that journey. I still experienced it. I got to resonate with these characters and what they went through there. And even then, a lot of the time, it's like, you know, the main cast, like the like the investigation team, for instance, will like forget, but the characters who, you know, aren't part of our main squad, they do get affected, and that does like change them long term. Like something was accomplished, even if they don't remember it.
Also worth mentioning is that even most of P4 spin-offs don't end like that.
Yeah.
Like, they remember Arena, they remember dancing. The only
it's Q.
Spin-offs, it's Q and maybe P3 and 5D, but those games also take place in a time void anyway.
That's the thing, it's like, yeah, I think it would be a little weird if, you know, midway through Persona 4, all of a sudden, midway through Persona 4, all of a sudden they all just get warped, just randomly, come back, and they're just like, well, that just happened. Or let's go find the serial killer or something. It's very strange. Same with Q2, especially since in Q2, like, everything happens during that week of time.
That
in Persona 5.
I love Persona 5 spin-offs. They're so funny.
Because, and again, we'll also get to this, Repaint Your Heart also takes place during that exact same week in November, where it's, I think it takes place a little later, because they've at least gone into Size Palace by the time Repaint Your Heart happens.
I mean, they also have in Q2, it's like the same time. Because in Q2, Akechi's a party member.
I understand why they picked that time period, but it's so funny that they do it every single time.
It's so good. I love Persona.
Worst week of my life. Where was this thought going? Oh yeah, in Tactica, they don't lose their memories. It doesn't happen.
It does not happen.
It didn't.
No, they remember it.
Like, because where it's placed, I didn't expect them to, but people kept saying it as a way to like deflate this game before it even came out, because heaven forbid we like criticize something when we actually have it. But it's like, yeah, no, it's just gonna be a waste of time, meaningless story. And I play it, and I'm sitting there staring at the screen at the end of that game. I'm like, so when's the memory wipe, guys? I was promised a memory wipe, and it didn't freaking happen. It happens in the DLC for very obvious reasons. But like, yeah, I don't think they need to do a memory wipe a week before Joker leaves.
Atlus fans need to stop talking about video games. I've not forgiven them for Soul Hackers 2.
I'll even clarify on top of that, like, I mean, you're like, every single major Atlus release I've seen, people have a like firestorm meltdown before the game releases, usually over things that they assume and aren't correct. And a lot of the time, luckily we don't have that now because of like international releases, but a lot of the time it was, you know, game releases in Japan first, and people completely misinterpret what was in the contents of the game based on, oh yeah, I can kind of Google Translate Japanese, and I'm playing it months ahead of time, and also I speedran, like people being like, oh yeah, I speedran Persona 5 Royal in 4 days, in a 20-hour run, and you know, it didn't really add anything. It's just like, It's the same game, but with like, oh, like a little 3-hour chapter at the end. No, stop it. Die.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's the same thing over and over. Moral of the story, Tactica is awesome.
Yeah. Play that game.
Because, yeah, just in general, I'm going to stray away from just constant Strikers comparisons. I will say that, like, we're still in agreement that in terms of the Phantom Thieves, I don't think there's ever been a stronger addition than, like, Sophia and Zenkichi, where it's like they feel like a staple part of the group.
I love them. They're the best ones. Like, they're the best.
Well, because it's like, Akechi's not a Phantom Thief. Even third semester, he's not a Phantom Thief. I'm easily saying that. Sumi is one by the end of third semester, but she doesn't feel the part in the same way. She definitely has the Phantom Thief ideals, but she doesn't connect with the group as strongly. She's got a very limited presence, and I love Sumi. She's an amazing character, but she doesn't have that same feeling. While Zenkichi and Sophie, it is like, you complete this group, and it's amazing.
They're the best ones. Like, I don't know, yeah, because like I said with my Strikers thing, like, Sophia and Zenkichi are two of my favorite Persona characters ever. You know, I adore them just so much. I love what they bring to the group. I love what they bring to the dynamic of just everyone. And I don't know, they're just like the best, and they really feel like they brought something to the Phantom Thieves that was not there before.
Yeah, I love them.
So did Akechi, but what he brought to the team was murder.
Yeah, I think Tactica would argue that Makoto already brought that. But in terms of the Tactica cast, I don't think that Toshiro and Arena feel as, like, ingrained into the Thieves, where I'm like, yeah, when I think of the Phantom Thieves, like, one of the first characters I think of is Toshiro Kasakabe. No, but...
You know, I'm gonna come out swinging.
Oh boy.
With a criticism.
Oh boy.
Why the frick don't they have code names?
I think by this point they realized that, like, okay, well, no, because it's not like they didn't realize before in, like, Royal or Strikers. It's like, these code names aren't doing anything. They're just fun.
Wolf is a cool code name,
Wolf
though.
is an awesome code.
Do that.
No, I agree. So yeah, Toshiro and Arena not getting code names is sad, but Toshiro's awakening is so rad, but I still don't understand why he doesn't get, like,
a fit.
Like, a fit. He gets a mask that he wears for, like, 5 seconds, and it's, like, one of the coolest masks I've ever seen. And it's just gone. But yeah, Toshiro and Arena, they're great. I love them. They don't feel like, they feel like tertiary members of the cast in terms of, like, Phantom Thieves. But that's not, like, a complaint, because they're still amazing. And yeah, they're kind of, like, in this middle ground, like, between, like, you know, like, Sumi and Akechi versus Sophia and Zenkichi, where they definitely have, like, really memorable and clear dynamics with a lot of the thieves. And, like, their presence is very known, and just, like, I appreciate having them there a lot. It feels very much more so, though, like they're along for the journey, and that we are doing this as a collaboration rather than you are the Phantom Thieves.
Yeah.
Regardless, though.
I mean, like, Arena literally has her own group of rapscallions.
Yeah, she got the Rebel Corps.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Rebel Club. Sorry. You know what? Yeah, that's where I'm gonna start. Screw the main characters. I love these little hat, like, the little hat creatures just running around. That was one of the first things when this game got revealed, because you know how my brain works. Like,
yes.
Thing number one was, oh my gosh, look at this Morgana model. He's so eyes.
He's so funny.
He's so eyes. This is my profile picture for the next few months. Immediate second thing is, oh my gosh, there's these little hat creatures. They're so eyes. This is my profile picture for the next couple weeks.
God. All right. Do you want to start at the beginning now?
You know, what has this discussion been? It's been almost like it's been maybe 15. I don't know anymore. I love Persona 5 Tactica. You know, okay.
Yes, it's a good game.
Let's talk about the gameplay.
Yeah.
Cause yeah, I love I'm so sorry you guys had to sit through that. Okay, I love tactics games. Definitely more than you do.
I'm lukewarm towards tactics games.
Woo! So yeah, that's like the big thing that kind of put this game over Strikers for me, because I adore Strikers' story, I adore its characters, on a pretty equal level to this game, just in a very different way, maybe a little ahead of it. But Tactica's gameplay definitely, well, Strikers for me feels like something where I love the ideas it brought, but it didn't feel like it fully capitalized on its ideas in a way that, like I have notes for that, while for Strikers gameplay, I don't really have any, like, major notes that I would change, other than, like, retuning certain units to be a little better. The actual core combat is so well thought out and developed, and, like, you know, it feels very Persona. It is very, very Persona, unmistakably, but still has its own unique charm and style that just, it stands out in a way that I can't name another tactics game that feels like this and feels so fleshed out for that. Because in terms of, like, the core gameplay, it's very much, like, on a basic level, going for kind of like a XCOM Mario Rabbids style, like, 3D tactics game. You got, like, the cover system and everything, jumping around like crazy. You're shooting rabbits in the face. It's got all that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, and I love that, like, this game had a very strong emphasis on the guns and how those play in, and even giving, like, the guns unique effects. You can forge guns in this game, in the Velvet Room. The elements in this game are such a cool change.
Yeah.
Where it's not just, like, you know, we got wind, we got fire. It's, each of them are named after, like, status elements, and each have, like, very particular effects to them, some of which I didn't realize until the game was done.
Yeah, you fucking dipshit. Joker doesn't use curse. He uses despair.
Like, I forget, because did you know what despair did before the game, like, was finished, or did I have to, like, tell you?
No.
For those who
no
didn't
one does.
know,
it's impossible to know.
Yeah, well, because it's the first one they give you, so, like, how are you supposed to tell the difference?
Nope, you use Zeal first in the tutorial.
I could be stupid. I wish there was at least, like, some menu in the game that told you on a basic level.
Yeah, I don't.
What those
I don't
elements
remember.
do.
I don't remember a glossary that told you what the elements do anyway.
No, yeah, because for those who don't know, despair, when you use it on enemies, you steal some of their movement and get to walk further.
Yeah.
This is never conveyed in a way that, like, communicates it well. It's a very cool mechanic.
Yeah.
That I did not realize I was using.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I don't know. So I don't know, cause, like, I guess, like, for me, so my thing with tactics games, I really like tactics games when I play them. It's just that I burn out on them really fast. Like, how much time have I put into the Breach? I put
solid 15 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've put 14 hours into the Breach. I really love that game. Every time I play it, I'm like, man, this game's freaking awesome. The FTL devs have done it again, baby. And then I play it for a week, and then I stop for a year.
I give up.
And like, that's not me, like, dunking on Into the Breach by any means. You should buy and play that game, and also FTL.
I would probably adore that game.
You would. You sure would. It's just, like, that's kind of how I am with tactics games. My list of tactics games is Fire Emblem Three Houses, Into the Breach, and Pirate 101. So,
no, you played a brief smidgen of Persona 1, which is, like, I don't know, it's on a grid. This kind of a
I've played chess.
Woo!
So,
man, checkers.
So I don't know. I like tactics games. I just burn out on them really fast.
Mm,
Strikers was like the least I've ever burnt out on a tactics game, which admittedly, big part of that is because I get to look at Ryuji.
mm.
But I don't know, like the combat in true Persona 5 fashion, the combat always feels really fluid in Persona 5, and like
It really takes advantage of like the team interactions and synergies.
yeah, like Persona 5, I love any turn-based thing that can do this, where it really blurs the lines of turns. Like with Persona 5, you have Baton Pass, where you hit an enemy's weakness or you get a crit, and then you get to go again, but you can give your turn to someone else so that they basically get multiple turns in one round. And like that to me is like such a cool thing that these games that P5 is able to do. It really, like I'll have like a round in like P5R where like I baton pass to all 4 party members, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not done. I still get to go 3 more times before Marky gets to touch me.
Which
nerd.
Which that's the crazy thing is like, and Persona 5 Royal is not worse for not being able to do this, because again, you only have so many enemies in a battle at a time. You can like, once they're down, they don't immediately get back up on the next person's turn. But with that said, yeah, in Tactica, it just takes that idea for me to like 1,000, because then I can baton pass with like all 3 and then 4 party members by the end, like 30 times in a row, and I'm just chaining across that to get all the way across the map, and then creating a big old shape, get a big old triangle, and then I blow them all up, and I get happy, and the brain rot continues onward for another decade.
Yeah, it is a very cool, very fun system that they created that feels very fluid. That I love the way that I love the way all these characters, like, just, playing as all the characters just feels. I love, like, the way, because something that I think makes Tactica kind of cool, and, like, I like this because it's not really, at first it might just kind of seem like an aesthetic gimmick, but it's not like most tactics games where, like, you click on a character and then you move a cursor to tell them where to go. You are directly controlling them, which does have an impact on how you view the layout of maps and how, like, movement works.
It very much feels like it puts your brain into the zone of an action game.
Yeah, which is cool.
Here, because I think we can agree that probably the best party member in this game is On.
Yusuke.
Okay, never mind. Okay, because I was gonna say then we can have the disagreement. I was gonna say, regardless of like meta, who would you say was like your favorite to use? Probably still Yusuke, knowing you.
I liked Yusuke. Was really funny. He has like, Sumi can make herself walk an infinite length, but Yusuke can just shoot you from across the map. So like, who needs it? No,
yeah, because I know. Oh yeah, well, I always forget. Like, there's so many things in this game, just like, mechanics wise, that I probably would have completely passed by if it didn't click in my head. Like, the upgrade system in this game is crazy. So like, yeah, we took very different like paths of like how we customized our characters.
Yeah,
which was
mine was better.
No, because I won.
I beat the game.
No.
Unmerciless.
But yeah, so like, you very much went for like with the guns. You're like, yeah, all power, baby. Never upgrade anything on the right side of the upgrade screen. All left side, baby.
Easy.
Well, for me, it was like, I don't need my guns to do a crap ton of damage. Let me just hit enemies from as far away as possible, and then, actually utilize the entire upgrade board.
Yeah.
And like, maybe that'll be more useful.
Have you considered giving Ryuji Maziodyne before he even has enough SP to use it reliably?
Bro is just like a single hit nuclear bomb.
It's really funny. It's like it's the best game. I don't know. I really love I really love the skill tree a lot. The skill tree's freaking cool.
It's well, yeah, like I like just in general, I think like a good thing with a lot of skill trees is where you don't have to overly commit for some, like when you have so many skill trees to worry about, you don't have to overcommit where it's like, am I making the definitive right choice that I have to stick by for who knows how long to do this? You can very much like mix and match what you're going to upgrade. You can temporarily upgrade something, take it back with no penalty, just very much fine tune what you need in the current moment to really benefit you with whatever character you're using, like see what feels right for them, and just to like have fun. Yeah, because with that, like I was gonna say my favorite characters absolutely, which I feel like this is also a trend because it was the case in Strikers. Yeah, Haru is stupid fun in this game.
She yeah.
Like I feel like both Strikers and Tactica make something like crowd control such a fun thing to exploit. So like, yeah, all of Haru's moves are about bringing enemies together, you know, friendship, family.
Yeah.
Like, tie them all together in a knot. Exactly. And blow them up with a grenade launcher. And
I love Haru in this game because when you first use her, she feels like the worst because you suddenly can only move, what, 4 tiles?
But you don't need to move more than 4.
Yeah, she's big strong.
Except for that one mission in, I think it's the first kingdom where it's like a giant, like, it might be kingdom. It might be the second one where it's like this really long like stretch of corridors that you have to go through with like tables flipped up.
Nah, yeah, it's a funny one.
Yeah, no, I had Haru on that mission. That was a bad decision.
I had Ryuji and Morgana on that mission, and that one still like took forever.
Yeah, that there's some really both like positive and negative memorable missions in this game.
Yeah.
Not any that are strictly called bad, just some that are funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like Haru, you know, on the note of the skill tree, like I had forgotten when we talked about this before that this was not like a persona ability I'd equipped. This is just an inherent thing she gets, where it's like, oh yeah, if you upgrade the middle path, yeah, so every time she kills an enemy, she gets like 50% HP and SP back. It's like,
wasn't that a persona thing?
She has something like that. It's either that or like it increases damage a crap ton. I don't remember. Maybe I definitely had that on her, and then whatever her middle skill is. Basically, you get those combined, whatever they are, and she becomes an infinitely running death machine who never runs out of SP, can drag every enemy to her, and blows them up without a problem.
Yeah.
It's like there is so much you can do with this. From yeah, like all of the fusion, all of the stats, or the skills you can upgrade, just like all of the movement options in the gameplay. It's just really, really fun, except for the bosses.
Yeah. Except for half of the bosses.
Yeah, because I think I'll also get this thought out of the way before we jump over to story and character discussions.
Yeah.
Oh, also we should definitely bring up the art style. We can do that after this.
Yeah.
But yeah, the bosses in this game, you know, like we said, gameplay very much benefits, very fluid, like constantly moving around, bouncing off enemy to enemy, getting these big setups, and it's really good against small individual enemies. Even stuff with like the different enemy types, like the big old boys that leap at you. Like, yeah, they're tougher, but it's still manageable. You can take them out in a turn if you really want to, or you can like strategize around them, figure out different ways you can manipulate that. Like, in general, I feel like this game has a really, really good selection of enemies that you face. Without feeling like super overwhelming with how many they introduce. Yeah, the bosses, tanky bosses are not what they should have gone for with this game.
So I'm gonna hit you all with another hot take. I think all the major bosses in Persona 5 Royal are good.
Okay,
Wakaba's funny.
I wouldn't say
but
Wakaba is strictly bad. It just
Wakaba's not a boss fight. She's a
pisses me
cutscene.
off.
It doesn't
Yeah.
count.
And again, I find it so funny. Just a very quick tangent. I find it so funny that it sounds like it completely deflates my argument, but genuinely, when I did the Wakaba fight for the first time in Royal, it was so easy that I lost. Because I was so mind-numbingly like bored if I'm like, this is what they did to the fight in Royal, that like I just stopped paying attention and like went auto, and then I just got like wiped because she just kept hitting me. It was very stupid, but it was so funny. It was so easy, I tuned out and died.
So, okay, because the thing with Persona 5 Royal's boss fights is that a lot of them are damage sponges that don't let you all attack. Most of them, in fact, none of them let you all attack outside of like scripted events. But the thing with it is, every one of those boss fights understands what makes Persona 5's gameplay fun.
Each of them very clearly is like capitalizing on a specific mechanic.
Yes, and that includes Okumura. You guys suck at this game.
Woohoo!
So yeah, like I really love that about P5R. It is all of them are really honing in on something that makes P5's combat work. Even if you don't get to baton pass very often, even if you don't get to use odd attacks, I would argue that every boss fight in that game understands what makes P5 fun. With Tactica, when you have these boss fights that don't let you use your big triangle, that takes away such a massive fundamental part of this gameplay loop that it really shows how much the game relies on it.
Yeah, because like with the Marie fight, for instance, you can use your triangle, but it's very sparing. And
yeah, like you get to use it about as much as like you get to use an odd attack in a P5R fight.
Yeah,
which
like
is to say basically when you send Ryuji to use his sniper rifle, you can all out attack Sai.
Yeah, so like you get it a little bit there, but it's a very marginal difference. And I think the thing as well is like I wouldn't mind, which you'll see, like the Salmael fight's great.
Yes.
So like I don't mind having a spongier boss like that if there's more going on. It doesn't feel like if there's dead air in what I'm doing and I'm just like, well, nothing's gonna happen this turn, I don't have to worry about it, I'll just, I don't know, shoot them. That feels like a very like wasted opportunity for me in terms of like a boss fight. Especially with like how fluid this game is. So like Marie's fight, you start and it's like, oh, I gotta hit these flowers into her, that's really cool. And they knock her down, you can do an all-out attack. And then it's just like, well, I guess I'll shoot her. And then next turn she's like, I'm gonna ready something up. It's like, well, she didn't do it yet. I guess I'll shoot her again. And then she's like, I'm gonna drive this car down this very obvious scripted area to avoid. And she drives down it, and it doesn't hit you because you moved out of the way. So you shoot her again. And it's like, okay, because one thing I think would have helped that fight a lot.
I was gonna say, I actually did bring Haru to that fight, the slowest character, and I was never at risk of getting hit.
Oh my goodness gracious. Because one thing I think would have helped that fight a lot in terms of design and like engagement, which I thought was going to happen, and it didn't. Because she has like, she goes like straight down the aisle, she has like the zigzaggy pads. Let me like interrupt her more often. Like they have like the thing where she zigzags across the entire map. They don't give you any bouquets to stop her. She just does that.
Yeah, and then while she's doing that, you can go make a sandwich because the animation of her crashing into every wall takes 10 minutes.
Oh my gosh, that's the thing. Like, it's a very clunky boss design, and I still had fun. I still find the basics of this gameplay fun, but it very much does not take advantage of what makes this game work, because this game works so well so often, and I wish the bosses were like a highlight of it, because Yoshiki is
Master of the Castle bangs.
Oh yeah, no, like don't get me started with the music in this game. All bangers.
We'll get to that after gameplay.
All bangers.
I just why'd they make me fight Eri twice?
Yeah, because Eri doesn't even let you do the triple threat, and I like the idea of the orb stuff. Might have been more engaging if like, even on, we both played on the hardest difficulty, because I think that's just like the right way to play this game. It is fun. Maybe if the orbs didn't take like a single hit to kill, or like had a little bit more going on, or put you in a more precarious situation, maybe it would be more engaging to do that, or if she like summoned them more often.
I'll
Just
I'll one up you. Maybe if Eri could move.
yeah, give her an attack where she like sweeps across or something, and you specifically have to hide behind the barriers that are placed on that map for no reason. Because I love that fight so much from a storytelling standpoint, but I'm just like, all right, I get it. Like, can I use Toshiro in a good fight now?
Yeah, it's really funny. I'm glad the first phase exists, so he actually gets to have a fun fight to start with.
Yeah.
Well, cause yeah, and you know, you briefly mentioned it. Yoshiki's the best fight in this game.
Yeah, because that fight takes full advantage of just know how to chain your movement and your baton passes and really take advantage of it. Like, it is the Okumura fight of this game in terms of just how it mechanically, like, is structured.
It's a puzzle.
Yeah, it's very much a puzzle fight, which works so well for this. Because, yeah, you are constantly fighting enemies, they're getting in your way, but if you understand how this game works, enemies are less, like, strict threats a lot of the time, but more so opportunities for you to chain things together and, like, put yourself in a higher advantage. So, like, I'm pretty sure every single phase of Yoshiki's fight, you can do it in the first turn if you really know what you're doing.
Yeah, if you really know what you're doing and like have like the team for it.
Yeah, like I think it's way more manageable to do that in the second fight. Because why do we fight? Like, I wouldn't mind fighting these bosses twice if they actually changed them. Because Yoshiki gets changed, and that's one of the coolest fights in the game as well. Marie isn't. She's just Metal Mario.
Yeah. Because, like, I think what these boss fights really needed, crucially, is either to be a puzzle like Yoshiki, or they needed that thing that forces you to adapt very quickly.
Yeah,
because
like Salmael.
That's what Salmael has. Salmael constantly... You cannot just stand in front of him and... You cannot just stand in front of him and spam spells and like a phantom as much as I tried. You have to... You are constantly needing to move, to adapt, to, you know, focus on other targets. There is a lot you have to deal with in that fight.
That's the thing, like, Salmael, I would go as far as to say that is one of my favorite missions in the game, period, which is surprising for a health spongy boss. But they very much have you constantly moving around, jumping between platforms, fighting smaller enemies, because, like, the other ones never actually give you a reason to, like, Mario's fight doesn't have any other enemies, and Eri's fight, you could just ignore them, and it would not make a difference.
Yeah, like, well, because the thing with Big Eri tries to have you do things that actively, like, it tries to have those things that force you to adapt, but they are also inconsequential to deal with. Because you have the orbs that die instantly, and while dealing with the orbs, you're probably going to kill all the other enemies with splash damage. And then you have, like, the thing where, like, you know, she chains up one of your party members, and you have to, like, free them so they don't get hit by her next attack.
Eri's fight very much feels like it doesn't account for the fact that, like, hey, you've probably upgraded your character's skills, like, to any degree. Now, you're still using all single target, right, buddy?
Yeah, you've got Zio. Yeah, no, like, that's the thing with those fights, is, like, they are just so... The big problem with Marie and Eri is just that they do not... Their forcing features are so inconsequential to deal with.
Also, like...
You know, like, you move out of the way of the car... You move out of the way of the big hand, and then you're done. It's back to shooting, and that's it.
And you do it for a long time.
Yeah, and like you deal with the consequence of those things before you finished your turn.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, with Salmael, you're probably going to be fighting for at least 1 or 2 turns before you've dealt with whatever thing you got thrown at you. You know, you're going to take a few turns to take down the antenna. You're going to have to basically dedicate your entire turn to getting to the number platforms. You're going to have to really focus on not, like, getting thrown into the Sarlacc pit.
Oh yeah, and that's the other thing. The number platform thing in that fight, is like really fun and really silly because it's actively like trying to trick you. It's messing with me. It's not the hardest thing to like grasp on, but like if you're really like invested and you're like, I've gotta like focus on doing all these different tasks they're throwing at me, like, yeah, like, you know, like playing myself or like seeing other people play, you can very much get mixed up on like what direction it's actually going or where you need to stand to get where you need to go, and it's really engaging.
I'll also add that, like, I guess, like, in terms of other boss fights, like, I really like in the DLC.
Oh yeah,
I really like all the Guernica fights because they all heavily encourage you. Because like Guernica is basically just a big enemy, but like they really encourage you to like rush her down as hard as she's rushing you down, because if you don't, she's going to paint the entire map and you're fucked.
Yeah, like Repaint Your Heart in general is just like a massive treat gameplay wise. But yeah, I'll try not to ramble too much about that here, but I like that DLC. It is crazy to me.
The bird.
Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious. But it is crazy to me. Like even after like how fluid and fleshed out, like the majority of Tactica's gameplay feels, like bosses withstanding. Repaint Your Heart makes such a different spin on it that I really appreciate. Where it's like, can I recommend that DLC for the story? No. But
I recommended it $20. Also
no. But like, okay, I mean, I will say, like, genuinely, if you love the gameplay of Tactica, like, you really enjoy it, I would say, like, even for $20, like, you know, Atlus shouldn't have, but I would still say it's worth it because it is so fun. It is really fun. The story is fan fiction, bad fan fiction, but, like, the character interactions are really good. The new characters are fun. The gameplay is amazing. Who is Jerry?
I will say though, as much as if you love the story of if you love the gameplay of Tactica, that DLC might be worth it. I'm pretty sure I've already seen it go on sale for $10. So just like,
oh my goodness gracious, yeah, I wouldn't doubt that either.
Yeah, just give it a minute. Atlus games drop in price, like,
you know, Tactica will take you a little bit to beat, just in case. Don't buy the DLC with the game. Just wait. Just wait.
Atlus games, the only company's games that go on sale faster than Atlus is Ubisoft. Yeah. Those games go on sale 5 minutes before they come out.
Okay, the difference is though, most Atlus game sales, like, they're still games people like.
Yeah, they're good, and I'll play more than Mario and Rabbids.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, that's my other Tactics game. We did it. We found it.
I already mentioned that one.
Yeah, but I was tired. Oh no, Tactica is a fun game. That's the moral of that story.
I agree. And I like Samael. I wish more bosses were like that. Anyways, screw that. This game's art style is.
I like it.
Woo! Because
yes,
you said this is your favorite, right?
I think I said this is my favorite looking Atlus game, which, like, yeah, probably. I think Persona 5 Royal has like this more like this arguably more cohesive like aesthetic.
Yeah.
That like I think is freaking perfect. But I don't know, Tactica is just like I really like panning and stalking. I
with
recommend
an asterisk.
I recommend that show to people pretty much entirely on the predication that it is one of the prettiest anime you can possibly watch.
Yeah.
Like, it is absolutely gorgeous. Like, even if you have no interest in panning and stalking, or like the humor doesn't do it for you, I like at the very least watch the first Demon episode, Sister. Demon
yeah, you got
Sister
it.
Episode. Yeah, at the very least, watch the first Demon Sisters episode, because it is just, like, it is this pro-mare level of animation, which they're both technically triggers, so yeah, that makes sense. It is, it's on that level of, like, pro-mare of, like, a Spider-Verse fight scene. It is insane. Half that show isn't funny, and a lot of those episodes are not. It's very entertaining outside of the animation.
Yeah.
But the animation is gorgeous, and also the episodes that are funny are really funny.
I'll even add some of those episodes are offensively unfunny, but
yeah,
but it's a very pretty show. They know how to animate. Oh my god. I have no clue what they're gonna do with that next season. I am so curious.
I like that show.
I do too in a way.
It's a good show. You just have to ignore the parts where it's kind of racist.
Oh my god. Like, I'm not gonna make it the whole thing. I am so curious what the heck they're gonna do with Garter Belt in that next season. Cause, oh boy, that was not a good choice.
Please, like, slightly redesign him and don't have him talk to Brief like that.
Oh gosh. So this game is pretty
cool.
Cause like even like without like the main graphics, the portraits in this game are like some of my like just favorite and like any I guess visual novel, if that's how we're gonna put it. But like they're really, really expressive. I love all the posing. I love how many like unique poses there are. Like the one that everyone decried where Makoto murders Ryuji with her bare hands.
Parentheses real.
Yeah. There's Toshiro like freaking out over his little cut on his arm.
Yeah, I love all those unique like sprites. But even like just they're all so expressive. They all have like so many like the posing is super fun. They all got their spindly arms.
This thing like half of I'd even say like over half of Toshiro and Arena's personality is solely conveyed through those.
Yeah.
Like if you were to read it over text or even just hear the voice acting, like it's like yeah, these are like oh yeah, voice acting. Everyone did amazing. It's all perfect. Yes. Arena and like Toshiro, one of the best performances I've ever heard, just period.
I think, yeah, I remember, so I got this game a little bit before you because I'm a little cheater.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember, this was before getting to, like, the emotional moments. This was before, like, this, I think I DM'd you this before I fought Brainwashed on. So that's how long I had Toshiro in my party, and I DM'd you, and I was like, this is one of the best vocal performances in any Persona game.
He does so... Well, because, I know Arena's voice actress has done a fair amount of roles prior to this.
Not a ton.
Yeah, like, it's... I know, like, a couple... I don't know. It's... I have no idea. I really like when Atlus pulls out these voice actors who are, like... I wouldn't say unexperienced, but just are not in a lot of major productions. Because usually they, like, weirdly are, like, some of my favorite performances in the game. Like, I know you haven't played SMT5 extensively. But yeah, like, Dazai in this game also had, like, barely any roles before this. One of my favorite parts of that game, like, performance-wise. Yeah, but, like, I'm forgetting his name, Toshiro's V. I think it's, like, last name McLeod. McLeod, I don't know. Fox?
McLeod Andrews.
Okay, yeah, sorry, yeah. Yeah, he is up there for me in, like, maybe top 5 Persona performances ever, which is a huge accomplishment. And Eri is really not that far behind. I find them so endearing on that front. A lot of the antagonists give really, really good expressive performances. There's still a little bit of, like, the weird audio mixing that we've had since Strikers.
I don't know why they're bad at that.
Yeah, because...
I will also add, by the way, Arena's VA has 1 credited role on Behind the Voice Actors.
Oh, wow.
It's Arena.
You know what? Good for you. Good for them.
Toshiro's VA has 2. His other credited role is additional voices in Red Dead Redemption 2.
That's so cool. That also makes a lot of sense, actually. That's sick, though. But yeah, just, like, all of that is super expressive. But yeah, going back to that, like, the portraits, also super expensive, super gorgeous. I just, like, this style in general, I love how it's, like, because a lot of people are like, oh, another chibi Q game. It's very, very distinct from that. And I like how, I always think of it like how, like a lot of people when talking about animation, they talk about like mascot suit problems where, you know, big ol' head with stumpy little limbs is not the best for diverse, expressive animation. Like, you need good proportions for that stuff to really flow. That's why a lot of the cutscene animation and a lot of, like, mid-2000 Sonic games was very iffy. Shoutouts to all of them. But yeah, no, I like how they very much, like, slimmed everyone up a little bit, gave them lankier arms, smaller heads, but, like, still made them very expressive, made them very angular. The 3D cutscenes in this game are ridiculous. I wish there wasn't a massive, massive border covering them. Which you should absolutely mod out.
If you're on PC, do that.
Well, because I feel like they can never get it right, and it's really, like, Royal did it right. I think the border in P5 and Royal is perfect. It works. Yeah. It's not distracting. It adds a very nice aesthetic flair to everything. Yeah. Strikers always was, like, really uncanny to me because the major cutscenes had no border. And that broke my brain. It's better than what Tactica has. Like, I'd rather see everything than nothing. But, like, that's, like, always the thing that messes with me looking at Zenkichis, where I'm like, I should just, like, if I put this in another video, just edit in the royal border. Just over top this cutscene. And it's fine.
I was gonna say real quick, because I was before we stray too far from voice actors.
Oh, sorry, yes.
I was gonna say another performance I really liked, even though they're a minor character. I really like Yuki.
Oh yeah, no, that like the moment we started that, I was gonna agree. Like, because I don't know who voices her.
So I was gonna say I was on behind the voice actors, and I realized because I felt like I recognized her voice, and I realized who it is. That's Abby Trott.
Oh frick, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so that is Annette in Fire Emblem Three Houses and Royal Takemi.
Yeah, no, because she does like a great job selling that like very soft, friendly, but still like expressive, kind of like playful attitude. Like, I love Yuki for how brief she is in this game, or I guess quote unquote brief. Like, she's great.
Yeah. Marie's VA was in Smite.
Marie's VA was in Persona 5 Tactica.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't recognize most of these things. Like, I know what Genshin Impact is.
Oh yeah, and another actress who was in like nothing before. Shoutouts to Luca's actress in Repaint Your Heart.
Oh yeah.
Because yeah, they're another thing where like that alone is selling that character so hard, and how much of like a little gremlin demon baby they are.
Okay, I love Luca's VA because like she because you know Luca doesn't have much screen time. She's in a 5-hour DLC.
Yeah.
But she's playing Maiko in Persona 3 Reload, so I think it's really funny that it feels like they already had her there for they had already cast her for Reload. And it's like,
I don't know, you want to be the rat?
Hey, we got this other thing going on. Because, yeah, other than that, like, she's been in very little. Like, as far as I can tell, she is what seems like a minor character in Demon Slayer. She's in Cookie Run Kingdom because every voice actor is in Cookie Run Kingdom.
Like, genuinely, though, like, I am glad that, like, Atlus does seem to very consistently go for a lot of, like, I don't mean it in a negative way, but quote-unquote no-name voice actors, because I think a lot of, like, up-and-coming voice actors should get the spotlight. And,
yeah,
you know, as much as I adore
who the fuck is Matt Mercer?
I was gonna say, as much as I adore him, and he is amazing, and, like, Yusuke is one of my favorite performances of all time, and he does so many other great performances, like, you know, there was absolutely that meme for a bit of, like, yeah, Matt Mercer is in everything. And, like, a lot of voice actors are, it's like, they've had a lot of roles. They've had different, like, diverse ones all across the board. And, you know, deserved. They're great voice actors. But it's nice seeing more people from, like, different backgrounds and, like, seeing them come in and seeing what they can bring to the table is always something I adore.
I love scrolling behind the voice actors and seeing someone who like has mostly been in games with like realistic art styles, and then bam, anime. Because Samael's VA has basically only been in like Mass Effect and Fallout
Oh wow.
before this.
Which, you know,
No, yeah, he's in like
oh,
he's in the Mass Effect games. He's in like Saints Row, XCOM 2. Like it's all stuff like that, and then bam, Samael.
you know, yeah, I'll also give them a shout out because I would have moved past it otherwise. Yeah, Salmail is another one that like their voice appeared and I was just like, oh.
Yeah, this is
Sick.
really cool, really different. Shout outs to I love William Salyers, I think I say it.
Huh.
I can't read. I love him in everything he's in because he's a very minor role, but goddamn did he make me hate Nakabachi. And yeah,
I hope Nakabachi dies now.
because yeah, for those who don't know, he also plays Yoshida in P5R. He plays
Yeah.
Doc Ock in the Spider-Man games.
That is the funny thing is like, yeah, he very much has the range of like the most lovable, sweet old man you could ever think of
What the fuck?
to you should die, I hate you, get out of my house, and then Doc Ock where it's the straight in between.
Hey Adam,
What's up?
did you know Yoshida has the same voice as Rigby?
Yes, I did.
I did not know that.
I also know, in general, great performances. Bit of an iffier person as far as I last checked, but you know what? Nakabachi's very hateable.
Yeah.
I don't know if it ever tracked in my brain that like I knew that Doc Ock was Rigby and I knew that Doc Ock was Yoshida and Nakabachi, but for some reason the Rigby bridge never connected between them. Oh my goodness.
This game is good. And then of course, you know, all my returning Scrimblows.
Oh yeah, shout outs
the best.
to Xander Mobus getting to voice act.
Yeah, congrats, man.
First time. Yeah, because like he has like what, like 4 or 5 moments of like actually speaking out and like not even just like speaking but like shouting in a lot of these like 3D cutscenes.
I'm looking at Xander Mobus's voice performances. Continuing the trend of not talking, he plays Comey's dad.
They saw him playing Joker and they knew he had the part. Yeah, but no, like I love just getting more of Joker. Cause like I don't even think it would be impossible to have Joker more voiced in something like this. It's not like I'm begging him to be like a Ringo tier voice protagonist in like a main RPG, but just getting those little snippets is always really nice.
Because like I like Joker not talking. Hot take. I think it's part of what makes him cool.
Yeah.
But like I like the little moments where he talks. In particular, Joker actually has battle lines in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was really surprised and really happy when I healed Joker and he said thanks. That was something I had to mod into Royal because those lines all went unused for some ungodly reason.
Yeah, Joker would never be that polite.
No. No, yeah, like I really like that stuff. Like, yeah, Joker having those lines. Joker having lines whenever you use all out attacks. That was also a thing that I had to mod into Royal because those lines went unused.
Mm.
You know, I had to mod in him saying Tuesday. It was really important. I don't know, yeah, so like I just like Joker doesn't need to talk. Like I think he's cooler not talking. Like I think Joker is a worse character in the anime in part because like they did this half-ass solution where sure he talks, but he still like has the energy of a mute loser. So like that I like that Tactica made him vocal in combat. I like that he has lines in cutscenes, but they're really like they're still like cool one-liners that like they have like this real leader energy to him.
Yeah.
I like Joker. He's the best.
The new Joker.
Max Mittelman is always the best fucking guy in the whole shit.
Mm-hmm. I think Futaba does amazing in this game in particular.
I was gonna say I adore Erica Lindbeck in this game until she is a navigator and I have to hear those lines one more goddamn time because this is by far the most repetitive Futaba is in any of these games.
Yeah, but at least it's like really good performance.
No, yeah, like in the actual cutscenes though, obviously, like freaking I love her.
Yeah, no, because, like, Futaba had, like, of all, like, I love Futaba a ton. One of my favorite characters of all time. Still, like, maybe, like, bottom 3 Phantom Thieves for me. But even with that, like, Futaba of all characters, like, outside of scenes where it's strictly, like, you know, Toshiro backstory that made me, like, scream and cry and want to, like, explode, like, Futaba made me cry in this game. Both the first time I saw, like, the thing where she slapped Toshiro, and every single time I watched one of my friends go through that.
Yep. It's freaking good. I don't know, all the VAs are great, and I guess, like, we can go to story in a second. Last VA I want to mention, another return, anyone. Shout out to them giving Carrie Curran more time to slay as Lavenza.
Oh yeah! Oh my gosh! There's so much in this game. There is so much. I love Lavenza so much. She is the best Velvet Attention.
She's so silly with it.
She is the best one. Like,
she's great.
Cause, like, I feel like, I don't know, in Royal, or like, not even Royal, in Vanilla P5, Lavenza always had this very, like, satisfying, like,
she's a plot point.
Yeah, she's a plot point. She had this very chill presence, though, where it was like, I like her, I want her to be in more.
In original P5, she did not feel like a fusion of the twins.
No. Royal definitely remedied that a bit. Like, you get her boss fight in Royal, which adds a bit of that, like, crazy side to her and the little, like, gremlin energy that's, like, very, you know, it's very much hidden behind the monotone performance. And then you have, like, the little, like, the little, like, baby things of her just being like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna chill in Maruki's office, and then she just passes out and vanishes into thin air.
Goes to sleep.
That was so funny. Right before Tactica, rewatching that with you, I lost my mind.
You did. It's so. I love Lavenza so much.
And then
Elizabeth ain't got shit.
Yeah, and then you got, like, the special hangout with her in Royal if you do all the other, like, twins quests, which is cool. It's nice. And in Strikers,
play video games.
Yeah, in Strikers, she's there. I wish she would, like, did something, or, like, I remembered she was there, but she is there.
I like her.
I do too. And in Tactica, she's, like, the star of the show.
She's the best.
Like, screw Toshiro, screw Arena, bad characters.
Yeah.
Well, because that was the moment, like, because I like the log thing they have.
This game's the best. Lavenza grew like 2 feet.
Oh my!
She's like the same height as Joker for some reason.
I don't know why her portrait is so high up. She looks like she's aged by like 10 years.
It's not even Morgana, like, where he's just floating. Like, no, she's just as tall as them.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
Yeah, but, like, I like the little log feature this game has where it gives, like, bios of every character, including Shido, who basically has nothing to do with the plot, but I think it's funny that he's there. But yeah, like, the moment I got that with Lavenza and I read it, and it's like, oh yeah, she has a tendency to, like, say completely insane garbage out of nowhere sometimes without realizing it. It's like, okay, they know what they're doing this time around. I'm so ready. And they delivered, because she is a maniac.
She's so silly.
You know, okay, before moving on to story, just like last notes of gameplay and also Lavenza, this is, I don't know if I'd say it's my favorite Velvet Room period, because I still adore, well, yeah, there's Train. I still adore the prison. I think it's just very simple and clean, the way that you make me feel tonight. But, like, I adore the aesthetic of this Velvet Room. It's very unique. This is by far the best fusion accident. I don't think anything comes close. She explodes and dies, and that's pretty cool.
Q2s makes me. I like Q2s, but
Q2 is
like,
also very silly.
See, Adam, you could say that, but like, have you considered Persona 1 Blue Box?
No.
All right.
I haven't.
Also, shoutouts to Persona 5 Royal being on the trending this week on Behind the Voice Actors. I just saw that. It's sitting just below Tekken 8.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, before story, there is something else I meant to bring up with aesthetics, because this is kind of a part of that. Which is, as per usual, Persona coming out with soundtracks that make me come and moan.
You know, I won't censor that.
Yeah. It's an
That's
hour
the-
into the
that-
video.
that's
It's an
the
hour
end of
into the
that
video.
thought.
Advertisers aren't gonna watch it.
What advertisers?
It's a freaking good music.
Because in general, I think, like, I guess I'll, like, mention both these things at once. Again, before we dive into the whole shebang, what I like about Tactica in general is I feel like it really does feel like it and Strikers are, like, two sides of the same coin. Where they're very much going for kind of the inverse of each other, but not in a way where, like, either is particularly worse. Because, you know, like, normal Persona 5 soundtrack has a lot of, like, very chill, vibey tracks, kind of like backgroundy ones. They're still, like, in your face a bit, but, like, they're a lot more relaxed, and then it has, like, the punchy ones that go swinging. Strikers is, like, even the, like, city tracks all are, like, just popping right at you. It's very showy. It's going all out attack. Like, that game has no chill, and it's awesome. I love it. No qualms with that. Tactica is way more chill generally. It's very relaxed. A lot of, like, the background tracks, even, like, Beneath the Mask, which is one of the most relaxing songs ever. It's, like, one of the poster childs of rainy background song while I study.
Yeah.
Like, the Tactica version of Beneath the Mask makes it feel like that song took, like, 30 Benadryl. Like, it is just so chill and relaxed, and, like, that is, like, instant, like, I'm taking a nappy. But in general, like, a lot of the, like, cutscene music is, like, it's very atmospheric. It really sets a tone, but I know for me, it was really, really memorable. I don't think you've related as much to that, but, like, I adore, especially in, like, in the Third Kingdom, there are some background tracks like that do get a little punchier, but it's, like, still maintain that flow. And that was already a song where I was like, this is just for a conversation. This is awesome. And then the battle tracks are all the craziest thing ever. Any track with Lyn in this game is, like, an instant favorite.
I mean, that's every Lyn track, but yeah.
I don't know, Break Into Breakout is still one of the funniest things ever.
That's not her fault.
It's not.
But, because, like, I think the Lyn tracks are all phenomenal. Truth or Dare was an instant favorite of mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole soundtrack is great. I don't know if you'd relate to this. They are not bad songs. They fit the tone perfectly, but I am happy to not listen to the Third Kingdom battle themes.
Okay, the Third Kingdom battle themes fit what it is going for, as in, you are in hell.
Yes.
I generally, when going through my playlist, am not trying to feel like I'm in hell constantly. So, like, great song. I mean, even then, I have put those on occasionally, just like, yeah. But yeah, it's not, like, the general mood. If I want to, like, jam out, yeah, I'm putting on Truth or Dare. I'm putting on, like, Revolution is a Blade. I'm putting on any song from Repaint Your Heart.
Yeah.
It's, in general, personally, okay, because I think I think Strikers already has a super, super consistent soundtrack. I think Tactica's soundtrack is, again, not in terms of, like, the overall soundtrack peaking as high, because I definitely think Strikers is still the best overall soundtrack for one of these games. But Tactica, I think, is, in terms of consistency, is right there with Strikers. It's just more by, like, 3 times. Because why does this game have almost, like, 120 songs?
Yeah, it's 108, it's not, but, you know.
It's close.
Nope. I bought you the soundtrack, you should know that.
I bought you the soundtrack, technically.
No, you didn't.
I paid for the shipping, it counts. It's not my fault, like, you accidentally sent me 2.
So, okay, it's time for music analysis for guy who knows jack shit about music.
Let's go!
This barely counts as music analysis, but, like, So like with P5R, like for me, if you were like, what's like the instrument you think of with Persona 5 slash Royal? I'm like, is the strings, baby.
Yeah.
Like the violins and all those like battle themes and all of that. Like that for me is like what sets apart those soundtracks so much, and like what like really gets me, you know, that opening of Last Surprise, you know, all that stuff. You know, Colors Flying High has a lot of that. For Strikers, what is it? It's like it's the guitar.
Yeah.
You know? It's like that Muso good that like just is freaking really gets you into those fights. With Tactica, it's that percussion.
I was gonna say it's the drums, and I'd say a little bit the bass going with it.
Yeah,
like,
it's that marching army beat that it's going for. That's just really cool.
It very much leans into that just like progression, and just like, again, it's slower. It's not like smacking you in the nuts, but like it'll slap him a bit.
Yeah.
My gosh. No, but it's like
the main instrument of Persona 5 dancing soundtrack is sadness.
It's a really undertuned or overtuned synthesizer.
Yep.
And
Q2 makes me smile.
That game's awesome. I really should continue that game, and I'll talk about it more on here when I do. But yeah, no, that's why like because even like not regarding like the vocal tracks, the final the final boss theme does have a vocal track, because Revolution as a Blade is godlike and also one of my favorite Wind songs ever. And then Mastermind is crazy, and I adore that song, and it's got my like awesome like Spanish guitar going, and that's important to me.
Yeah, we know.
Woo! Yeah, just like aesthetically all around, this game like I have no issues with other than the border. Get rid of that border, because those 3D cutscenes are so gorgeous, and I have no idea. Like, okay, I know why this game's art style like turned away people. I just think they're wrong and bad.
They're gay and stupid, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. I don't... Speaking of gay and stupid, positive, time to talk about the story.
I'm ready to talk about the story.
Woo!
Alright, so... I like the game's story. Maria's Kingdom is a good introduction.
Yeah. Well, I guess I will say, kind of like going back to kind of partially what I was talking about there before, just to kind of get us going with this, is, you know, like I said, Strikers and Tactica are two sides of the same coin. Strikers very much goes for the punchier thing. Tactica goes for a more laid back but constant feel. And both work. I don't think one is inherently better than the other on concept.
Strikers is better.
I don't think one is inherently better than the other on concept. I have a similar feeling with how Strikers tells its story versus Tactica. Because, you know, I see a lot of people where it's like, you know, Tactica's story is inherently worse because, you know, in Strikers, every character has their arc to really, like, all of the fantasies have their arc to really grow and change, and, like, it really adds to their story and their canon. Like, it's a further extension of them. While in Tactica, they are all there more passively in service of the characters, of, like, the main characters, which are, you know, Toshiro and Arena. But for me, like, I don't think that's inherently worse. Like, I love both approaches. And I appreciate being able to have two different P5 games that do both attempts. Because I would rather have, you know, instead of just, like, the same Persona 5 game over and over, different ways of expressing, like, what the series is capable of. So, like, you know, while Strikers is very much Persona 5 2, let's really add to what these characters are and, like, just increase that depth with them and add to those, like directly add to the themes of the main game. Tactica is, you know, it's like almost Sherlock Holmesy in a way, where the Phantom Thieves, like Sherlock Holmes, they're the quote-unquote main characters, but they're there to be an instrument to the plot for what the new characters they introduce are. which I think is just as valid. And in this case, it really, really lets Toshiro and Arena shine in a way that I adore. That, like, in terms of just character quality, even if they don't feel as much like they are the Phantom Thieves, I think Toshiro and Arena easily stand up there with Sophie and Zenkichi for me, just in terms of how much I love them. And in general, like, it just gives us this very unique feel from the other P5 games. Like, thematically, it's very much a different... it has a very unique thematic identity from P5 and Strikers, but it's still a natural extension of those themes, where instead of just, like, you know, what are the repercussions of what we are doing as the Phantom Thieves, of how we step up and rebel, like, and how you express yourself, and, you know, how you identify that freedom. It is, when you are in a system that is so oppressive, how do you break free from that? Whether it's, like, literally a government overtaking you, or even, like, on a smaller scale, like, you know, an overbearing father, or a abusive or manipulative, like, fiance, like, stuff like that, or God, like,
Fuck God.
It very much is, like, a natural follow-up to P5 while still being very specific to this world, to this aesthetic, and goes perfectly with this entire war narrative. And I would say it actually addresses its themes, like, very directly in a way that I love, maybe even more so than, like, I think Kanoe in Strikers is still, like, one of the best things they've ever done. And I love how open they leave the question of, you know, like, how, like, what the value of the Phantom Thieves is. I kind of like, again, on the flip side, how direct this game is about its values and what it means to stand up and rebel, and, you know, even if there are the repercussions and consequences of that, why it's still worth it, even through all that pain, all that strife. So thematically, I adore this game. So Marie is a pink lady who wants to get married. It has little hat guys. That's this game's plot.
That's the plot. Yeah, so I think Marie is a really good introduction. Something I really appreciate. So I remember in our initial discussion about this Vigi game, we said like there was the slight fear of, like, man, they sure are doing big pink lust monster a fourth time. Luckily Marie is not lust.
No, she's really just big and pink.
Yeah.
Well, because, frankly speaking, she's not lusting after Toshiro. She doesn't care about Toshiro.
No one's lusting after Toshiro.
I've seen some of the Twitter art, Michelle. That is not true.
Yeah, it is, I don't know, I really like it as an introduction dungeon. I think it does a great job of letting you get to know Arena and Toshiro. I like just having to go around and save the thieves. I like just the general, like, vibe of it all. Tactica immediately sets itself apart and then throws it all away later in the game, more on that later. I really like that there is this very distinct feeling of these are not heists.
Yeah.
Which I think is cool. These are, like, militaristic revolutions. There's a lot of, like, you know, it's less, you know, like, it's less Casino Royale, more Star Wars. Like, it's this little rebellion of just, like, some guys trying to defeat the way bigger villain than them.
Yes, I agree. Persona 5 Tactica is Star Wars.
Yes. That's why this is the only one that doesn't have a space dungeon.
Oh, that's true. Well, because one of my favorite...
Even Q2 has a space dungeon.
I don't know where I'm at. I'm in the future, kind of. I'm in sci-fi Aegis land, so sure.
I thought you were still on dinosaurs. I'm gonna be
No,
honest.
I didn't drop the game the moment Teddy showed up.
Impressive.
Yeah, but one of my favorite things about the First Kingdom is very much because I feel like each kingdom, and I understand why with the narrative they're telling to an extent, but I love how, well, because one, each kingdom definitely gets shorter as it goes. They get more direct and to the point of what their, like, the goal is each time. But the First Kingdom very much, you know, each level is still, you know, a big old box, and you got some things you can climb on, you got some boxes you can hide behind. But in terms of the narrative, they very much make each level feel very intentional. Like, these are, like, specific strategies Arena is coming up with of, this is what our next move needs to be. This is, like, what we need to do. We need to infiltrate here, and then go through this passageway so we can free, like, what is it, like, On and Yusuke? Like, we gotta free them, then we gotta... Yeah, and then we gotta go over here...
Yusuke's last, dipshit.
A. Oh.
I would know, he was at the bottom of the menu.
Oh, I don't... Why do they order
I hate
it like
this
that? Game. But yeah, like, each mission feels very intentional. So even if it's like you're going through, you know, 20-something levels that, you know, all share a, like, mostly a similar aesthetic. There's some, like, unique ones that stand out that, like, I love them. But, like, even if you're going through a lot of levels that feel the same, even in, like, the side missions that they give you, they always justify in a way where I didn't feel like I was constantly, like, in the same spot. Like, and I feel like they use that narrative really well, where it does feel like I'm going through this constant journey instead of just level by level. We have a goal we are accomplishing. Third Kingdom doesn't really do that. That very much is level by level. But there's some stuff to it. But yeah, like, First Kingdom, I just love that progression. It's the longest kingdom, but the pacing is maybe the best out of all the kingdoms. And yeah, I love how they're constantly just introducing more stuff, introducing more mechanics, introducing more thieves. There's always something going on in that kingdom. And it is, like, one of the best parts of that game. All of I like this game a lot. That's the end of that.
Yeah.
And even, like, the way they introduce both Arena and... Because Arena's introduction is awesome. Because Joker just got, like, lynched. Like, he just got dragged. And that's awful. And, like, I love after, it's like, are you okay? And he's like, I was gonna cry. Because, yeah, that's, like, the worst thing ever.
No, yeah, there's that. I will say, speaking of that scene, shoutouts to Marie having the only all-out attack in this game.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's really freaking funny.
But no, Salmael kind of gets one on Arena at the end. It throws a bunch of gears.
That's not what that is.
It was the start of one.
It doesn't do the thing.
Did you do the thing? Do the thing?
It doesn't do the thing. That's important.
Yeah, no, her getting that all-out attack is amazing.
Shouts to Morgana and Joker being the only ones who know how to dodge.
I just love, because I think that, yeah, that does happen later in the game during the Third Kingdom. Shoutouts to the Phantom Thieves falling into an obvious trap.
Every time. It happens every time.
And the only people it never gets is Morgana, except for in Third Kingdom. But, like,
it got him in Strikers.
Oh crap, you're right. That also why does this keep happening to them? They just stand there.
Thieves. I love the Phantom Thieves. Their one true weakness is cages.
Like I still find it funny that I'd say easily the Phantom Thieves are smarter than the investigation team. They're still not batting 1,000.
Yeah, but that's also the lowest bar imaginable.
Oh boy.
I hate Persona 4. I
like that game. It's silly though. And they're so dumb. I don't know. I love Marie's kingdom, and just that introduction is like a really good way of hooking you in. Because the music is banging. Arena is cool. I wish I wish she wore that cloak for more than 5 seconds. I still don't know why she was, but it was cool.
Hey, the reveal is important.
It was a cool reveal.
They needed their Rido reference.
No, yeah, because she jumps down and then the cloak comes down and it's like, oh, gender.
Yeah. They're Orpal.
They are Orpal.
I don't know. I like Arena's introduction a lot. I like the way. Okay, so I remember based on like the first trailer for this game, you know, because it doesn't show us a ton of like Arena, and her Japanese and English VAs, at least with the lines they use in the trailers, were both kind of monotone, if you remember that, which I think is funny because that's not who she is.
No,
I really thought she was gonna be more of a hard ass.
Yeah, no, she is like, that's Toshiro. No, like Arena could not give less of a crap, which makes it really funny that she's like, I mean, I guess that's also fitting that she's the revolutionary leader, but like, she is very smarmy, very sarcastic and playful. That one Shez. No, yeah, that one we have brain damage. Yeah, that one art. That one art of Arena with like her eye like half lidded, just with like the like you should die stare.
Yeah.
Not because like you're a bad person, just because you're a little loser, and also your name is Toshiro.
Yep.
Yeah, no, like I just love how expressive she is, how immediately she's just like a really fun companion to Joker and Morgana. And like, and I just in general love how they establish her whole thing of, you know, why she does what she does. Even if she doesn't like fully get it, she's like, this is what needs to be done. We gotta free these people. And then she frees Toshiro. She immediately regrets it all.
Yeah, she says this ain't worth it. For this shit?
Yeah, because Toshiro then is a sopping wet cat. And I love him.
He's like a wet gerbil. He is world's... Is he the most pathetic P5 old man? Is he more pathetic than Zenkichi Hasegawa?
I would say at the start of the game, yes. By the end of the game, I think Zenkichi then takes the cake. Like, Toshiro gets a lot of clear growth. Not that Zenkichi doesn't, but like, Zenkichi's growth doesn't require him overcoming being a silly old man we get to make fun of constantly. Toshiro turns into a cat boy, apparently.
I don't know.
But yeah, no, like, Toshiro very much, because that was one of my biggest worries going in, and like one we shared where it's like, okay, they're doing another, you know, well-suited, presumably like politically involved old man in like his maybe like 30s. It's like, please don't just be Zenkichi again.
Well, in reality, he's probably like 26.
Yeah, no, like he exists in this like Doc Brown kind of like weird space where you can't tell if he's 20 or 40.
No, this is like, I don't know, anime fans' perception of what old man is wrong, and I'm a part of that. Marky's like 24.
Yeah.
But Zenkichi is an old man though. He's like 40.
Yeah, bro's a little scruffy,
and I love him for it. But I don't know, where are we going with this? Toshiro?
I like Toshiro. Well, yeah, because just like in terms of like the character introductions, and like, well,
because we were saying like before the game came out, like a bit worried that like, are they just gonna do Zenkichi again? Which is why I remember, and I quote, before the game came out, I was like, I hope he doesn't get a persona. That was the dumbest thing I've ever said in my life in retrospect.
Because I understand. Well, that was the funny thing is, beforehand we were like, so Arena is gonna get a persona. That's obvious. Obviously, Arena's gonna get a persona.
Yeah, duh.
And Toshiro, would be fun if he's like the kind of like a navigator type. He's sitting on the sidelines. And I guess technically both of those aren't inaccurate. It's just the persona Arena got was the friends we made along the way inside of her own heart. It's her. She's yeah.
Because my other thing going into the game was I was wondering and also slightly skeptical of the idea of a major character being a politician.
Yeah.
Like, with like Zenkichi was a cop.
And they hate cops.
Parentheses derogatory. Yeah. But like, with like being like, because you know, we have some strong opinions about police, because we're right. But like the thing,
I believe actually it's because we're left.
Yeah, the thing with the thing, at least for me, with like a story with like doing like that kind of like a character's a cop in like this context is like a cop, like, I don't know, this is like hard to describe in a way that doesn't sound like insane, but like they're very much an individual where like they already face this individual as far as everyone else is concerned, where like the big thing with Zenkichi is him realizing that the system he works for sucks.
Yeah, Strikers is very much a game about how on the ground level you confront the system you're in.
Well, I was gonna say, like, with this Toshiro, him being a politician, I was like, okay. And in particular, I think even in the pre-release stuff, like, it was like, yeah, he's like the front runner to be prime minister or whatever. And I remember sitting there and I'm like, okay, you can't really do that same thing with like you do with Zenkichi, where like he's like just a guy who breaks out of the system because he's like such a public figure. So that was kind of my thing, wondering, was I was like, how do you make this guy, like, unless he ends up being the villain, how do you make him a rebel in the same way that the thieves are, even though he is in such a position of power, is so well known to the point that he is, you know, like, basically the fallback plan after Shido. Yeah, like, you know, like, how do you do that exactly?
Which I love that those questions are what make it so good, because it's very much, you know, it's not a position that he wants to be in or that he really earned in a natural way. It is a symptom of that corruption, something which he is very clearly aware of, even if, like, you know, his father never admitted to him.
Yeah, shoutouts to them really leaning into the whole thing of, yeah, the leader of your country isn't the leader of your country. It's the guys who tell him what to do. It's his brand managers.
No, that's the thing, because like I was saying, like, Strikers very much, a lot of its theming is around how on the ground level, how do we rebel against, you know, the, what's the word? Like, the oppression of the system. How do we rebel against the man? And Tactica is very much, how on the grander scale do we really confront this system and reform it and change it?
Every time I think about standing up to the man, I think of that fucking
Nathan for you. That kind of is Toshiro.
That is absolutely Toshiro.
Oh my goodness. And like, I think they do a ton of really interesting stuff with him. Because, like, it's not like they're like, oh, you have no culpability in this. You have no control over this. He very much does, but it's a lot of that stress and insecurity and worry from past trauma.
World's most pathetic man, yeah.
World's most pathetic, but, like, I want to hug him.
I don't know, I'll go that far.
I want to hug this man. He's gone through too much. But yeah, like, from
Toshiro's awesome. Yeah, like, I don't know, I really like they managed to still make Toshiro the underdog, because I think, like, if you can do it right, you can make most characters feel like an underdog regardless of circumstances. Why I don't like the whole thing of like people being like, Haru's not like a societal outcast, she's rich. I'm like, fuck you. No, that's not how that works. That's not what her story is, and that doesn't like that also ignores the fact that she's 17. So, like, I don't know.
She's
like,
17, her father is dead. She is in the worst, like, marriage arrangement of all time. She just got a company thrown at her face.
Yeah, no, yeah, like, I don't know. I think, like, just because you have some amount of privilege that doesn't like take away from that. Like, yeah, all right, she's not struggling to eat like Yusuke, but like, I don't know, that's a different rant. But like, I don't know, I really like how they actually made Toshiro work in this game and its themes.
Because yeah, like, you know, on the note of the First Kingdom, like, just the way they introduced that of, you know, Marie's there, and they take like a while where it's like, not in a bad way, but you're constantly just asking like, okay, but like, why are we here? What is actually going on? How does this tie into the metaverse? Like, yeah, we're fighting the war, but for what? Really, it's just to suffer.
Yeah, so there's that, and I guess like on that note, shoutouts to one of my favorite jokes in this game, which is whenever the thieves hear about Marie finding her fiance, all of them are like, is she gonna marry Yusuke?
Yeah, no, they're like, yeah, the skinny, like, dark, like, Terran man or whatever, with, like, the tense expression. It's like, oh, she wants to marry Yusuke. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
It's like, it's just, Toshiro!
She wants to marry Yusuke. Oh, man, we gotta save Marie. Yeah, I think that's awesome. What they should have done, they should have had it be Makoto.
That would fit with the characterization in this game for her, which I think after First Kingdom we can tangent into that a little bit.
We'll get to that. No, second's where I want to bring that up, because that's what becomes relevant.
Yeah, but what the heck? Where did that thought go? It just got blasted out of my brain.
Toshiro, the game very slowly being like, why are we here?
Yeah.
Just to suffer.
So, and I love their setup with that, and like how they gradually reveal that with that marriage thing, how they do that. There was something else in regards to that I was thinking of. But it left me, so I'll mention it later if it comes back to mind.
It's something with Toshiro probably, and like the way it introduces his trauma, I'm guessing, but I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think it was that. It'll
Fuck
come
that bear. I hate that bear.
I know, it's
that bear
scary.
Makes me angry.
I don't like it.
Another side content thing I want to mention before I forget about it. Shoutouts to this being like the first P5 game that like doesn't have homophobia in it.
That's what I was gonna mention, actually. Okay, that was what I was gonna mention. Yeah.
Right,
so,
awesome.
Because yeah, we were talking about Yusuke and like, you know, like you don't want to marry Marie. So that thought was transitioning into So this game, you can, you know, they have the ideal marriage system or whatever, where you can like visualize, you know, who you would want to end up with, and you can have gay relationships, which they're not like derogatory necessarily. Like the only reason it's derogatory is just because Yusuke is a weird person.
No, yeah. So like, because you can argue, like I get like there is like the sort of argument that like, yeah, Ryuji and Yusuke's are clearly more jokes than the other. Well, more jokes than 3 of the 4 girls.
I was gonna say, but Makoto definitely.
Makoto's is also just a joke. But like, yeah, like, you know, you can argue like, yeah, on Futaba's and Haru's are way more sweet.
Yeah.
But like, you know, but like regardless, like there is still like, I can't deny. Yeah, if I married Ryuji, that's what would happen.
Okay, one, you're right. 2, I was gonna say on that front, like I think we agreed because, you know, with Strikers, one of the biggest thoughts we had coming out of that game was like, yeah, whoever wrote this is the #1 Haru fan.
Yes.
This game, I think we said, is like, it's like the #1 Futaba fan.
Yes.
Because Futaba gets so much good stuff. Like, and I find it funny, like, Futaba's is so much sweeter than I would have ever expected. There's not a hint of, like, humor
of cynicism
there.
Or joke or whatever. No, it's just like, she's just so happy to be here. This is the young Neil. This is the best day of his life.
I'm a screenwriter. Yeah, but like
Adam, that freaking young Neil waking up and being a screenwriter. That's probably the same energy Toshiro had. I'm a prime minister. You didn't do jack shit.
Yeah, I shout outs to gay people.
Yeah,
Pretty
no,
cool.
It's awesome. Shout outs. I don't know. I really like that, because I remember doing those marriages, like those marriage scenes, and first thing I picked was Ryuji because I'm smart. But like, and I remember going into that, I'm like, all right, I was like, I want to see what this is, but I was just like, all right, where's the bit where Joker's internalized homophobia comes up because Atlus doesn't realize they wrote a bi man. But no, yeah, like Joker imagines marrying Ryuji, and then none of your dialogue options show any reservations about it.
No, it's very sincere on that side. It's just Joker's also stupid, and when he thinks of his bro, he's also thinking about toilet paper for some reason, and all the dumb conversations they have in that sense.
I love that. I don't know, Joker's just not into Mpreg. Like that's his only reservation about Yusuke. It's the best video game ever made.
What is wrong with what? How do we diagnose Yusuke? What has he got? I don't know what causes that.
It's such a. I love, like, that's the funniest thing about Joker's imagination of Yusuke is because then Yusuke says that exact thing. Joker was right on the money.
Joker, that's what that rank 10 confidant is doing for him. That's all he gets from it. And that's why Mari's arc is peak.
Yusuke's goodbye in Royal is the most homoerotic thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah.
To be fair. Yeah, I don't know. I freaking love. I don't know. That for me as I don't. There's no face cam, so I can't turn on a purple light. But as a bisexual, non-binary person,
as embodiment of gender.
Yeah, I don't know. The fact that like. I don't know, the fact that like this was the first time I got a gay option, quote unquote, in a modern trilogy Persona game, and I didn't feel mocked for it. I don't know, that made me happy. And also just shout outs to Arena's VA also being gender and being my new hero.
No, yeah, because we mentioned it before, but like that pride flag edit of Arena holding the flag is like that's the true version of that image, and also I'm surprised that did not get modded in.
And her VA made it.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
It's so funny. Yeah, I guess that's a side note just for me to say, but like I loved whenever this game got announced and Arena's VA like tweeted like about it, and like reading their tweets, I was like, oh, they're the biggest Persona 5 fan in the world.
Oh yeah, no, awesome. Like they're like right on our tail in that regard, and I am very happy for them. Because the brain rot is eternal.
Does this mean we can get into Persona VAing? Can we be in Persona 5 Arena?
Do you remember how I started this video? You think I can do voice acting?
I could.
Maybe. I don't know. In general, like, this arc is just a really, really good start to things. I think all of the maps are really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, the story progression is all great. The side missions they give you and how it, like, really just, like, teaches you all of the mechanics except for how despair works.
Yeah, I really love the side quests because all of them really force you to think outside the box, which you will then end up taking that mindset into the main battles. Once you're like, oh, this is a thing I can do. Like, I can traverse an entire map if there are enough enemies that are downable. And I think that's cool.
Again, we have the Persona 5 Royal players who don't realize that they don't have to hit every single enemy all at once, and that maybe they can get more baton passes and do more damage if they actually hit individual targets. It's a video game.
It's a very fun. It's very cool. I do also need to mention another one of my favorite jokes, which is whenever Arena asks you how you awaken to a persona, and you tell her you just get mad, and then she just starts screaming at Marie's castle and gets you caught into another fight.
So friggin' good.
And then you find her later trying to do it again.
Yeah. Oh yeah. In general, I was gonna mention with that as well. Like I love just like the side conversations they have where, like, you know, they're not necessary, but they do incentivize you to listen through them to get your extra points.
Yeah.
And they're all like just really fun side interactions. Some of them are just like silly, goofy.
Some of them give like really good world building and like character building.
In general, even the side missions, like it's not just like, oh, here's another level. Like they do really fun, goofy things that all feel like another extension of what's going on.
Man.
Yusuke did kill a man. You even, like, by extension that, you get to, like, getting ahead of myself as well, but, like, Yoshiki's with the,
box.
yeah, the fan merch box.
I love that joke. That bit's so awesome.
What am I supposed to do with this? You want a Joker?
Sorry, I gotta catch the news.
I just feel like everything they do in terms of just how they structure this game.
Sorry, it's really good. I was gonna say, because like I think we're about done talking about Marie probably.
Yeah, like in general, I guess I would just add like, I like how they cap it off. Other than the fight, she gets crushed by a giant bell. I think the way she gives that foreboding message to Toshiro is crazy and scary. And then we get to the best kingdom.
It's the fucking bit in Gravity Falls, whatever, with the shapeshifter. Good luck sleeping tonight, dude. This is that. I just wanted Ryuji to say that to Toshiro. I will also say something that I just think is really funny thinking about it in retrospect. The only reason Arita's in the rest of this game is because she really wanted to see what was in that door.
Yeah, no, she just got a little curious. She got stuck.
No, yeah, I love everyone's like, where the fuck did you come from? And she's like, oh, you know.
The door shut behind me.
Oh, it's so funny.
I thought it looked pretty.
Yoshiki's the best part of this fucking game.
Yeah, I think I don't, because initially, like I mentioned, like spoilers, we're doing a kingdom ranking. Wow, what a shock. Because yeah, initially I'd put the third kingdom at the top, and it's still very close to me just on sheer narrative alone. And like I find the levels there fun. I think every single factor of the second kingdom comes together perfectly.
Yeah, no, the second kingdom is it's freaking good. Yeah, so like, there's just so much that I think is going for that second kingdom.
It is like easily the peak of the game design, the peak of like the world aesthetic with like the cameras in the sky and like the really nice like feudal Japan look. You got the sillies with the straw hats. You have like really fun little like side tangents. Yuki gets introduced. I love her. Like
I love her.
You get Truth or Dare.
Truth or Dare.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, it's a good song. No, yeah, I heard Truth or Dare. Like as soon as I heard Truth or Dare, I was like, this is the best day of my life. I love. Okay, so like right off the bat with this place, something that I loved just immediately was going back, like, so with the first kingdom I said like, yeah, like I love like the vibe of like, yeah, this isn't a heist, it's a war. And like you're like a small little group of ragtag rebels who have to somehow take down Darth Vader. Like I think that's awesome.
Yeah,
I like that the second kingdom then has a similar vibe but really changes that, where like espionage and stealth become really important because you're in like a surveillance state.
A literal surveillance state.
Yeah, like there is like privacy literally just does not exist.
And like, also like in synergy with that, like
unless you're in LeBlanc.
You know, like by the time you go to Marie's kingdom, the Rebel Corps already exists. Like they're a smaller army, but they are there. Well, when you get to
those hat guys are fucked up. They want to kill a man.
Yeah. But yeah, when you get to Yoshiki's kingdom, there is no resistance. In fact, like they are very complacent with the system they are in under Yoshiki, even with the abuse that they see, because
like the resistance is what? Yuki and her tailor friend.
Yeah, like it is a like textbook nationwide case of Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, it's that. It's like it is rule through fear and propaganda.
Exactly.
And like I think that's really cool. I really like the way that this is done, and I also like that even once you show them, hey, he's got like a slave camp, like, no, people are still too scared. They still are worried. They still think that, they still have this fear that, well, standing up will get us killed. We are, the letting Yoshiki be our ruler is still the happiest society we can have.
Because, like, yeah, the First Kingdom is very much, you know, showing that it's possible to rebel and start a revolution. The Second Kingdom is how to actually build that revolution and get it going from nothing.
And that goes into my favorite thing that this game really goes on, which is, like, the cost of revolution, which is, like...
I'm pretty sure that's literally the name of the song that plays in one of those last cutscenes in this kingdom.
I'll look at the soundtrack. I have Spotify open. But, like, it is... No, yeah, like, I really love that, the price of rebellion.
Okay, yeah, same thing.
Yeah, the income tax of fighting back.
Yeah, we got it. You can die.
Yeah, no, so I really love just that whole thing of, like, there is going to be a cost to rebellion. Like, yeah, it makes it very clear. Not all those little hat guys made it.
No.
And I think that's a really interesting and very important angle to tackle with, like, you know, the pussy cowardice way that people view that kind of rebellion, which is like, yeah, but, you know, people are gonna get hurt, and, like, you know, we can't do that. Like, you know, there are ideals that you have to fight for. There are these things that you have to put your life on the line for, otherwise you are complicit in pain.
Yeah, because ultimately, like, if you're just enduring in a system and refusing to let change happen because, like, a negative side effect could come out of it if you stand up to the man and things don't go perfectly, like, that will happen. There will be things like that, but it is still worth it for the overall greater change and value and, like, standing up for what you sincerely believe rather than just sitting there and taking like a half measure.
Yeah, if you're the kind of dipshit who sees, like, you know, riots and protests that trash some stores and start some fires, and you're like, look at this society has fallen, then you're a pathetic coward. Like, it's that simple. Like, that level of anger and that level of fight is important, and I like the Persona 5 Tactica really engages with that in a way that Royal doesn't really, and that, you know, and that's fine for what Royal's doing.
I do wonder, do you think there are people who right now are getting pissed that we're getting political in a video about Persona 5? My favorite non-political video game.
I can't make the joke I want to make, but you know the joke I want to make. But, like, I just, like, I don't know. I said I'm. Those people clicked off as soon as I said I was bisexual and non-binary.
That is true.
I don't know. This is the best. This is a good game, and I don't know. I really love that aspect that Tactica dives into. Is an aspect that Royal didn't really have the time for. Didn't really want to focus on. It focused on other aspects of, like, rebellion and, like, overthrowing the man. So they
cover
really
it a little bit in Okumura, but that's more so about the repercussions of how callously they handled it.
That's less about, like, the cost of revolution as a whole. That's the cost of being dumb.
Arrogance.
Yeah, that's the cost of getting into an argument with your cat. I don't know. I really love that, and this kingdom by far goes into that. Maybe, well, arguably the most. Third Kingdom does it a lot, but, like,
well, because I would say, we'll get to Third Kingdom because I'm gonna start shouting. But yeah, like, if the First Kingdom is the First Kingdom is, you know, the fact that, like, reinforcing that a rebellion is possible, that a revolution is possible. And the second kingdom is how to build one from scratch. And, you know, touching on the fact that, like, there will be consequences and that it's still worth it regardless. Third kingdom is...
And then third kingdom is the find out phase.
Yeah, no, third kingdom is, let's see what those consequences are, and if you still have the stomach to continue. And not sit there paralyzed right after you thought you beat the boss of the kingdom and want to cry.
But anyway, fuck all that, like, political ideology bullshit. I know what you're here for. You're here for On dressed as a samurai.
Yeah! Because I love how, like, you know, like I said, the first kingdom has this really good feel of each mission feeling intentional and like it's progressing something. But, you know, there's a lot of missions because they have to get you around the kingdom and gradually introduce more and more of the thieves. The second kingdom, you have everyone there. So it's very much cut down, but it means that each mission feels even more particularly necessary and memorable.
Especially when Yusuke tells you to throw a guy off a building.
Exactly.
That's like my favorite thing about some of those side quests. Like the whole thing is like we can't go outside unless we really need to because like there's cameras everywhere. And then Yusuke's like, I need to draw right now.
I gotta kill a man.
Yeah, so I love just like these missions and like just the way that these go. I mean, like, you know, it doesn't need to be said. I love the yukata and samurai designs so much.
And Morgana's straw hat is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, there's nothing else. That's all that's in my brain now.
What about Sergeant Morgana? How's he rank?
There's two things in my brain now.
Toshiro's disguise was banging.
I forgot about that.
It's so funny.
Oh.
No, yeah, but like I also will say I joked about it earlier. I love that they made On the girl who doesn't get a yukata. I think that's awesome.
I feel like On is very much, I'd say like more chill in this game. Like relatively, like she definitely out of the thieves takes more of a backseat.
Yeah.
But I like the angle they do show of her, of like it really embraces the like she's one of the bros vibe.
Yeah.
Like they don't do anything like offensively bad with her at all. And what they do with her, she's just a vibe. And she's a friend, she's goofy, she's sweet, and so she wants to be a samurai.
Okay, so like I will say this. So Persona games some have it more than others for, but like there is this sort of you do have some Persona games where like yeah, they're a team, but there is a clear divide between the men and the women. That the games are like, yeah, you know, like yeah, like we're a team, we're all friends, but Chie doesn't want to hang out with Yosuke. So
she just wants his money.
Yeah, so like, I don't know, you have that aspect of Persona. 5 does not have this problem to a major degree. It barely comes up when that kind of thing happens. But every once in a while, the game is just like, man, fuck the guys, am I right? Or, you know, it does something like that.
Well, because like...
Tactica really doesn't, and I, like, you know, it's a shorter game, but like, you know, Tactica, I like... really never has that. This is, you know, and that's a nitpick with Royal, because Royal barely does that because it's a better video game than Persona 4 Golden. But like, I don't know. I like the fact that, I don't know, I liked that On was just one of the boys.
Well, because I like the fact, kind of tangenting into talking about Persona 5, because I like that game and I have a problem. Like, one of my favorite scenes in that game is during the Hawaii trip.
Yeah.
Where...
I made that tweet, Shay Froa saw it.
Yeah, no, yeah, where it's like, you know, I think it's Mishima's roommate leaves. Is it Misha? No, it's Ryuji's roommate leaves, to go hang out with their girlfriend, and then On's roommate leaves to go hang out with her boyfriend. I wonder.
No, it was Ryuji's roommate. I think it was Ryuji's roommate left to go hang out with his girlfriend, and then
On had to leave because the boyfriend was there.
Yeah, On was stuck in a room with his girl and her boyfriend.
Oh yeah,
I know that.
So like, just the interactions they have there is like one of my favorite examples of how like the Persona 5 trio of Joker, Ryuji, and On is just like,
and Cat. He's not there.
Shout outs to Cat. Yeah, no, like they're just like the bros. They have a very
like
earnest respect for each other and understanding of each other. Where like that gender thing, like obviously Ryuji finds On attractive, like they make that clear, but it's not in any way how he like defines her.
Ryuji, I love Ryuji has no romantic interest in On, and that is made quite clear. Like he thinks she's hot, and like every once in a while like that comes out, but he does not want to date her, and I think that's freaking funny.
He knows her too well.
Yeah, so like I cannot express this enough. It is such a small thing, and when I made my tweet about that scene, some people were like, "Man, you have low standards." And I'm like, "Screw you." Like there is something so meaningful to me about after everything On went through, her saying that she trusts these men enough to share a room with them.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that says a lot about their friendship if after what On went through, she can find that trust. And I love that, and Chie could never.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, but like Tactica doesn't do anything on that note.
P4 couldn't even get 3 boys to share a 10. I'm mad about that game.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, but like Tactica doesn't do anything, you know, as like explicit as that or like a keynote moment like that, but it keeps the general vibe of that like dynamic between them, and I appreciate it. In general, like, you know, different games, even like you kind of mentioned like different games and their relationship to, you know, like gender cliques or whatever. In general, I was thinking as well, just like flanderization. A lot of people stress about, which they were like, oh, this is going to be terrible in Tactica. No, everyone, with the exception of one,
I hate this game,
is perfectly on character. Even
okay,
like,
so let me
no,
real quick.
I'm gonna say a good thing before we get into that.
No, I'm not getting to her yet.
Okay.
I was gonna say, screw. I've seen a lot of people say that Futaba is
flanderized. We're on the same note then.
No, that game. Anyone who says Futaba is flanderized in this game, 1, doesn't understand Futaba, and 2, didn't play this game. Like
people immediately, just like you said, when you said you have pronouns, those people tuned off the video. These people tuned out of Tactica the moment Futaba said like the DLC, like this is like DLC.
Now we have to do some DLC too.
She said that like 10 minutes into the game, and she does not say another joke on that level for like 15 hours.
No, yeah, like Futaba gets all the gamerisms out of her system in the first hour of the game because she has a lot at the very beginning, and then like that's it. But like, you know, 1, that's not flanderization, that's character consistency, because like that's how Futaba talks. It always has been. Like I get the RNG gods line from Strikers traumatize some people. She says it all the time. But like, you know, and like yeah, the spin-offs, she says those things a bit than she did in Royal. You know, it's the case of Dancing, Strikers, Q2, this. But like, it's not to a horrible degree. This is not Akihiko Protein. And like, on top of that, calling Futaba flanderized is kind of a deep insult to me to what she actually does in this game.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like every interaction she has with Toshiro, with like the group, the way that she interacts with everyone, like
even with Arena, like one of my favorite things with Futaba in any of these spin-off games or just games in general is when she finds someone who she's really scared to interact with, but by the end of the game she's like, I really wanted to talk with you more, I really connect with you.
I will say, she's not scared of Zenkichi at all.
No.
She knows that man is not a threat to her well-being.
Because he just reminds her of like a more pathetic Sojiro.
It's so funny. But like, I don't know. I love that with Futaba in this game. She's freaking great. The worst I can say about like, the worst I could say about some of these characters is like, Yeah, I can't really name a standout Haru moment in this game.
Yeah, she's like sweet. She's around. I appreciate her. Well, because she does get some of that connection with, which I kind of mentioned before. Like, I like how a lot of these characters, even though they're not the forefront of the narrative, they have that connection with Toshiro and Arena of things they relate to, and she relates a lot of her struggles with her father and her fiance to Toshiro, which I think is really cool. Other than that, yeah, she's around. I appreciate her.
Another, I will also say, because I guess, like, just kind of going down the list of these, Ryuji and Morgana are perfect, no notes. They nailed both of them. This game has the funniest cat jokes. Like, they didn't get old to me, mainly because, like, they're just so stupid in this game.
What is it that he gets called, like, a catfish?
An eel?
An eel?
It's the dumbest. I love it. Ryuji's just the best. He's still like the dumb bro who has this heart of gold and has just like such a good head on it. Like, he has such, not a good head on his shoulders. He has a good heart in his chest.
He has a good heart on his shoulders.
Yeah.
I will very quickly say about Ryuji that I find funny. In terms of the portraits for this game, I find it funny. Most of them, it's like, yeah, it's like a chibified version of these characters, and they're still like very noticeably them. And Ryuji, it's Ryuji, but also he looks like a 5-year-old. Like, it looks like Persona 5 babies.
I guess, like, yeah, I didn't mention it earlier with the art style, and I'm gonna talk about him now anyway. My favorite looking character in this game's art style is Yusuke.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
He takes to this, like, really, like, wavy, like, just out of his like body language was made for this art style, and it's great.
Well, because his features in general are that perfect balance between very sharp features and very curved ones. He is art incarnate.
Yusuke does have those curves.
He doesn't, but like,
no, he doesn't. He doesn't. Okay, and yeah, like, okay, so what I was gonna say, like, yeah, with the character, like, so if you asked me what Persona characters I thought would get flanderized, if anyone was going to get flanderized in a P5 spinoff, who would it be? It would be like Ryuji, Futaba, or Yusuke, one of them.
I would even put maybe like Haru into that camp, because, like, you know, there's the common jokes about like, oh yeah, she's the crazy one under the surface, that she's actually like a, you know, axe murderer on the inside, whatever. It's like, I could see them going that route.
Well, yeah, but like, I already established Futaba and Ryuji, they're fine. I love that. Something that I think is really important, and I'm so happy that none of these spin-offs forgot, because it could have been very easy to forget. None of these spin-offs have forgotten that Yusuke is one of the smartest fans of these.
Yeah, he is very attentive. He actually, like, thinks and plans things out and is apprehensive. That's why getting to Madarame in original P5, like, takes a hot minute, because you have to get past his guard, which takes a lot.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get through him. There's the fact that in the Okumura Palace, he is the most skeptical of the plan. He's the one who, after everything goes wrong, says, "I told you so." He's like, he is one of the smartest fans of these. Even if he doesn't understand a lot of interpersonal relationships, he's got the tism. Yeah, he's got the tism. He's very logical. He understands these things, and he grows to actually understand people a lot. And like, he really does understand like emotional turmoil, and like I think one of the best moments in all of Strikers is him talking about the loneliness of being an artist, and like, that is such a good and emotional moment for him, and I'm so happy that this game didn't forget that. Yusuke is oftentimes the intelligent core of this team, which brings us to Makoto fucking Nijima.
This is, like, unironically, in terms of flanderization, she might have been the last on the list for me.
Absolutely. Well, because, like, she's the smart one. Like, that's the character that, like, even if you lose something with Makoto, this is the thing, even if you lose something that makes Makoto, it's not hard to be like, okay, she's the smart one who doesn't joke around. That's such an easy thing to remember and get right about Makoto.
And this game turns her into the one who kind of stands off to the side in the background, but if you make her angry, she's got a temper that she cannot restrict whatsoever. Ignore the entire arc in Persona 5, where the basis of that arc, her like main character trait being how much people dish out at her and how much she just takes it and takes it and takes it before finally lashing out and doing something like fairly brash and stupid. Like, that's her whole thing. That's her thing.
So I kind of noticed this as the game was going, that was a big part, that like I was noticing like, man, they're really leaning into her temper a lot.
Which it's fun if they do like a joke or two about that. Like even Memento's mission has like a joke about that. But they also, you know, like counteract that with, you know, she's also like very cutesy, like you know, she's very prim and proper.
Oh,
but
yeah, like Royal did that a bunch. I mean, Royal did that a bunch because, you know,
yeah, because it's accurate to her character.
Both of her showtimes are like that. You know, one of them is like a Mad Max reference, and the other one is wrestling. You know, like that's her showtimes. So like that's a big part of who she is. And playing Strikers, you know, I noticed that. I did her wedding scene, and I was like, man, this one's like way less sweet than literally all of them, because she accuses you of cheating on her at the altar. Because this is, I guess, how Joker sees her. So there's that. But, you know, I was kind of, you know, putting off to the side. It was still only the first kingdom. The part that really broke me and made me realize, oh, they ruined Makoto, was the geisha banquet.
Yeah.
So in the geisha banquet, you get the option, you know, it leads to the same thing, but, you know, it's just kind of like a fun little, like, you know, pick your favorite. You get the option of either going with Yusuke, Ryuji, and On, or Haru, Makoto, and Arena. And when you pick On, Ryuji, and Yusuke, aka the Blowjob Brothers, when you pick them,
that seems amazing.
You get one of my favorite parts of the game that nails all of the characterization. You get On trying and failing to act.
Which also, again, shoutouts to Yusuke being smart and
that's what I was about
recognizing
to say.
How terrible she is, and then thinking of a way to, like, utilize that.
Yeah, so you have On being really funny, trying to act, failing miserably. Yusuke coming in and being like, oh yeah, our buddy here's drunk as hell. Do you know anywhere she could lay down? You know, you have this really good moment of these characters really playing off each other really well, noticing, using their strengths and using one of their very glaring weaknesses to their advantage to get the information that they need. And I really love that. If you pick Makoto's team, that entire scene is Haru and Arena having to all but physically restrain Makoto from killing someone.
And again, like, you know, like I just ranted very heavily about, the big thing with Makoto is how much of it she can deal with. And I would even understand it if the way they did it is like, he just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. And then finally they're like Makoto is kind of like at a breaking point. We should do something about that. But it's the first thing the guy says.
Makoto starts at her breaking point. And like there's the one moment where she takes a deep breath and puts on her student council president face. But that lasts for maybe 5 seconds before she's immediately back to death glares. Like she's not able to keep up like that vibe. She, you know, this isn't Shido's palace where she's able to talk her way like with a politician and get him to give her a letter. And but even once she starts to break, it's not that she, you know, like goes like
her brain shuts off and she goes berserk.
Yeah, she doesn't go berserker mode. She threatens this politician with the fact that her sister is a lawyer, and is like, you know, she still is using brain over brawn to get the advantage over this person, and that never changes with her.
That's the thing. Is
in
like
Royal, even in something stupid like the On Windsor scene, she is still the one. You know, she's still like playing along. She's still like using her. You know, she's still using her intellect. She does not use her intellect in this game.
Yeah, like
at all.
I don't get it, because even something like her lowest moment, not in terms of writing, but like in terms of just the most brash she ever gets, when she is at her worst breaking point is when she's like, I need to be useful. I am going to get to Kaneshiro by any measure. And
yeah,
like,
and
it's a terrible plan.
Yeah.
But she has a plan. She has a plan. She's just in over her head. She's like, I'm going to blackmail him or whatever.
Yeah, it's clearly,
and use that to track him.
It is clearly a plan built on anger and desperation and frustration, but she does not go up to Kaneshiro's cronies and deck them. She goes up to them and is like, take me to Kaneshiro. I want to meet with him. And, you know, has this whole thing to make sure that the thieves can follow her. It's a terrible, stupid plan that, you know, ends up working, but, like, that's the point. And even once she's in the palace, you know, it takes Kaneshiro really beating her down before she finally has that rage moment where she stomps on the ground, smashes a floor tile, and is, like, huffing and puffing and rips her mask off. That is what makes that scene so satisfying, though, and why it's so good, and why it's one of the most memorable moments of Persona 5 Royal. But she's at 11 for all of Tactica.
Because that's the thing, is like, because a lot of people, like, sadly, have this very clear thing with Makoto where it's like, oh, she's the quiet, boring one. She's like a blank slate. She's cardboard. I don't like her. Makoto is one of my favorite characters by far. I love how nuanced she is. How much, like, again, she's not, like, showy in your face for the most part, but she's got so much to her and so much to explore. And this feels like the antithesis of that, and I have no clue how they reached this destination. Because if they wanted the, you know, quote-unquote, like, short temper, like, the crazy one, they could have done Haru. They could have, I mean, they didn't even have to do, but they could have done Haru. They could have done anything. They could have had...
They could have done Ryuji.
Like, they could have done anyone else.
They could have done Morgana. Like, genuinely, like, I don't understand. This game was written by Futaba's biggest fan and Makoto's biggest hater.
I feel like that's just Twitter.
Yeah, well, because, like, I just don't... I don't know. It really bothers me. Because, like, this, to me, is the first time Persona 5 has flanderized one of the thieves. Which is impressive.
And it's very notable.
Yeah, it's so noticeable. Like,
I'll say this much.
Like, I was just gonna say, I think the only reason that this is maybe not the worst example of Persona flanderization is because they fucked up Akihiko.
I was gonna say, like, I feel like if you aren't as attuned to Persona 5, in fact, I had conversations with people about this, like, if you're not as attuned to Persona 5, or, like, you know, even if you haven't played it at all, Makoto's inclusion is a bit basic, a bit in the background, but it's fine, it's serviceable. Like, it's not the most egregious thing I've ever seen. But knowing who Makoto is as a character makes it really egregious.
Yeah.
Her role in that game is not offensively bad, but in terms of being Makoto, and in terms of how everyone else is represented, it is really, really wrong.
But what I think bothers me about it so much is that it leads to her feeling like she doesn't have, like, that clear role on this team anymore. Because, like, if we need the brawn, that's Ryuji. Ryuji's always... like, because, you know, a big thing with, like, what I like about the thieves is that all of them represent, you know, like, a thief trope. You know, in, like, you know, media that involves, like, rebels and thieves and that kind of thing. You know, Joker's the leader, Morgana's the mastermind, Ryuji's the brawn, Ann's the femme fatale, etc., etc. You know, like, they all represent this, and Makoto was the tactician. You know, she was the one who had, like, the knowledge, she was the one who could really formulate a plan, and this is a far less bad example of this in Tactica with the way Makoto's written, but I still want to mention it because it's funny. In the First Kingdom, whenever they decide, okay, Toshiro can be our tactics guy, which works because he doesn't have any powers and he doesn't have a cool spear, but whenever they then show, oh yeah, he's making tactics plans with Futaba, I get it, because, you know, Futaba's the navigator, and also she's the one who ends up relating to Toshiro more than anyone, but also that's Makoto's thing. She is the tactician. Why is she Why isn't this
Makoto,
at least a trio?
No. I'm even gonna put my foot down here. Makoto is the character who should probably relate to Toshiro the most out of any of them, in terms of what she's gone through, and like with how directly she should relate to the Nakabashi situation, with how directly she should relate to something like Yoshiki, not in the exact same way, but like there's energy similar there with like Sai and her dynamic with him, or with her. Like there's this, like, even just the attitude they put on and how much he tries to endure it in hopes that that will resolve something. She should relate the most, and yet she is the only character who does not get a moment to reflect on her experiences to him. Because when you get to Nakabachi, it sounds like she is about to go on that tangent about, you know, when they find out.
Yeah, then she drops the combo. Like
they're literally talking about students being blackmailed into silence. That's Kaneshiro!
By a principal/vice principal figure.
That's freaking Kaneshiro! Stop it!
It's Kaneshiro. It's Kobayakawa. Like, it is what Makoto went through to a T, and Makoto says jack shit. And it really bothers me.
Like, half of Makoto's voice lines are leading up to Salmayo for some reason, where she's like, oh yeah, you hear that? Salmayo says we're small, and that we don't do anything. I'm like, yeah, you don't. Like, stop. Just why did they do this? I love this game, but why?
Yeah, I don't know. Makoto's presentation in this game really annoys me.
This is the best kingdom in the game.
It is the best kingdom in the game. It's just also the one that made me realize, oh, I don't like Makoto in this game.
Yeah, it's...
And that's on top of the fact that she's the worst party member, 100%.
Oh, yeah. No, that's the other thing, is like... Because there's very clear archetypes with how the thieves fight that translate over how every single game works. And in my opinion, in Roy, I know a lot of people utilize her a lot more, so this one is a lot less objective to me. Or like quote-unquote objective. But like, for me, Makoto has always been the least useful party member in like normal P5 and Royal. Where like, I get why people use her, you know, she's the healer, like she's a pretty good healer, she's a good support unit, she's like a fairly decent attacker, she is the jack of all trades.
Yeah, my thing with Makoto is in Royal, she is a healer that can do more in boss fights than Morgana in general.
Yeah, so I understand that. For me, I definitely found more use in more specialized units like Morgana. Like, I liked using Lucky Punch a lot, I liked the bigger heals. Yes, you do know. And like, I found his magic more useful in general. I thought his magic did more damage than like her fizz attacks.
And like, fair, if you keep her medium physical attack around, like don't do that. Why do they only teach her like this medium physical attack that she
freaking Baja Blast?
Yeah. No, yeah, like that's, I guess it's because it's like, oh, it does daze, and like you can technical with nuke.
Who the frick has ever landed daze?
Yeah, just like give her the move that, just give her like whatever the move is that actually inflicts daze and not this shit.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. So like, she was the least useful to me there. In Strikers, she's worse on.
Yeah, but like she's worse on because like she just has the same gimmick of like, you know, enchanting her like her weapon. But at the very least, Makoto does still have the inherent value of being a healer.
Mm-hmm.
And that's very nice in Strikers, having at least one healer on your team. You know, obviously if you're good enough, you just won't get hit. You know, sure. But like, you know, if you're not that good at the game and you're playing on a hard difficulty, yeah, having an AI party member that will just heal you randomly when you need it, that's real nice. So like, Makoto has an inherent value there. In Tactica, wasting a turn to heal is just so not worth it 99% of the time.
It's a very big commitment.
I did it every once in a while, you know, but like in general, being a healer in Tactica is not a super valuable trait.
That's like Morgana is barely a healer in that game, because I'm pretty sure the game is very aware that, yeah, healing is a massive commitment that you should not be doing super often unless you are in a bad spot.
Yeah, exactly. And like that's the thing. And if you're playing the game well enough, like Repaint Your Heart's an exception because Splatoon,
Mhm.
but like, in the main game, if you're playing right, you're not going to, you will ideally not take a ton of damage because you're at the very least going to be resisting damage by being in half cover. You know, and like that's a big thing with like the gameplay loop, and like that's the thing, you are avoiding damage as much as possible, whereas in Royal it's literally unavoidable, and in Strikers it's really hard to not get hit
Mhm.
because it's an action game. Tactica doesn't want you to get hit, so because of that, like one, if you are going to use a turn on a support move, it is inherently a lot better to do it for a buff, like Joker raising defense. And two, like, yeah, like how often do you actually get to low enough health that you need to heal, especially when Futaba heals you every 3 turns anyway.
Yeah.
So Makoto, and that's on top of the fact that Nuke or Vortex is probably the worst element in this game.
Because conceptually, Nuke is a good ability. Conceptually,
Mhm.
Vortex is a good ability. The problem is, because, it brings everyone together. It's not as, obvious as, Hypno brings them to Haru. Garu
Mhm.
launches them away from Morgana. Vortex brings them together. The problem is in most circumstances, especially with the range she has, one, how often are you finding groups? Not even one, this is just the whole thing. How often are you finding groups that are far enough apart that most units can't just hit them together, but close enough together that Vortex can actually hit all of them and bring them to one spot?
I think what Vortex needed was like, I think what would have been cool is if instead, like, it had like the small area that does damage and then a bigger area outside that doesn't do damage but pulls.
I was gonna say, like, if Makoto ended up being, like, more strictly just pure setup, don't give her that much damage, but make her a really, really good support unit. That could have been an actually amazing niche for her. But they still commit to the whole jack of all trades thing, where she has just okay guns, just okay physical, just okay magic, like all this stuff. But also, her physical guns and magic are worse than Arena and Joker.
And also, like, so she pulls enemies together. Assuming you pull enemies together and one of the enemies you hit is a 1-more. What does she do now?
You punch him.
Like, yeah, like what does she do?
And do 40 damage.
No, yeah, like what does she do now? She doesn't have a grenade launcher. She doesn't have giant magic. She has like average size magic.
You know what they should have done, actually? You know what would have been really smart? Genuinely? Because I know everyone wants Makoto Punch. I get it. They should have made her physical attack sweep. They should have given her bike for her physical attack, and she just sweeps it in like a 3 spaces, like one forward and then one to each side. That would have fixed that.
You don't, not even like, you don't even have to do like bike. Just make her do a big kick. She kicks a lot.
Yeah, just give her sweep. Like, because that's a mechanic in this game. It's a really cool thing you get from certain personas. That would have been really nice to have on her. Like, I feel like that would give her more use, but ultimately, she feels like one of the Repaint Your Heart characters where they're all very single target, like direct. Their guns are just like pistol, which is fine. It really works for that mode. But in this mode, like, even Arena has a niche that makes her work because she has like the, like spray gun that works. It hits a lot of people, and she has the flag. Like,
she has spray gun, she has flag, she has arguably the best.
She has ambush. Like, yeah, Forget is amazing. And, like, Joker is fine. But, like, he has a lot. Just, like, I don't know. Like, Despair is good. Oh, yeah, he inherently hits multiple people with his spells. And does, like, fairly decent damage.
Yeah, he does good. He has, like, a really solid damage output. He has really good movement. Joker is the actual jack of all trades in this game that's, like, good. And with Makoto's
like the 8 of all trades.
Yeah, and Makoto, her thing is that everything that she does, the cherry on top is that garbage ass voltage attack.
Um, they really did make Ryuji's voltage, except it puts you into danger.
Reef Slider.
And has a less like it's not even wide range. I don't think.
No, it's a single tile wide.
Why did they do this? Why?
Like, when are you going to use this? Like, actually, especially like if it was a normal move, I'd be like, yeah, okay, there's a use for this. The fact that you have to build up the voltage meter to do this is like, why?
Because again, like thinking of fixes, you know, what would have made that work better if where she hits, because you know she launches them a little far, like. You know, make it single tile, it hits a couple enemies on the way, but where she lands, she's in enemy fire, but make it so where she lands is like an explosion. Like, make the damage worth it, because she doesn't have a lot of damage options. So if you give her that one good damage option, that makes it work, because then that really benefits grouping everyone together, because then you could zoom over to them, do a big, like, even if like a 3x3, do a 3x3 explosion that launches people. Something,
or even just like a little thing that would just help, like let her move after that attack.
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe in testing that broke the game because of just how far across the map she gets,
but that gives her something.
Like, yeah, I don't know, it's a very moral of the story, Makoto is very unfortunately the worst part of Persona 5 Tactica.
Yes. That was a 30-minute rant, I think, but it was justified.
It warranted it. This made me angry.
But the Second Kingdom, otherwise, is perfect. Yeah, getting back on track, like with everything it does, I'm still cooling off from that. With everything that Kingdom does well, I think Yuki is an amazing addition. Yeah. I really like her presence. Again, it's not like, oh, she's one of the Phantom Thieves. She's a side character, but she's like a really sweet, nice person. And
I will say, yeah, I just generally like that one of these kingdoms got to have a side character. I think that's nice, because like that wasn't just a nameless hat guy.
Yeah. And I think it really, like, it ties in really well with the main story. And, you know, like, the Second Kingdom of this game kind of feels like that turning point that we get in Strikers, where it's like the fourth jail. Like this, like, in here, I love the First Kingdom. The Second Kingdom is where the plot really hooks into you. Like, yeah, I was surprised how quickly they do the first Yoshiki confrontation, where he's just, Toshiro! It's like, oh, we're already doing this. Because I could already guess that it was probably his dad, like, based on how they set that up. But it's so well done.
Yeah, because I really just like... Okay, yeah, this is the thing I really like, is there were a lot of times where something would happen, or where, like, I would have an idea of what the game was going to do next. Mm. And then the game would confirm it a lot sooner than I thought.
It either confirms it sooner, or to a much more... terrifying extent.
Yeah, because like my thing, one of the things I mentioned to you before when we were talking about this game is like, so I pretty quickly figured out, I was like, okay, this is Toshiro's Shadow World in some regard.
Yeah, they're not shy about that.
And I really liked that the game confirmed that by Kingdom 2, rather than that being the twist that I figured out a couple hours in. Mm-hmm. Because it meant that as soon as the game was like, yeah, this clearly is a world from my heart, I was like, oh, that means there's more. That's the thing. If they're telling me this now,
it's less like, you know, where are we? Like, what is this? It's more, what is the implications of this world? Because that's one of my...
What's going on, man?
Like, I love the mystery of why more than what.
Yeah,
I think that's why, like, a lot of people in Persona 5, they're like, the game should have stopped at Shido. All our question and answer there. I'm like, no, because Mementos is completely unexplained. Like, I'm, you know, if you want a game that doesn't explain that mystical side of it, that's fine, that's cool. I find that super compelling, and I love how good the answers they give are in, like, Persona 3 and Persona 5, and in Persona 1.
I'll avoid making fun of Persona 4 anymore.
They give a quarter of an answer. They don't explain the why, they just explain the what. that was very much in the back of my mind. But that's the thing, like, and Daddy, like I love having that question where it's like we're not playing around. Like we're not stalling answers that like we've already clued into. It is what is the next natural evolution of this story and the questions we're asking. And the game felt very aware of that. Like at most, I think Kingdom 3 plays coy a little bit much about like, you know, who rules Kingdom 3. But the effect of that is great, so I don't mind that much. Otherwise,
it's gotta be Nakabachi. But like I really like the fact that I don't know. I really like that aspect to it. I don't know. I think it's good. Question: did you also think that Yuki was his sister?
No.
Okay.
I don't. I know you mentioned that. Well, because the first thought I had, I think like inherently, I think like the moment they were like, they mentioned Yoshiki's dad and like him being like an only father or something. For a second there, I was like, oh yeah, because this was before they revealed that it was Toshiro's world, like fully. I think it was. But I was like, okay, maybe this is like some manifestation of his mom, but I was pulling that out of nowhere. That was just like me throwing out a guess. And then I think like a little later and I was like, nah, that can't be it. And then it was. I'm like, okay.
So my rationale with it was like, so Yuki gets treated basically the same by Yuki gets treated by Yoshiki basically the same as Toshiro does. She's like this outcast rebel who's like a thorn in his side and who's like a criminal in this world. So I was like, okay, if they're like so similar in that regard, I could see it being that like this is his sister. It also doesn't help that, you know, this is partly the art style. She does not look older than him. Yeah. Which does actually make sense in retrospect since it's Toshiro remembering what she looked like before she died.
Yeah, like 20 years ago.
Yeah, so she hasn't aged as much as Yoshiki. But I don't know. I still love that. And then also, so there's the bit where they're infiltrating the castle and, Toshiro and Yuki are alone. And like, as they're talking, my brain just suddenly goes, it could be his mom. And then it immediately flashed on screen that picture of him as a kid holding his mom's hand. I was like, oh, I'm right. I'm so smart.
That's amazing.
It was really funny.
Well, because I love, like, very much, the dynamic between Yoshiki and Yuki is kind of based on, like, Toshiro's view of that, of how she was kind of that symbol that made him want to rebel against what his father was doing. And as he saw it, his dad basically hated his mom. He didn't care enough to visit, all this stuff, which we learn there's more depth to that through like some of the side stuff. But yeah, it's very much just a reflection of his cognition of how he saw that, which is great. I really like, and she could have just been there as like a plot point essentially of, oh yeah, it's his mom, huh? But I feel like they still do a lot to really flesh out her role in that world and make her feel distinct and like meaningful. So even when she like, dies fighting Yoshiki, and it's like, yeah, she was a cognition of his mom who had already died. Like, it's a little sad, but whatever. Like, you still feel that way. And again, even the song, The Price of Rebellion, like, it still is a loss in that moment because she was her own fleshed out person.
Yeah.
And it was great. I love it. Oh yeah, this is a side note. This is a complete tangent. I just thought about it thinking about Yuki. Complete silly note. I love that every kingdom, the safe space is just LeBlanc.
It's really funny, yeah.
Because I think it might have been... Actually, I don't even know if the trailers really showed that. But yeah, it was like LeBlanc in the first kingdom. I'm like, okay. And we get to the second one. I'm like, oh, why?
I mean, there's a reason, but it's really funny.
Well, yeah, the reason goes as far as Toshiro really liked going to LeBlanc, and it was a safe space.
And you get your Sojiro cameo.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like it's a good game.
Oh yeah, just a level design in general.
Yeah.
This is completely jumping, but just think about this kingdom. Like, we keep saying it's like, the best gameplay wise.
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest things is just the verticality.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, there's so much vertical. Like, there's a reason that one of the side quests we keep mentioning is Yusuke wanting to throw people off buildings, because, like, yeah, like they focus so much on the verticality of the follow-up attacks and like just what you can do with that, and I think that's really cool.
Well, Kingdom 1 has a lot of really good missions, but like a lot of the structure is, you know, it's very square. There's some platforms you can climb up on, but it's like big old squares that have like a couple like, you know, like corridors you can pass. And if, you know, you want to spread out your units, one, so you can get big triangles, and two, just so you can like cover all your ground as best you can, get everyone doing everything. So your team very much feels spread out, and sometimes that doesn't let you take as much advantage of bouncing between like your units and having them interact with each other. The second Kingdom, a lot of it is like thinner levels, but they just go up. So there's a much different dynamic of how you decide who's going to go where. Is it more advantageous to have like one person or two people down on the ground, or like, you know, who do I keep down there to do follow-ups and fight the crowds down here as I'm launching them? Who can hold their own up there and run across as fast as I need them to? It's just like really, really just dynamic.
Yeah.
And I appreciate it a lot. And even like later on, like it takes a little before they introduce more units, but like towards the end they reveal, you know, like the big like sumo guys who chuck more enemies at you, who like really play with that verticality where like it's just chucking people at you. You can't do anything about it. There's the ninjas.
Umbrella ladies.
The umbrellas who
umbrella
I want to
ladies
die.
make you want to die for yourself.
And I think they also introduced the ninjas there.
No, that's Kingdom 3.
Is it?
I remember I remember that.
You're right, because Yusuke?
Yes, that's I see you've been turned into a monster. Don't worry, this won't hurt the bonds of our friendship.
I love this game so much.
God, I think it's really funny that whenever that happened to me, I was playing as Joker. That made it way funnier to me.
Yeah, but like, and I just feel like the synergies of how everything is implemented here is so intentional and is so fun to do. Where even like, you know, this kingdom has debatably the hardest mission in the game. Slightly tied for it.
And it's Yusuke throwing people off buildings.
Exactly. It's ridiculous. It's fairly hard to get it figured out, but it's really, really satisfying.
Yes.
And it never feels like you're at a complete, like, it's not like, oh, I can't run all the way over there. It's what's the order and structure I need to do to solve this puzzle.
Yeah. I think that's awesome, and all of that is capped off with the best fight in the game.
Yeah.
Which is like a perfect like representation.
Elevators.
Of all of that. Yeah, elevators are also a really fun mechanic.
Oh yeah, again, which playing with the verticality more. Kingdom 2 also added doors.
I don't want to talk about the doors. I love the elevators. One, because yeah, they're a really fun bit of verticality, and two, because on levels that were very elevator centric, I'm assuming you also did the same thing where one party member got assigned to elevator bitch.
Oh.
It's like, yep, you're gonna stand here and press this button, and that's it. Have fun, Arena.
This is your life, Morgana. This is what we do now.
I will say, I guess, like, I want to get this thought out of my brain. So I mentioned to you playing the game, and like, it kind of bothered me that so this game has a whopping one returning track from Royal, and it's the Velvet Room, and a different octave of Prison Labor. Other than that, there's a remix of Beneath the Mask, a remix of, what is it, like Tension or whatever that song's called?
Yeah, that plays when with the Shadow Toshiro cutscene.
Yeah, which, like, of all things is kind of crazy, but like I'm totally down with it.
Yeah.
And very little outside of that, which on the one hand is awesome because this game has 108 fucking songs. But on the other hand, yeah, I would have liked some staples coming back. Okay, because in retrospect, I'm cool with, we'll get to it, I'm cool with Awakening not playing. One, because her name is Comes.
Yeah.
That being said, I wish Willpower was the first phase of that boss theme.
Yeah, it's understandable. But Alter Ego is still like a top tier track. But I can actually agree with that one more.
The other thing is, like, Life Will Change should have played at some point, I think. Especially, like, they have these bits where, like, you're storming, like, a castle. Like, you play Life Will Change during that cutscene.
Yeah.
It's just obvious
yeah,
to do that.
Unless I'm mistaken, this game didn't really have a Life Will Change equivalent.
Well, I was going to say, it doesn't have Life Will Change, but Inextinguishable is the best freaking thing ever.
But yeah,
if you want to
count that, yeah, Inextinguishable is awesome.
Yeah. So like I love that. I don't know, I just wanted to get that off my chest of like I like this game's music, but I don't know. Give me Life Will Change. Let me have my dopamine hit.
In general, I think with like Kingdom 2, because like Maria is a good starting antagonist. She's very threatening. She's tall, and you're all like short little chibi creatures. That's scary.
That's something I do love that about the art. I love how big the villains are and like the sprite art. I think that's really cool. And like because like the game has a less like I want to call it realistic as if P5 had a real art style, but like you know because it's like because it's way more cartoony that then being able to play with proportions like that more is really.
Well, that's the thing, because like Maria is a very menacing but very fun antagonist. Yoshiki is
she's
freaking.
She's the. Yeah, no, like Maria is like the big evil lady who wants to make people into a cake.
She's very silly. Yoshiki is not silly. Yoshiki is insanely menacing. Like his design is a little goofy. Like he's got the Buddha face that splits open and reveals like an Oni. Like, yeah, that's silly. But the way it's performed, the way it's written, is not silly. He is freaky. And like his silhouette and figure and everything is massive. So it just feeds into this whole thing where like, and the implications of what he is doing to this kingdom and how it relates to Toshiro, it's just this perfect storm of just like, we need to stop this more than like anything. So that confrontation is already super satisfying. On top of the boss just being this insanely fun puzzle that you're bouncing between all these enemies going up these elevators. Like, even like him, you know, like launching stuff at you, interrupting you, adding these like security, like the cameras that stop you. It just all is perfect.
Shoutouts to one of our friends who's like, I hate the cameras. I kept running into him. I was like, yeah, you freaking stupid. That's a skill issue, bro.
That's literally, just don't do it. In fact, you can walk pretty close up to those cameras without it detecting you. You have to be sprinting at them, basically.
I will say, because, like, there were, like, certain points where, like, because the game is technically grid-based, like, well, it is grid-based, but, you know, like, the movement is, like, pseudo-grid-based. There were points where like I was trying to like be careful and just slipped into a camera, which does give me one of my two big gameplay complaints, which is like, why do I have to finish the turn to undo? Can I just undo my action, please?
Yeah, I get that.
And then my other gameplay problem is like, let me fucking zoom out the camera. So close, and some of these missions really would benefit from it. I don't know, but yeah, it's a really cool fight. So I was gonna ask, in the tier list of Persona 5 Cinematic Universe villains, where's Yoshiki rank for you?
Oh, because I think I would probably put them at. I mean, I know this doesn't mean anything because it's like relatively, like I'm speaking relatively without an actual chart in front of me to see where the other things are. It's maybe like an A bordering on S.
It's because if our S tier is like, you know, like Kamoshida, Shido, Kanoe, and then, you know, God sex tier is Maruki alone. You can't beat him. And then like right below Kamoshida and them would be like what, like
Madarame.
Madarame, probably Yaldabaoth.
I like Yaldabaoth. People don't like Yaldabaoth, and they're
I like
bad.
Yaldabaoth up top.
Woo!
I would put Sai in S tier, but you know you might be more inclined for A.
No, I like Sai a lot.
I remember we made our tier list, and you were like, I don't know if she's the best villain. I'm like, you should die.
Yeah, I was trying to be a contrarian.
Wow. we did make that list and put we did put Adachi below Namatame, and we were right for that.
Oh yeah, no, I'll stand by that to the end of time. Namatame is amazing. I shout out to Yoshiki.
Yeah, Yoshiki's just a really good. Is he the best villain in this game?
Yeah, I'd say, like, because I appreciate what Shadow Toshiro represents. Nakabachi is perfectly hateable, and Saomael, I think, just like symbolically, I really like what they're going for. And it's an awesome fight. But yeah, I feel like all of those elements that I like about them come together in Yoshiki.
Yeah.
And Marie is silly.
Jerry.
Who the freak is Jerry? And yeah, I am so... People, I think I've said that twice already. Yeah, if you haven't played the DLC, we'll explain. We'll explain Jerry. Because I'm...
No, we won't. The game didn't.
Alright, so we're back from totally not having recorded everything else you just heard, like, 5 days ago. No, it is totally the same day. We just took, like, a 5-minute break.
We're back. And I don't have a job.
So yeah, don't mind us if we repeat things we said earlier a little bit, but we're starting at Kingdom 3.
We're
it's
here.
It's the good one. I mean, they're all the good one. I mean, kind of.
Not really.
I like them. But yeah, no, Toshiro's Kingdom is ridiculous.
Don't say that. It's Nakabachi's Kingdom, you fucking
on
Adam, have you considered the fact that someone might have been watching this and, like, finished the first 2 Kingdoms, but they hadn't done 3 yet?
And they'd also played enough of Repaint Your Heart to not be spoiled before, and also watched a full Let's Play of the final Kingdom.
Yeah, they just blacked out when we talked about Samael.
Yeah, but so the third Kingdom,
we did it.
Is really good. It's
yes.
I'd say in terms of like structure, it's definitely not as strong, at least from like I guess justifying the levels. It's definitely not as strong as the first 2 Kingdoms. Because
I guess I'll get out of the way my like complaint with this kingdom, which is that I think 4 is even worse about this.
Yeah, 4 is just a gauntlet of levels.
Yeah, Kingdom 3 is where so I guess like set the stage. A complaint / nitpick I've heard about Persona 5 Royal is that gradually, like, the palaces get less and less, I guess, thievery, if you want to put it that way. Whereas, you know, you have Madarame's palace, where, you know, that palace ends with this whole elaborate plan to, like, turn off the lights and lower Mona on the crane and grab the painting and run.
Yeah, it's a big old heist.
Yeah, you have all of that. And I think that can be pretty clearly summed up in P5 in the sense that at some point they just forget their rule to not take the front door. So, you know, like, that's a thing in P5R, but even then, every palace still has its thing, you know. Sai's palace is this Casino Royale, you know, trying to make the casino lose as much money as possible. I've never seen Casino Royale, I assume that's the plot.
It's not, but, you know, you got it.
It's the plot of one of those movies, right?
Definitely not that one. That's James Bond.
Yeah, it's the plot of a Futurama episode. But yeah, it's like you have that. You have, like, you know, trying to make the casino lose as much money as it can. You have, like, you know, going through the factory in space and, you know, destroying half of it to get to where you need to go. All of them kind of have their thing, their vibe to it that still keeps it within that, like, general thief theme. And Tactica's theme for the first 2 Kingdoms is this sort of militaristic planning, you know, coming up with strategies. You know, the first kingdom is like this whole jailbreak thing for like half of it. And the second kingdom is, you know, avoid, you know, you have like disguise and espionage to avoid like the heavy surveillance. Kingdom 3, you have a couple fucked up little guys who tell you, go to the door and grab the MacGuffin, and then you do that 4 times, and then you win.
Yeah, because I'll at least give it a little credit and kind of like remedying the issue with that, which it still does kind of have that structure in there of building up that army and forming that revolution once you realize the problem, seeing all the consequences of it. It's just that all happens in the past. So it's you seeing the memories of that happen. But the levels you're actually going through, it's literally like you enter video game hell door and you enter a level, and it's a like it's not like justified where it's like we're going around this town. It is literally you are walking into a video game level, and that's what you're going to do in this kingdom.
Yeah, there's just some doors laying around.
Yes.
Like that I don't know, that this was kind of where I mentioned earlier in the discussion that like I get burnt out pretty easily on tactics games, and this is where I started to feel it with this game, because the plot, while the plot was very interesting,
you lost that immersion.
We'll get to Airy. I very much was like, it wasn't like, oh man, what are we gonna do next to take down the big bad? It was
another level.
Yeah. So like,
and they're fun levels. Like I think like
they're good levels.
It's not like quite as like high peaking as like the Second Kingdom, but I think it generally keeps up that flow of just really interesting combat. Even if I think the overall aesthetic is maybe like a little too like dim feeling.
These fights. This applies to basically every level of the rest of the game going forward, but the actual levels aesthetically get very samey. Whereas like the first two kingdoms, like, oh yeah, you're in a different part of this town. You can tell because it's different. And oh, you're inside the castle and like in like these under like jail type areas, or you know, you're inside Yoshiki's castle, like it's this like extravagant like classic Japanese style. In this one, you're literally on a block floating in space.
Yeah, no, Third Kingdom is just you're in Captain Toad's afterlife, like just a bunch of squares. It looks like hell.
Captain Toad did go to hell. That is true.
That's canon. And I find it. I still find the levels fun. I think the speaker system is. I think they could have made the punishments a little scarier. Like it's just like, oh no, we're gonna drop a rock on your head and break you out of cover. But yeah, I like the idea of them. I think the ninjas are fun.
I love it's just a big rock. Like, I don't know, I just think that's really funny. They didn't want to animate something new, so it's like, yeah, just take the sumo attack.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I think the levels are really cool. Shoutouts to the best line in the game, which is the first time you attack a ninja, Yusuke just saying, it appears you've turned into a monster. Don't worry, this will not break the bonds of our friendship.
No, that... Oh, because...
But that actually makes me think, I'm really curious now what if that same line plays if you do that with Yusuke.
Oh,
Has Faz uploaded that yet?
I doubt it. I do... Now I have to go back and check that.
Do it right now. We'll take another 5-day break.
Next intermission. I don't know, like, I guess in terms of the combat, I guess this is the kingdom I have the least to say about the combat, because it's very much just, it's very methodical, not in like not in the good way. It's not like, they're not bad. I didn't take a break like you did. I was still very in it, especially because of the plot, and like, with how the Second Kingdom ended, I was just hooked. I was in there. So I did like all of the Third Kingdom in like, I think 2 days? Might have been, I don't even remember anymore. It might have been one very long day. But yeah, like, even if it's very kind of gamey the way you progress through it, I do love the atmosphere of the Third Kingdom a lot. It's very Persona 1. Just like that very grim, it's got the heavy pianos. Literally the transitions into the battles, they do the silly spin effect. You're in a school? That's like Persona 1.
That's true. No other Persona game's done that.
Exactly. It's, I mean, I won't say that's a spoiler for Persona 1, but it's also got some other similarities. That's cool. But yeah, it's just in general, I think, like, the atmosphere is definitely the strongest here, and maybe the strongest in the whole game, which is kind of like, I wish there was, like, a little more of a gameplay through line with that, but I don't know. It works. Musically, this, like, the actual conversation tracks, like, the hideout theme, maybe my favorite variations of them. It's that aspect all comes together really well.
I will say that this is a me thing, wanting my content. I am a bit bummed that from here on out, correct me if I'm wrong, there is not another new Lin song until the final boss.
don't know.
Yeah, I don't think Lynn sings again until the final boss.
Yeah, 'cause she doesn't sing an alter ego.
Nope. No, the battle themes have Lynn tracks.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, and like, oh no, that's a bit of a bummer.
So that's what stopped you.
Yeah, that was it.
I do like the music here. It's not like something that I'd constantly have on, like, in the background. Maybe sometimes. It's very grungy. It fits the aesthetic.
Yeah, it fits the vibes of the kingdom, but like, I don't know, at least for me, a couple of the songs, like, I started really trying to tune out in these long battles.
It's very, very heavy on just, like, the grind of the noise. Which I like in moderation.
I like it. It's just these fights are really long.
Though, in general, I do just like here, you know, despite all that, actually getting into the characters, there are some of the, because, you know, you're going straight through Toshiro's backstory, seeing all these different things. I do really like, I kind of mentioned a little bit before, but just how much each character kind of reflects on Toshiro, except for Makoto.
This is
we're not talking about that anymore.
This is the freaking, I hate the way they just ditch Makoto in this chapter.
We're not talking about Makoto anymore. Yeah, but like, and I feel like everyone at least gets something to resonate with him here. Like, even if they did get a little bit before, and I just like how they all bounce off. The team feels very together here. Eri is sad because Eri is like, the frig am I? And in general, or not, sorry, Arena, sorry. Two different characters.
It's Toshiro's OC.
In general, because I feel like we haven't talked a ton about Arena, but I really, really like her arc here. It falls into a similar camp of the standard, I guess, Shadow, like, who am I? What am I? Oh, I don't know. I want to die. I feel like they definitely execute in a very different way, though, where, you know, for how, like, not even in, like, the Morgana way. Like, she is genuinely just super, super confident, very headstrong. She embodies, you know, someone that Toshiro knew that was, like, all of his ideals that he attached to. But, you know, her not really knowing her place in the situation, more so, like, she still has confidence in herself, but she's just more so, I guess, questioning the implications of what she is, which I think is neat. And I don't like seeing her sad, and I want to give her a hug. And it's also really funny because Toshiro's becoming, like, they have very, I guess, like, crossed arcs where he's getting more confident over time, and she's melting.
I really like, well, one, I really like the, you know, you'll see people on Twitter complain because they've never played another Mega 10 game, I guess. See people complain that Futaba said whipped in this part.
It was accurate.
I love it. Because, like, I don't know, for one, that's just a Mega 10 thing. Every goddamn Mega 10 game just has some sort of modern internet speak in it.
Even SMT does. Like,
no, yeah, SMT does.
These people have not heard any of those demon, like, conversations.
Have you ever fought Hellrider in Nocturne? No, yeah, there's that. P3 had Leet speak. You know, it's always been a thing, and I don't know, I thought whipped was funny, mainly because, like, a couple cutscenes later, Yusuke says it, and Yusuke saying anything like that is funny.
Yeah, no. I don't know, do we get into the big boy of this chapter? Do we get into plot?
Well, before that, like, I don't know, we mentioned it earlier, but I guess, like, I want to be more specific. Futaba owns in this, in this kingdom.
That was part of the reason why I wanted to get to that, because, like, Futaba throughout this whole thing is, like, outside of, you know, Toshiro, Arena, Eri, yeah, Futaba's my favorite part.
Yeah.
And there's just, like, this very particular storm of character traits with Futaba of, like...
You forgot Jerry.
Can you... No! Yeah, but there's, like, this very particular storm of character traits with Futaba where... And something about, like, the very, like, loner shut-in thing with, like... really wanting to break out and, make a change. And obviously everyone has that, that break into break out mentality. Ooh.
I get it.
Yeah, but like, I don't, I think also with like regret is like a very, very huge thing with Futaba, even to the extent where like, I think the difference is the regret really is not, like, An very much has regret, and it's sad, but it is something that, although she is not to blame for the situation she's in, she is very aware with Kamoshida that she could have stepped up sooner. She could have said something. Of course, which this game very much kind of tackles, is that probably wouldn't have amounted to much if she didn't have people backing her up and have that system to really push against that abuse. But like, there still is that level there, while Futaba, like, she was just completely manipulated in that situation. And, even through that, constantly would just batter herself down to the point of wanting to die. So yeah, matching that up with Toshiro and what he goes through here genuinely made me cry.
Yeah.
I love her.
Because I mentioned this to you, because like that's like a thing in writing. I don't know. The trope. The trope of literally slapping someone out of like a delusion. P5 did with Makoto's social link. And stuff like that. I love that they did it with Futaba, because like Futaba's like such like, I don't know if meek's the right word, but she's a little guy, and like basically every character has some scene in like the history of P5 of them like metaphorically slapping someone out of something, because like Haru, Yusuke, and On all do it in Strikers.
Yeah.
Yusuke's in particular is the best. But like, no, yeah, like that's a thing that they've done a lot. I love them doing it here with Futaba, of her literally just slapping Toshiro across the face and just telling him to not throw his life away and to not like ignore his mom's wish. It's definitely the most like one-to-one comparison that any of these characters have to Toshiro.
It's genuinely just like really beautiful.
Yeah, it's very good.
Well, because like it's like unfathomable even imagining Futaba, breaking into someone's personal space at the expense of her own, let alone attacking them. I just smacked my mic. I don't know if that was audible. But like, I don't know. It's just good. It just works.
It just works. I don't know. Futaba's the best in this game. Which I can especially appreciate, given that like she had an arc in Strikers, but it was one of the more like, it was more of a backseat thing of her being like, look, Joker, I walked around a town by myself, and I'm like, I'm proud of you. Here's a cookie.
It was just like a natural, chill extension of what she already does.
Yeah. And like I really like what they do with Futaba and Strikers. This isn't to devalue Strikers like version of her.
So what you're saying is Strikers bad?
No, I just said the opposite of that with like my actual words. I don't know, but I liked that as we said, this game written by world's biggest Futaba fan. So I really like them following up on that, because I feel like at this point, every P5 character has gotten like a really dedicated to them like follow-up arc to their initial thing in Royal. Because like, I mean, I kind of accept Morgana, but also Morgana's arc is the entirety of Persona 5.
I was gonna say, if any character from that game really does not need any kind of follow-up, like, Morgana is set. At most, they did like a little extra treat at the end of Royal for third semester. That wasn't even necessary, but like, that resolved the little hanging thread that was there. Otherwise, Morgana's set. Morgana's had his arcs.
Yeah, because like I'd say Ryuji and Makoto both had their big follow-ups in P5 already. Because Ryuji, ignoring the ending of it, Ryuji has his really good moment in Shido's palace at the end. Ignoring how everyone else treats him. And then Makoto has Size Palace.
Yeah.
You know, Akechi has third semester. Sumi has her thing.
And
And then
even
yeah,
then, all of the main cast, you know, royals withstanding, do get like extra conclusions of like reaffirming their growth,
yeah,
like right before they go to fight Yadabaoth.
yeah. And then Strikers gave us on Yusuke and Haru. Tactica's given us Futaba's like big time to shine. Joker can't talk. Uh, Memento's mission gave us Joker. I don't know. Yeah, like I like that it really. I don't know. With Tactica to some extent, I feel like they did look at the cast and were like, all right, who should we really give something big to here who deserves it? And they decided on Futaba at the cost of Makoto.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, even to add, like,
Mhm.
obviously she didn't have an entire arc dedicated to her. I also do feel like Makoto got a pretty notable amount of development in Strikers of
Yeah.
really affirming where she wanted to take her future, why, the costs of that, like the I guess judgment that comes with that, and how much of a change she wants to make. Everything with her interactions with like Akane and Zenkichi is a really nice follow-up to what she's doing.
Yeah.
So like yeah, Futaba and Strikers definitely got the least, so I'm glad that she got a big, like, she got a lot here.
Ryuji said fuck in that game.
He
He's
did.
done.
It was so cool.
He peaked.
Set up and payoff, baby.
We did it. I don't know. Yeah, Tactica's a good game. Let's talk about Eri.
Yeah. So, okay, because starting off this kingdom, they are not shy about, like, you know. Well, you know, they're not going to say it, but it's like, oh, I wonder whose kingdom it could be. Ooh, we're scratching out the nail. Ooh.
Dude, those Rebel Club members are fucked up.
Yeah. I love the little hat crew. I don't know why one of them doesn't have a hat. That's
Fucked up,
wrong.
they
That's
ruined it.
evil.
That's how I knew something was wrong. Not the fact that they wanted to kill a man.
Okay, because I think one of the craziest things about the progression of this plot is, like, you know, at this point, you're like, there's a lot of answers that we're looking for, you know, one, obviously why we're here, but, like, you know, what is Arena is, like, the biggest question of the time. So, yeah, then we get Eri introduced, who is the best.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Eri... I did love the first time Eri showed up on screen, and I was like, oh no, my theories are right.
It's gonna be like this.
Yeah.
But, like, before getting into, like, just, you know, gushing about Eri and that whole thing, I think the thing that really makes this arc work so well is what actually happens is far from the most unpredictable thing ever, especially if you've been, like, following along with what this game is saying and the ideas it's trying to convey, how it relates to the other thieves, and, like, you know, just basic writing conventions.
Yeah, like, if you really pay attention to, like, you know, the way things are written, and you're like, they figure out it's Nakabachi a bit too quickly, it's definitely not him.
Yeah, so, like, the actual plot beats aren't the most shocking thing or surprising, but what is the extent that they go into it, how hard they commit to those beats, and how generally they are a lot more grave than it seems, like, when you're first going in. Or, like, okay, because, yeah, first off, Eri, the best. Like, I like how, I love Toshiro, but yeah, this constant thing they do of just revealing more figures in his past, of showing why he has this insanely strong will of rebellion, from, like, even just small things of him, you know, wanting to see his mom, breaking away from his dad's, like, for lack of a better term, because I can't think of one, oppression to keep him in the house.
Watchful gaze.
Yes. Like, him doing that to see his mom telling him to never forget that, you know, basic resentment of his fiance because she sucks. And yeah, then you have Eri, who is, like, the genuine spark of rebellion within him, where, you know, even if, like, he had that feeling of standing up for what was right, even if he did not understand why he was doing it. Like, when Eri meets him, bro got his face rocked. He got beat the crap out of.
Is that what they say? Oh,
He got killed
I
by
get, I go,
bullies.
yeah, I get what you meant now.
What-
Sorry, you said face rocked. I was like, what the fuck does he mean? I'm like, oh yeah, he got the shit beaten out of
yeah.
him.
There's a kid
No,
show.
yeah. I don't know. Do you like? I don't know. Adam, you won. They put Minori into Persona 5.
They sure did put Minori Kushieda into this video game.
It's like everything you could have wanted, except now they're more non-binary.
Yeah.
They're
Shout
more
outs to
gender.
Eri. They are
That's
very,
good.
very gender.
Shouts to Minori. No one else will.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Watch the Toradora video. It's fun. I could probably do it better now, but it's fun. Anyways, Persona.
Yeah, I don't know. I do just love, like, just on like a surface level, Eri is just such like a wonderful, like, just such a wonderful, like, beam of light oomphy.
I was gonna say, like, Arena is already this kind of like nice, unexpected, like, sunshine. Just she is sunshine.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, like,
Eri cranks that up to 1,000.
Because I was gonna say Arena's a bit more crackheaded than Eri, but I'm not sure if that's true.
Arena is more crackheaded in the sense that I think she's more stupid than Eri.
Yeah.
She's a little more brash. Actual Eri is a lot more. She's also a little stupid, but I think she just has this constant energy of always wanting to pick people up, help them out, always do something. And just like I love the admiration she finds in Toshiro and just the immediate attachment between them, where I'm like, I love these two, they should smooch. It's just like this really good dynamic, and I love like the montage they give of just seeing how that friendship grows, all of their kooky antics. You get that amazing still of Toshiro fumbling and just smack, like, about to smack his face on the floor running through the halls with her. And like, in terms of just like supporting character, not part of the main cast, for how brief she is there, she shines so bright. Like, we keep using that terminology, but that's what she is. She just serves this very effective purpose, and I love how they gradually reveal the depth of her ambitions and ideals, and how those very blatantly pass on to Toshiro, even to where, like, in the normal conversations we get, they just add even more backstory of just showing the connection that he had with her, how it affected him, how it affects Eri, or how it affects Arena. Gosh dang it.
You can do it.
And I appreciate her.
I will say, so I went to look something up, because something I was thinking about. So Arena is pretty clearly it is Eri, not Suhara.
Yeah.
I was thinking about, though, because I'm like, hang on, that's not her name in the Japanese version, is it? Because, yeah, in the Japanese version, Arena's name is Ellie.
Yeah.
And I was curious, as far as I can tell, at least going by the Megaten wiki and trying to Google Japanese characters, so take it with a grain of salt. Someone smarter than me could maybe give a better thing. As far as I can tell, in the Japanese version, the real one's name is still Eri, not Suhara. So I think it's funny that the English version renamed her to be like, all right, we'll make the connection more obvious. Arena.
I'm pretty sure from what I saw before, I could be wrong, I do think there is a like slight change that has a similar intent with the name.
Yeah, I could imagine that. Like, that's what I assume is, like, the original name had, like, there was like that original name, but Eri Natsuhara to Ellie doesn't make sense in English.
Yeah. Also,
so that's my assumption.
Also, thank you for bringing up the fantastic Megaten wiki, because that I have something to bring up later. You just reminded me. Yeah, well,
what a fandom should die.
Yeah, you know who else should die? Nakabachi. I really, it's not that there haven't been super hateable characters in the past. Like, I definitely think someone like Kamoshida is more hateable, but But man, this series is really, really good at making characters who you just think should be wiped off this planet.
Yeah, like, Nakabachi is one of the most immediately hateable characters in any Persona game.
Well, because...
yeah, right up there with Kamoshida.
Well, because, yeah, what he does, like Kamoshida, is very much on a smaller scale. It's, again, just like a system-wide abuse in the school.
Mm-hmm.
And it never gets quite to the extent of Kamoshida in terms of what he does, but it gets real close with a lot of the stuff they imply. And yeah, just seeing that, like, very blatant reflection of the stuff they've gone through in the past, and seeing how Toshiro and Eri confront that, and just the constant anxiety of it's like, okay, so where is Eri? What happens with this? And like I just think the slow reveal of information and that uncertainty where you know something has to happen, where even Futaba's a little silly. It's like, yeah, I smell a plot twist coming. Ooh! And I'm like, shut up, Futaba, I'm crying. But like, I don't know, because I constantly had, I don't know what a lot of your theories were going through it, but I was wondering if it's like, I think the big one they try and, I guess, coax you into is, oh yeah, Toshiro, you know, betrays them when they confront Nakabachi. He's going to betray them, and because he doesn't want to lose whatever, you know, ground he has in school. So he's not going to commit to that, and then he loses his friendship with Eri, and now he's the shell of a man that he, you know, like, this is what he's become, and he's trying to break out of that. No, that doesn't happen. No,
Yeah,
he definitely commits.
Yeah, okay, because the game tries to build this up, and I kind of could see it going this way of, like, yeah, the revolution doesn't work. Because that's, like, the obvious answer to, like, that's the obvious answer to, okay, what made Toshiro, like, give up on his redhead GF? Because, like, I wouldn't. But, like, yeah, it's like, what horrible thing happened to make that happen? And I don't know, I really like them being like, no, wait, it did work. So it's like, okay, if this did work, Nakabachi being the main villain doesn't quite make sense anymore. Even though you do get to fight him, which, yeah, shout outs to me getting to that fight, and it's like, yeah, this reskin of a sumo wrestler's the boss, huh?
He's the guy.
Yeah, I bet. But like, I don't know, I really like that of like wondering where the frick it's gonna go next.
Well, because like, yeah, like you said, it's very much, you know, it worked. So the next question isn't, you know, like, oh, did it work or not? It's now, okay, it worked. So why are we at like where we are now? Which is,
yeah. So what actually ruined this man's life?
Yeah, it's because this game's themes are so, like, strong and ever-present. Because we mentioned it before of, you know, the Second Kingdom very much ends with, you know how to do a revolution, you know how to build it up, and you've seen an inkling of what the consequences are of committing to this, and how they can be painful. The Third Palace is genuine and, like, you know, it's anime, whatever, it's fiction, it's not the super real. I think it is shockingly realistic how that all plays out.
Yeah, well, because like, I like that this story with Nakabachi, because Nakabachi is an irredeemably terrible person.
Yes.
But I like it really, because, you know, when Eri and young Toshiro's story takes place, you know, it's a pre-internet age, clearly. That's just the only way that time makes sense. But, like, I like... It really does kind of go into that thing of, like, basically just the concept of, like, the internet pile-on.
Yeah.
And, like, how we treat people who we, as, like, the court of public opinion, decide are bad. Which, yeah, and, like... I also like that they did it with an irredeemably bad person. Because, like, Nakabachi deserves hell. Obviously, but giving him punishment isn't the public's job.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not our job, you know, it's not like the public's job to basically torture this man until he goes insane. That's the job of the police who were already questioning him.
Mm.
And
Or
like the theoretical justice system that should be in place to take that out of everyone else's hands.
yeah, or you know, like this is getting more into like just proper opinion territory, but like, you know, in a utopia, the purpose of prison should not just be sheer punishment. Even with like crappy people, it should be reformation. Even if the like public does not have to accept these people around, you know, they're not obligated to forgive people who have changed, but the point of that is you've made a mistake, we are going to try and make you better. And, you know, the public doesn't have to like you, but that, I don't know, reformation should be the point of that. Regardless.
And that's why the death penalty is a bad idea, but that's a bit too big of a topic for this discussion about anime video games.
Oh my goodness gracious. But like, I like the questions I hate to use the buzzword, but like, you know, with something like cancel culture, my gosh.
What the fuck? You brought wokeness into my anime
gosh,
discussion.
Dang it! I like how it's very much kind of reflecting on, again, someone who we can all agree is terrible, manipulated the students into, you know, blackmailing each other, keeping an eye on each other. Again, it's implied that he, like, was creeping on a lot of those students as well. Terrible person. But, you know, is it the public as a mass's job to give that group punishment? And, you know, what is the limit on that? Like, what do we consider proportional with that? You know, people jumping in and, you know, making claims where it's like, well, this person's already terrible. Let me just add stuff onto this. Let me just throw out, like, pettier claims or just make stuff up because it's the target. Even if I have nothing to do with this situation, I'm going to leap in and kick them while they're down.
Yeah.
And it's very much like questioning, one, what is the value and purpose of that? And, like, if that's justified, and second, like, if that's going to happen, does that mean that what happened was a mistake, or that it could have been done differently? And, you know, there's not clear answer for that stuff. It's very rough, and ultimately we do get the very sad but real, like, culmination of that, where it's like, yeah, if that's going to happen to someone who was already fairly messed up, it's probably going to push them to their breaking point, and the people who did this can get hurt. Things can go far past what they wanted, and then the question is, now that it has done irreparable damage to some of these people, again, was it worth it? It's very heavy.
Yeah, and Tactica is able to... Yeah, Tactica has the very blunt way of showing you, hey, maybe this is bad by crippling Arena or Aerie. Like, so it has that blunt instrument of, like, yeah, someone literally nearly died because of this, which isn't always the case in real life, but, you know, that's like it works really well for what it's trying to say of, like, yeah, here is, like, this very obvious consequence to an entire legion of people deciding that this guy is doomsday and everyone needs to jump on them to stop them.
Because, man, like, I don't know how well you relate to this, but when it started the cutscene of them standing at the train station, which, you know, already has connotations galore, where you're like, okay, this is going somewhere bad.
Oh, it's an anime cutscene.
Yeah.
Those are only good.
But that's the thing, like, seeing Nakabachi slowly walking up, again, it's not that this plot is the most unpredictable thing I've seen in the world. It's not. It commits very hard to going in a direction that makes sense without, like, contriving anything.
Yeah.
But, like, and just the culmination and build-up of all of this, and just knowing all of those questions, all of that weight, seeing him walk up, I genuinely don't think my eyes have ever flown agape more than seeing him walk up and me just like, oh, I'm physically paralyzed. I am not happy. I don't like this.
Yeah. Because, like, I don't know, it's very effective. Because, like, you know, somewhere in the back of your mind, you know, yeah, somehow the story has to get us back to the modern day where it explains why Toshiro is a pathetic little loser. And yeah, like, it's something.
Because the interesting thing is, which you know, part of it when you're going through it, it's like, well, maybe he's misremembering something, but I don't know. He does mention before that it's like, yeah, I still occasionally message Eri. Like, we still keep in touch a little bit. So it's like, oh, I guess things work out. Which, you know, then the implication is like, okay, I guess they just, like, lost contact with each other. And, you know, the payoff at the end of the game, which still happened, just a lot sadder, is like, oh, she's gonna be a reporter and she's gonna walk up to him while he's doing whatever press speech. And that's gonna be the reunion. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, you know, good enough. Okay, I will say, because, like, you know, watching that train cutscene, you know, the immediate, I think, thought for a lot of people is going to be, oh, she died.
She got hit by a train.
Yeah.
I do like the implication, though, that legitimately, if Toshiro had not reached out to grab her, she would have died. Like, he did actually save her.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like the explanation for his glove. But, like, I will also add, while we're talking about this, and since I brought it up, I want to mention this now. I do, because, you know, Persona does, you know, if you played enough Persona, you know that Persona really likes having dead characters for the sake of character development.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's characters that die on or off screen, you know, Junpei has his story, Nanako Dojima have their story, every goddamn P5 character has a dead parent.
Yeah.
You know, so, like, this is very much a dead or left parent, you know, this is a thing that, like, happens a lot in this series. And even, like, you know, Striker's pathetic old man. Like, yeah, Zenkichi has a dead wife. So, like, I really appreciate them not actually killing Eri. One, because I like, you know, not doing the thing every other Persona game did. And two, I really like this story sort of conclusion and this thing of, like, yeah, Toshiro cannot face this person that meant a lot to him and who he really wants to see again. He cannot actually face them again and see them again until he is able to be someone who is worthy of standing with them.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
and I really like that, you know, and, like, Persona does that a lot, but, like, I like, yeah, they didn't kill Eri so that could be Toshiro's story, and I really enjoy that.
Yeah, it would have been a massive disservice to Eri as a character if they just decided to fridge her, and that's the resolution, and it's like, oh, and Toshiro had his friend died who was his friend for the sake of character development, and now he never wants to rebel again. It's like, no, she survived. He saved her, and he got a little injured in the process. She got very crippled, but even still, and, you know, his memory still, like, cuts out initially when looking back at this, but, like, the overall thing of her being like, even though all of this happened and my will is essentially broken, like, I am pushed past my limit, her still turning to him being like, don't regret this. This happened for a reason. This was meaningful. You should still stand up and do these things. It's a very, very hard lesson to take. But,
yeah,
like, so hard that he literally doesn't. Like, he gets to those points in his life, even against, like, just a fiance, where he still has that anxiety that he has inside, where he has repressed what happened so much and only took the negative out of it, that he does not want to break the status quo that he has been living in.
Yeah, and I also, the game doesn't explicitly say this, but it's something I thought of that, like, whenever I think about this, I'm like, yeah, this is an interesting implication. So Eri's a third year, and he's a first year, which meant after that traumatic event, he went through the rest of high school without her.
Yes.
So, like,
they do mention that.
Mm-hmm. No, yes, like, I think that's a really interesting thing of, like, yeah, he went presumably still as student council president, since it's what his dad wanted, just, like, without his right-hand girl really helping him, you know, be good.
Mm.
So yeah, there's that. I really love that stuff. I will also say, because, like, as we're getting into the climax, before we get to, like, peak fiction, one is just the fact that, yeah, Toshiro and Eri just are the best dynamic ever.
It's so good.
They are, you know, man's a natural born bottom, what can I say? But like, one of the lessons that I actually really like, that I like that, you know, it's that sort of like glass half empty or half full lesson. It's in one of the side conversations of him basically, of Eri telling him like, don't say sorry,
say thank you. Yeah, no, that quote sticks in my head so much, to like a genuine effect of how I talk to people now.
Yeah, no, I really love that. It reminded me, even though it's like not quite the exact same message, I like those kinds of positive outlook messages, because it reminds me of banger anime Skip and Loafer. There's a lesson in that show that I really loved. I tried to take with me, which is basically like, there's these two different characters. This one girl who's like, you know, she's kind of like, initially in the show is like sort of the bitchy mean girl. And there's like this joke where like she has basically a shit list of people that she hates. And then she sees the main character and realizes, oh, she remembers people who are nice and help her, and I'm miserable because I just remember all the people that pissed me off. So like, I really like those kinds of messages of like, yeah, it is far more valuable to carry like positive feelings and like not wallowing in self-pity, but, you know, growing and appreciating what someone else actually did for you to get you to that point where you would want to self-pity.
Yeah, it's like the actual like effective version of like the idea of manifesting, where it's like, yeah, if you give yourself a positive outlook, or even like talk about things like positively just to convince yourself, it can build up this confidence and idea of actually being able to move forward and not constantly kick down on yourself or others, by just putting in a little optimism, even in like small little interactions like that don't seem like they matter. It can make like a long-term difference.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
I like his game,
man. But Eri got hit by a train, so what does she know?
That's true. Like, honestly,
yeah, I just love that whole thing, because, you know, after all those flashbacks, like, you know, they've been getting their little memories. Then we get sad after fighting not real boss. And
I do need to mention just how fucking funny it is that in one of the DLC challenge missions you get at the end of, like, after beating the DLC, one of them has you fight 2 Nakabachi.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
They're like, oh, it's a big guy, sure.
Anyway, yes, you do that, and then everything, arena vaporizes.
Oh yeah, that does happen, and then
it's really funny.
They're like, oh, I wonder who the kingdom owner could be. It's totally. Don't they like? Okay, this is one thing that I could be slightly misremembering, but like I don't even know. Don't they basically confirm that it's Toshiro like in that moment, like Shadow Toshiro? But then like when they go to meet with Shadow Toshiro, they're just shocked again.
I don't remember. I forget. I don't know. Because, like, something happens. It's been a second.
I don't know. I just, like, appreciate this arc a lot. That's not leading into anything. I'm just smiling. Well, I'm sad, but yeah.
I need to mention, so many people before this game came out, you know, sprite rips whenever Atlus leaked to the game. Good job, guys.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
And then a lot of people just found this sprite of Makoto strangling Ryuji. Which, you know, Makoto has her problems in this game. We spent too long talking about them, but he deserved it.
Oh
in that moment.
Like, I love Ryuji. That is textbook case of, bro, you need to know when to shut up. Well, because people were like, oh, they're bullying him again. Wow, Flanderization. It's like, no, this is the one scene where Makoto isn't Flanderized, and Ryuji's been fine this entire game. Like,
no, yeah, Ryuji, I did mention that. I forget if I mentioned that in our, like, 5 days ago. But, like, yeah, Ryuji is barely ever bullied in this game. Which, I think it's really funny that they decided to swap the bully target to Morgana. I just think that's funny. But, like, yeah, I don't know. I really like. I don't know. Ryuji's good in this game. That's basically the point. And he's like, all right, I gotta go give Toshiro a man talk. It's like, no, you don't. You really don't.
Well, because on that note, like,
Thomas got to give him a tism talk.
That is true. I do like this very, again, like, just realistic portrayal of how Toshiro kind of is like grappling with the memories of this coming back, where it's like he is still very down in the dumps. He is struggling, but he isn't completely just giving up because he's had all this development. It's not like, oh, light switch, that's why I was sad, never mind. It is this very apparent struggle in his mind.
Yeah, well, because I really like, because at this point there is this feeling of like he's kind of given up on himself. But like, you know, it is this sort of thing of like, if you're not gonna do it for yourself, do it for Arena, because what the frick happened to her?
Do it for the cause.
Yeah, and I really like him basically just having to be like, I don't know, I'm terrified. I'm not gonna promise I won't try and run again, but I do have to do this. Which then eventually leads into him actually remembering what Eri told him.
Yeah.
And it's awesome.
Okay. Shoutouts to Shadow Toshiro and this being Persona 4 but better.
Yeah.
Cause like, I know, I guess getting ahead of ourselves, it's like technically not actually Shadow Toshiro, or like it's like severely manipulated.
It's like if Shadow Teddy made sense.
Yeah. Yeah, but just like seeing that and like the very menacing aura. You have like Eri trapped in the chair. The whole school turns into like the big old clock tower where you're on the roof. The thieves walk into yet another trap.
Oh, it's so good. They're so nice with it.
But like, just that cutscene of, you know, just I think that is when they reveal Eri is alive. Or unless they did like slightly before that.
I think it's right before that Toshiro like remembers back to being in the hospital room with Eri. It's just that he doesn't. He just remembers the downer part. I believe that's what happened. Yeah.
But yeah, just this very like strong thing of, you know, him having these opinions, like the Shadow Toshiro having these like stances about, you know, how much he should just give up and throw away Arena, how he hated Eri, where it's this like interesting mix of like a seed of truth, of like some resentment or like anxieties or stresses, but completely blown out of proportion, which is enough to drive that being part of what actually drives Toshiro to stand up and resist against it. But just on top of that, Arena, you know, finally understanding more what she is and the role she takes, giving him that moment to reflect, to stand up, giving us like cutscene that makes me cry. Also, yeah, sorry, before I get ahead of myself, Joker like says lines in this scene.
Yeah, I love, best line in the game is Joker yelling, "Take it, Toshiro." Because like,
so sick.
I'm trying to remember, outside of dancing in the anime, when was the last time Joker said his friend's name?
Yeah.
He doesn't do that. Like, he yells crow in one of the show times. There you go, that's it.
Yeah, but like, because even before we get to Toshiro's spoiler awakening, like, just the scene of him chucking that knife and, like, getting into the scarred hand, I get it, haha. But, like, running up, actually running down to this time, like, save Arena / Eri properly. I keep saying it, I don't want to be too repetitive. Toshiro is such a lovable character. He is one of the best characters the series has ever introduced.
And also, not to be too repetitive, but I need to say it again, that Toshiro's VA fucking kills.
Yeah, friggin' McLeod Andrews.
Yeah.
Take my money directly, I'll Venmo you. I don't have Venmo. I'll get Venmo.
I'll give you a Steam gift card.
Yeah.
It's so good. Also, on top of that, he does a really good job of being nerdy, prepubescent Toshiro. I like that. Oh no, yeah, just like he nails all these voices. And also, before we get too far out from it, I want to mention Shadow Toshiro. I like the little design thing that his eyes aren't gold.
Yeah.
Because he's not actually a shadow. I like that as a little detail, and also it just makes like the design like even more like monotone. I think it's cool.
It's just very like menacing and overshadowing.
It is like a shadow.
Nope.
Why not? Anyway,
but
he catches Arena and is great.
his glove explodes.
That did happen.
And I don't know why it did take me until like the second time going through that scene to be like, oh yeah, the reason he has the glove is because his hand got annihilated by that train. Which is sad, but I do love that literal like throwing off the glove, finally directly confronting those like insecurities, anxieties he's had, using that hand to lift up Arena and actually stand up. And then peak fiction.
Yeah, so
Ernesto is like the coolest persona I've ever seen in my life.
So I remember when I beat this game, me and you did a tier list together where I know I did it alone and then I showed it to you and you were like, this is gay and wrong.
Because I was right.
No, yeah. Nope. But yeah, like I made a tier list because I was like, I need to rank persona all of the P5 party member personas and like include Ernesto, and I did. And Ernesto is like at this point now, my top double S perfect tier of persona designs is basically just all of Joker's, 2 of On's with Carmen and Celestine,
like
Loki and Ernesto. Like that's the top tier.
Yeah, Ernesto is so glorious. Because I know one complaint you did have initially is, you know, them not playing Awakening in the scene, which I understand. Mm-hmm. I get it. But Her Name Is one of the best songs in the soundtrack. Like I love how much it commits to the, because they have it all throughout the game, but like the marching drums and like just building up this aura as she like Arena flips around, floats into the air like a Gmod ragdoll, and turns into the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, and that's the part where I need to now quote the Mega 10 fandom page.
Gosh, yep, here we go.
So this is something you pointed out to me. This, like, it's not wrong. It's just really funny how bluntly they word this. Under the trivia for Ernesto, the revolvers in place of Ernesto's legs allude to Eri Natsuhara's crippled legs, whose form Arena is based on. It's such a hilarious, like, Wikipedia definition way of describing something so horrible.
Did you know, gaming? Did you know Eri got her legs destroyed? And
I will say though, yeah, looking at this, yeah, so we were talking about Arena's name in Japanese and like what it connects to. Yeah, so in the Japanese version, because in the English version, Arena is like, you know, a short version of Eri Natsuhara.
Yeah.
In the Japanese version, the first 2 kana of Ellie is the same as the first 2 of Ernesto.
Yeah, it's like Ernesto.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where that's the connection between the Japanese name and her. It's just they connected it to a slightly different thing.
Yeah. All I'm saying is me with my like with my like 30% Cuban heritage. Ernesto's just me. That's just me. I'm attached to that. I win.
Is it?
Yes. Actually, I do love with that, like, the implication, I think it was you who mentioned it to me first, is like, you know, Toshiro's persona hybrid thingy is a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Toshiro is boy. Therefore, non-binary combination.
Yeah.
That's silly, that's goofy, and it
That's
fits.
my life. It's awesome. This game, I don't know. Like, our description will never do justice to how fucking cool that cutscene is.
Yeah, no, like, I part of me doesn't want to just keep rambling about it, because it's just going to be us saying it's cool over and over, when you could just watch it, and that does all the speaking for it. Yeah, but despite my little, like, my non-binary joke-ish earlier, like, it is interesting to me that I think Toshiro is the first character since Persona 1 where a persona they have does not match their expressed gender. Because, yeah, I think the only other one is, like, Ayase's second persona is just, like, a deer guy who has sex with women and, like, steals people's wives.
Futaba's is a book.
Futaba's is a book. This is a spaceship.
She really is autistic.
What
it
is
explains everything.
What is the gender of Prometheus' giant smiley face?
You know, that's not for us to question.
Leave your thoughts in the comments, guys. What is the gender of the Prometheus persona?
Yeah, anyway, it's freaking cool.
Yeah, I don't... boss
Ernesto
fight
is
is less.
Ernesto is just one of my favorite looking personas. Anyway, yeah, so the first phase of this fight, you fight Shadow Toshiro. It's pretty neat. It's a cool way of tutorializing you on how Toshiro works.
And Toshiro in general, I love how he plays in this game.
Yeah, because this game's now a 4-player game.
It's very simple. He's definitely got less to work with, but I like how he... You know, him being the strategist throughout the game for all intents and purposes, because he couldn't do anything, it still feels like he maintains that role of, you know, he's not making the big old triangles, but, you know, he can direct them, he can heal you guys, he can do big old hits to everyone. He is a very, very strong support, which
he was a political science major. He doesn't know geometry.
Yeah, he doesn't get a gun or punch people.
I love Lavenza won't give him a weapon. She just won't. He doesn't get one.
Which, yeah, I guess before we move past it, yeah, I still don't get why he doesn't have a thief suit or gets to keep his mask, but, like, I don't know. I like his base design. I got over it.
Like, I've been trying to think of why they would give him a fit.
I don't know. They forgot.
Like, I genuinely just don't know.
I don't know, bro.
Like, the angry. He's cool, though.
Yeah, playing with him is really fun. That first boss is alright. It's a good start. The Eri fight is mediocre.
Did we agree it's the worst fight in the game? Boss fight?
Yeah, I think I can agree with you at this point. It's like it lasts so much longer even than the Marie fight.
And the Marie fight gets like it gets like the going easy on it since it's the first one.
Yeah, and also you get to run around in the Marie fight. Like, a lot of the time you do default to the center, but it's not like we're all gonna stand at the front of the room and then Eri is going to send out like 5 feet behind you a couple orbs and some enemies, and then you like maybe step back 2 feet and blow them up, and then you get a one more, so you just walk back and start shooting Eri.
Yeah, and if you picked anyone other than Ryuji, then you can already hit those things from where you're standing.
Yeah. That being said, not to continue complaining about that again, Eri's design and the general atmosphere of this fight is amazing.
It's amazing until you do the rematch. You realize she doesn't have legs.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah, but like, I think the design is fittingly horrifying. I don't like how detailed the gaping hole in her eye is.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout outs to Arena only having one eye, like, by almost all accounts. No.
She has another eye.
Nope.
You see it.
No.
It's in the Awakening cutscene.
Nope.
Already proved you wrong on this.
She grew it back. And she lost it again. I actually do wonder, now that I think about it then, if that's like a, if that's a kind of like in normal P5, how there's the cutscenes in like Futaba's palace where, you know, things are a little different. You have a big old city around the pyramid. Because I am pretty sure Eri's actual model does not have a second eye. I don't think there's a single shot where you can see a second eye for Eri. So I'm wondering if they only decided a little later, they're like, you know, we don't... She doesn't need this one. You just get rid of that.
I'm pulling up the final boss cutscene to see if you're right.
I'm almost certain. Yeah, but regardless, like... I think the actual design, the energy, the dialogue for the Eri fight is a really, really good just tonal conclusion to this arc of finally letting Toshiro fully stand up, just let him be cool. Let this pathetic wet cat actually be cool for once. And like, he has one of the most satisfying just arcs of rebellion in this series, which is fitting. He has an entire game dedicated to it. Yeah. But I'm glad they did not, like, they didn't screw it up.
Yeah.
Great. Um,
I would say I'm looking at this cutscene. Yeah, I don't think it actually shows her eye, but her persona form has another eye, and that's her. So, checkmate, liberal.
die?
No.
Did you know that the scar over Ernesto's eye is a cute little
subtle
reference?
reference.
Yeah, but I think that's mainly Third Kingdom out of the way, outside of the the two jump scares we get immediately after this.
Mm-hmm. God.
Yeah, because first we get Salmael, who I can already tell, you know, people haven't talked about it a ton, but it's a bit more divisive for people. It's another Persona god. It's another quote-unquote god of control. I think Salmael is awesome.
Yeah, so I really like Emma.
Mm-hmm.
Emma is really similar to Yaldabaoth. The main thing that separates Emma from Yaldabaoth, one is like she has a very slightly different way of mind controlling people, and also like her connection to the characters.
Mm-hmm.
Salmael is very different, and you know, I ranted about it a lot earlier about like the idea of like passivity in the face of injustice. Salmael is basically just the embodiment of that idea of, yeah, just like don't look for change. It's kind of the I don't know, if you're the kind of person who like looks at, God forbid, politics, it's the sort of like what's her fucking British politician who's the worst person ever? What's her name?
I no friggin' idea.
You would know it if you heard it, but basically,
I know. I think I know who you're talking about, but yeah.
Yeah, basically, it was like her. It's like this. It's that
Thatcher.
sort of
Thatcher.
Like, yeah, Thatcher. It's the Thatcherism idea of like change. Change cannot come on a systemic level. It always must be done on a personal level with you and your family, and that's shit. You know, it's a very shit way of looking at things, and that's kind of just the Salmael view of the world, is the inherent idea, the inherent act of rebellion is violence that hurts people.
Yeah.
No, regardless of the injustice that society already has.
Well, that's the thing that I love is like, you know, someone like Yaldabaoth, kind of like what I mentioned before with just Persona 5 in general, is much more about personal rebellion and how you personally make that impact on the world, even if you're one small piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
With Tactica being about how we as a group, as a society, stand up and make that change, Salmael is much more particular to, it's not just, you know, the individual sloth, the need for personal complacency and just letting things sit, taking the world without questioning it. Mm-hmm. Salmael is more so just not, there's no need to fight this system as long as the appearance of it is fine, as long as like we can avoid any conflict and people can just do their own thing and it's all smiles. Even if the basic system is constantly oppressing people, it's no different than something like Yoshiki. Even if it looks nice on the surface, you are like, still in this system that is constantly battering you down. And like rejecting the concept of fighting, of standing up, of rebelling, of rioting does not fix anything. It's not a solution. It's a band-aid.
Yeah, no, it's the whole, like in the real world, like as long as the appearance of peace and functioning society exists, you know, as long as the hostile design makes it so that homeless people can't sleep on benches and stuff like that, like as long as that exists, as long as you don't actually have to confront what's wrong with society, rebellion is not necessary.
Well, because that's the thing, is like Salmael, out of all of these gods, I'd say even in like the entire series, feels the most condescending by a mile. Of like whenever you're confronting them with their like perfectly executed like British accent, like that, Salmael's voice actor did crazy with this. But like just the aura they give of completely dismissing you, where even like someone like Yaldabaoth is willing to argue it and like
Yeah.
kind of like wants to get one up on you of being like,
Yeah.
no, I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it to Igor. I'm going to prove it to whatever god. I'm going to prove it to you, the
Yeah,
thief.
Dad.
Yeah, that like, I am
Yeah.
going to show you why you're wrong.
Yeah.
Salmael does not care. Salmael is like, I could not care less what these dumb kids are saying. Like,
Yeah.
you're just wrong. And like, it is pitiful that you even think that you have an inkling of like correctness here. And you still punch him in the face. Or her.
Yeah.
They?
I think it's a him.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
The giant
will-
mask.
It looks like that one character from Deltarune.
It does look like the queen.
Yeah. I was gonna say, cause I guess while we're talking about Salmael, I forget. It can kind of be like inferred. Is it ever directly explained why the thieves got dragged into?
So I believe it is. What exactly was it? It was something to do with the safe zone. Being LeBlanc. It was basically just coincidence. I think it also could be inferred that it's partly due to the thieves themselves being a motivation for him.
Yeah, there's that.
Like, they fill a very similar role in his mind to Eri. So if Arena was born from that desire of rebellion, and the thieves being the thing that re-sparked that, God, metaverse, something, start the game.
Okay, so now you've explained that. Explain Jerry and Guernica.
No! We'll get to that later, and I won't have an answer for you.
It was awesome.
I want to
glad
talk
picked
about good
$20.
things first.
Well, that's a shame. We're getting to Kingdom 4, but before that, Lavenza comes in on a fucking train.
Yeah,
She almost killed Ryuji.
She did not care. Again, like, Lavenza is such a fun part of this game.
She's such a menace.
She is
like-
the most oomphy made Velvet Attendant.
It reminds me. It kind of reminds me, not to the same degree, partly because I didn't finish this game's story because I didn't care. I half cared. It kind of reminds me of like playing like the story of Persona 4 Arena, and out of nowhere you have to fight Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Like, it's that kind of feeling of like, oh, they're like directly involved now, and I have to somehow beat this woman. Except you don't have to beat Lavenza.
Yeah, no, you just ride in her wacky ride. It's really surreal just seeing her there. But I appreciate it, and the Velvet Train is like the coolest thing.
Lavenza's voice actress, the delivery on her line after crashing in of just going, "Why, hello, everyone."
Yeah.
It's so funny.
The delivery perfectly portrays just the brain damage.
Yeah.
Whatever the heck is going on in Lavenza's mind ain't right. But like, we appreciate her.
So funny. I love her.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, like, we get Velvet Train. I think that's a really nice setting for getting things off. The music there slaps. It doesn't slap, it's chill, but like, it slaps.
It taps.
Get a slight foot tap.
Everyone goes choo choo.
Yeah.
I like when they all go choo choo. That was my favorite.
Oh yeah, the conversation when you get on the train of all of them like sketching out their like it's just like explaining the whole situation going on.
Yeah, and Arena's trying.
Well, because it's very reminiscent to me of, like, it's the same sweet spot of in normal P5 when you have, you know, everyone getting out of, like, Joker survived the whole Psy encounter. It's like, okay, we're gonna spend an hour just sketching out in little silly doodles this traumatic thing that just happened.
Yeah, except this time it's in lore, which makes it even funnier.
Yeah.
And then I love Yusuke sees Arena's fucking third-grade doodles as a threat.
Yusuke has done so well in this game.
I love him.
Like,
This game's awesome.
he really has not been done dirty by any of these games at all.
I don't know, those dances are pretty bad, but like...
Do I have to put the wiggle arms clip again?
I need to edit in the wiggle arms.
Oh my gosh, I have to timestamp this now. I don't know, Salmael's Kingdom is
They're beautifully bad, though.
Like, I don't dislike Salmael's Kingdom as much as you do. It's still, the levels are still fun. They're not like the world's greatest thing, but they're still fun. The aesthetic is fine, but relatively
The aesthetic is cool until you've been there for an hour.
Yeah, it's just very much like, you know, you get to that train and the vibe is like, well, time to fight Salmael. And I knew that wasn't gonna happen, but it's like yeah, you could have parked the train a little closer, Lavenza. Like, nothing's stopping us, so it's just fights. They're fine.
Yeah, because it's not like, well, I think it's funny. So like the third kingdom has like, okay, you go to video game Hell because you need to get the MacGuffin. This one just has the vibe because like, I think it's, you know, obviously they have to give you breaks, but like, because you always go back to the train, it has this vibe of you're just stumbling around having no idea where to go. Keep accidentally running into these boss rematches until you actually find out how to get to Salmael.
Yeah.
Like, it feels very directionless. Like, they were like, okay, well, Toshiro had his big awakening moment. His arc's good.
Well, and I know this whole place is more like metaphysical. It's like weird heaven block universe. I think it would have been cool if, like, now that we have Toshiro, like, in it, like, in the team, he's sticking with us. And the gameplay with him is really cool, but, like, bring back that, like, heist or, like, strategy element of, we're in this new cool land, let Toshiro figure out ways to get through it in the narrative. That, like, lets him step up and make that last push. And yeah, Arena's back, they are a team. Let them have that strong teamwork element in the story.
As opposed to what is honestly some pretty limp, just, yep, Toshiro sure has rebelled. He is not scared of Marie anymore.
He can climb ladders.
Yeah, I love that that's specifically, if you look at his skill list, that's one of his abilities, is that he can now climb ladders.
So proud of him.
I don't know, it's a very, like, it's... Because, like, until you actually get to the final boss, the quote-unquote characterization is pretty limp because it's just reaffirming what the Ernesto scene already did way cooler. It's like, oh man, he's standing up to his dad. It's like, yeah, I know. Great. That's what the ending of the game's going to be.
Yeah, which I do like the interactions with the little, like, metal versions of them.
Metal Mario.
Yeah, I like how they exacerbate a lot of those traits, really lean into the fact that, like, it is just blatant manipulation. It's not actually how Toshiro feels anymore. It's just...
I do like the joke that they're all, like, really half-baked versions of the...
Yeah, they're just...
The rulers.
They're just pissed.
Yeah, so there's that. I will say, it does remind me, there is more than one Lin banger, because, Inextinguishable redo.
Yeah, you're right.
We did it. There's 2.
Yes! In terms of actual good levels, actually, Lavenza's challenges are awesome. Those are, like, a really nice side thing to have while you're going through basic level structure. Because all of those just have, like, a really nice energy of, like, the final push getting through things. You get a bit more characterization. They're just silly and goofy, like her.
Yeah, they're fun. They're really cute. I like just the challenges are also just really fun.
Actually, I will say, not that it's a bad mission. I do hate that one mission where, like 2 of your party members are stuck in, like, a little cage.
Yes,
and then the rest are going through. Yeah, the rest are going through the little hallways. Yeah, that's not. Why?
Toshiro's locked in his. He's trapped in his Peter house. You can't let him out.
Like, it's not even a hard mission. It just takes a while. I kept forgetting there wasn't a turn limit. It just takes forever.
Yes, there's that. It's like, that one's like fine. But it does give us a really cool redone. It is different Adam version of Prison Labor.
Sure.
It's at a different octave, okay? I listened to them side by side. I'm right.
Listen, for all the songs for them to bring back, though, I am glad they brought that one back, because it means people are actually going to listen to it this time.
Yeah, no, I loved, like, I mentioned Prison Labor coming back, I think, in... no, I mentioned it to our good friend Chris, also known as Young Toshiro. I mentioned it to him, and he was like, what's prison labor? And I'm like, it's in Royal. It's the jail theme. It's like, yeah, I didn't do those.
Yeah, and any of you do the challenge battles for anything outside of fighting the really bad DLC missions against Narukami and Makoto Yuki? Like, like those are the worst challenge fights. They're not even that fun. It's just cool to see those characters. The actual other challenge fights are really fun.
Yeah, no,
why don't
really
you play
fun.
them?
If you've ever complained that Persona 5 Royal is too easy, then do those fights.
What's wrong with you?
Okay.
It was Tactica. Like, there's not that much to say about this kingdom. It's just a straight line to the finish, with some cool missions, but it's like, okay. Final boss is sick though.
Yeah, so the final boss of this game is the best. Oh yeah, one more thing I have to mention before the final boss. So, Persona 5 Strikers has this problem where if you want to 100% it, you have to fight Emmy 3 times back to back.
Yeah.
And that's a bit of a bummer, but at least that fight's really cool. This game, and also it's optional. This game, you have to fight Eri twice, and it's lame both times.
And it's not even like, it's not any harder, but it takes just as long.
Yeah, because you haven't leveled up that much.
Yeah.
You haven't leveled up that much, and it doesn't have the twist of, oh, now Toshiro's here, because he was there the first time.
That's the thing, like, at least evolve the missions a bit. Just a bit.
They did for Yoshiki, because he's still the best thing in this game.
Yeah.
And when you get to fight not Ernesto, you don't get to fight Ernesto. You fight the big man.
You get the name? You have it in there? You have it in the little noggin?
Sammy.
It do be Sammy. Yeah, Salmael is... I still think Yoshiki is the best part.
Yeah.
Salmael is very close for me, though.
Yeah, Salmael is like actually a cool fight that forces you to use the game's mechanics to adapt constantly, to spam like a phantom, don't stop.
I didn't even bring Yusuke on that mission.
Skill issue, question mark?
No, instead of like a phantom, it was just on setting Salmael on fire over and over.
She's good at that. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't even have that much to say in depth that we didn't already say before. It is just a really good culmination of
Revolution is a blade goes.
Oh yeah, the mute. Woo!
Oh, all right. You're at a 12 gauge to bring it down to like a 9.
Nope, I'm staying at a 14.
All right.
Yeah, but no, Revolution is a Blade and Mastermind are perfect.
They're so good.
And like, man, why did it take this long to get good bosses in this game outside of you?
I do love you said, I remember because I did the final boss with you on like a Discord screen share. So I was playing through it, and I remember getting to like the second phase of the final boss, and you said like, yeah, you liked Mastermind more than Revolution as a Blade, even though you obviously love both of them.
Yeah.
And like I hear the guitar, and I'm like, yeah, he's Hispanic, he likes it.
Listen, I got my silly Spanish guitar. I'm happy. I'm satisfied.
Environmental storytelling.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. We talked enough about the fight before. Outside of like the cutscene after is like the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. Actually, I will say before then, I do like when you get to the second phase, the really nice unmasking of Salmael, where it's like, you know, the people who want to keep you complacent up top, yeah, most of them are genuinely just the oppressors. Like, the people who want to not have you rebelling are the people who benefit from that, being, I think as Ryuji puts it, another might is right kind of person. Like, it's the same thing.
Yeah, and it's not actually a crusade for peace as much as that is the mask.
Yeah, it's very much just leaving things on a basic level so the people at the top, in this case, literally a god, get the benefit that only really suits them.
I also like how freaky Salmael is.
Yeah, I don't like the face underneath. It's scary.
I like the face. It's withered Salmael.
Yeah, that cutscene after, though, you know, the cutscene at the end of Strikers, when you beat Emmy, was already one of the craziest things I've seen, like, not in my life, but it was like, for Persona 5,
So cool.
it was like, yeah, they're all running around. If in vanilla P5, it's like, yeah, to beat this boss, you have to shoot them with a giant bullet. It's your crazy personas. Like, your personas are doing the work to kill this god. And in Strikers, they've gotten so much stronger. They don't have to summon their personas at all. They don't. They just beat it up.
On's gun got a lot better in Strikers.
Yeah. No, so it's just, all of them beating the crap out of it from all angles, all flying around, floating in the air, because gravity doesn't exist for them anymore.
Yeah, they're that good.
Exactly. It's sick. This game takes that scene and amps it up to, like, 5,000%.
It's so cool.
It's like... I don't even... Like, just the word anime is really the only way I can put it. It is the most, like, anime alternative of that, where there's all these crazy effects going on and super exaggerated movements as they're flying through. Yusuke's cutting gears in half. Like, Arena is, like, leaping on them, slashing them through the air, trying to, like, fly down. Joker actually says more lines, uses his grappling hook for once.
Yeah, it's only used twice in this game, and they're both in cutscenes. I really wish it was a gameplay mechanic.
Yeah. And, like, I don't know, I like Arena falling into the water, drowning. I don't like that part, it's sad. But, like, her flying out, turning into Ernesto, just shooting like crazy, and then Joker and Arena, again, Joker just flies into the air because they can just do that, and crazy superpower anime stab into their face.
It's so cool. Both of them just yelling as, like, they just stab him with the flag.
Like, again, like, I can't just, like, describe it. You just have to watch it. I can't do it justice.
I do need the pride flag mod for that scene.
I just need the... Again, if you're listening to this, just give us a pride flag mod for this whole game.
Yeah, if you could do that, just, like... Yeah, replace her flag with a pride flag. I will download it. We'll shout it out on Twitter. I'll buy Tactica on Steam so I can do it because I own it on Switch.
I'll download Venmo again.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I do love like that, just furthering the connection between Toshiro and Arena though, and like, we just got Toshiro's big arc, and also he's just a little guy. He can't jump in the air. He can't punch people. So yeah, giving Arena her final moment to just wipe out that god. That's like, she was born to be the antithesis of. It's great. It's perfect.
It's so cool. Then he explodes.
Yeah. I do. Because, yeah, Salmeo goes down, and unlike Emmy, weirdly enough, where, like, when Emmy dies, there's almost this level of, like, sympathy you feel towards them, where it's like, they were, it's not like Yaodabao's where they were, like, they had the strong ego.
Emmy was actually trying her best, yeah.
Emmy was born to do this task. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I only wanted to help, and they go, and it's like, that's like a weirdly sympathetic note. Salmonello goes, and it's like, yeah, like, you suck, loser, die.
I am glad after Strikers didn't have it, and after most of this game didn't have it, I'm glad we got to have another patented Phantom Thieves escape sequence. Yeah,
I was gonna say, I love that, like, when they're all running out and they're like, haha, it's exploding. You have Toshiro lagging behind you, he's like, I can't breathe, my legs are broken, I'm dying.
And Oziach Fence is just like a silly little guy, as usual.
Please keep all arms, legs, and feet inside the vehicle.
Because they all just yell at her. It's like, we don't have time.
She just wants to be goofy, okay? It doesn't matter.
I will say something I just think is funny. I think it's really funny that, like, after Royal, none of these games take advantage of the fact that Morgana's a car.
No.
Like, I don't think Zenkichi knows that he can do that.
I mean, I guess he technically can see it.
Like, yeah, like, you can do it in combat, in Strikers. Tactica doesn't even go that far. He never turns into a car in this game, which I just think is really funny.
Granted, knowing Zenkichi, like, if Morgana did that, I think he would have a heart attack more than any other character.
I think he would die.
Bro had a meltdown the moment he walked into Alice's jail.
So, let's go get you kids tested for drugs.
I don't know. Not to, like, do more, like, just recounting the plot, but, like, I do just love this game's conclusion after that of just the very earnest goodbyes, and, you know, Eri, again, not a real person, but these games...
No, Eri's a real person.
Sorry, you know, Arena is technically not real, but, you know, when you have those connections, even if she's just a manifestation of that heart, like, you know, like Toshiro says, yeah, what, you know, as he says verbatim, what little crybaby loser would cry at his own persona vanishing into thin air? That's what he says. Look it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, I don't know, it works because even though they are, you know, Arena learns that she is not a person in the traditional sense. That does not invalidate any of the experiences she has.
I love Sophia.
Yeah! And for all intents and purposes, Arena dies here.
Yeah.
And they play it off as such, and it hurts. But I love her. And then they all vanish. And they all lose their memories.
That did happen. It's real. Twitter was right.
Except they didn't. And yeah, I like how happy-go-lucky just that conclusion is of, we're out, let's just hope Toshiro does the right thing. Oh gosh. Now I have to mention it. Yeah, so speaking of the cutscene of them all being happy in LeBlanc, they all did it. Everything's fine. So we get...
Do we have to indirectly dunk on one person on Twitter?
So we get that CG of, you know, they're all playing around, they're all eating, having snacks. It's back to normal business before Joker has to leave. And you get the CG of all of them standing around as a crew. And, you know, it's really not, it's like the happiest scene in the game.
Yeah.
And before the game release, this is also something that leaked, the CG. Where people zoomed in real close on this very, 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 like, small image of Joker, looked at his teensy little smile or, like, complacent face, and were like, look how sad he is that Akechi is not here. You can tell. I'm like, listen, I respect your ship. Have fun with it. That's not what's happening here.
You gotta... like, chat, you need to give us the occasional dunk on Akechi ship.
Because I love Akechi, and you know, shipping Akechi, if that's your ship, more power to you, genuinely. But I think there's just this weird thing for me of taking every single interaction Joker has or every little moment and always having to recontextualize it with Akechi as if none of his other friends matter. Because, like, yeah, Joker's been through this entire journey, this, like, whole game, gone through all this stuff, and there's finally a moment of relief. I personally don't think that the only thing on his mind in that moment, while cleaning a cup and his friends are hanging out, is like, man, where's Akechi?
Yeah, for the record, this is us venting about, like, a tweet and some replies to it. But this discussion's 5 hours long. None of you are watching anymore, so, like,
Yeah.
I don't care.
My brain hurts from everything.
You call Toshiro on the phone and he makes a cat boy sound.
Oh yeah, I forget if that one is like an option or if that's just like mandatory.
It's an option. No,
the option is you asking him to make an order.
Yeah, no, you get to ask him to make an order and then he gives an order that he's not going to get. No, but I really like, okay, because this game had to have a reason that he's not in Strikers and isn't mentioned. But this isn't actually like good excuse.
Yeah.
I really like that, as opposed to the literal non-existent excuse for why Sumi's not in this game.
Yeah.
Well,
because
yeah, she's not like busy at this point in P5, right? Like you can bring her to Valentine's Day.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah. So anyway, like that happens. I just really love just Toshiro's just ending in this game. It's great.
Because, like, yeah, you know, it very much fits into that theme of original P5 at the end, where it's like, you kids did your job, now it's time for the adults to take over and actually make a change.
Yeah.
And just seeing how Toshiro handles that, like, you get to the scene of him talking with Marie and Yoshiki, and there is, like, I don't know if you relate to this, there was this, like, I didn't think it was gonna go bad, but this slight anxiety with how it's happening of, like, Toshiro's just standing there.
Mm-hmm.
Is he gonna do something? Like, is he just gonna deal with it? What the heck is happening?
And he tears up the script they give him.
Yeah, and him adding what the heck is the line? That, like, this is the start of the next chapter.
Yeah.
Like that line from, I think, Eri and Arena, if I'm remembering right. It might only be one or the other. It's just like a really nice signal of that. And then you get a weirdly funny note of him on the public press with his fiance and dad, and just outing them.
I was gonna say, I looked at the lines, I already had the video pulled up. Yeah, this is the next chapter, right, Arena?
I love them.
Yeah, then he outs them just in front of the press.
Yeah.
It's freaking funny.
And I do love how, like, because obviously, you know, the thieves and him, everyone's like, well, that was a probably terrible move, but, you know, it's what he needs to do. Like, he can't just start from a clean slate. He has to deal with the repercussions of everything that's happened and the stuff he's been complacent in, which is also a really good message with that stuff. You're not going to get a clean do-over. Even if you were not, like, the most evil person involved, being complacent in a system like that, you're gonna have consequences.
Yeah.
But then everyone thinks he's based for outing everyone in public, and they I love that immediately they're like, yeah, he was a criminal, but he admitted it. That's pretty cool. We should vote for him.
I mean, I like, in, like, that final cutscene with all, like, the texts.
Yeah.
I like that, yeah, there's a lot of discussion and debate about how people interpret his apology.
It's like the actual, friggin' fan site again.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's like, I like him basically needing to, like, you know, take the good, not squander the goodwill of the people who, like, yeah, don't squander the goodwill of the people who actually are on your side and win back the rest.
Yeah.
And all of that. Like, it's cool. It's good. I'm watching Toshiro meow right now. Sorry.
That is where my brain is right now.
He leans into it too.
Again, shout outs to McLeod Andrews.
Oh my god.
That was your best moment in the game. You did. Oh my gosh.
Am I allowed to...
Mhm.
Am I allowed to call out a certain artist who likes Toshiro?
Hi, Juice.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking, I keep thinking, so she drew art of him, as she does, because she's cool and does good art.
She does do good art, follower.
And then, but then after that follows it up with the freaking, the quote tweet, just saying, why are there so many private quote tweets? Are you talking about his cervix or something? And they're my favorite person on Twitter.
Yeah, no, Juice is great. On a slightly less whatever that note was.
Yeah. Just
like the final note of ending off the game of, you know, it's not that it was unpredictable at all, but, you know, you're always hoping. Yeah, him just meeting Eri again on a much somberer note than my original guess. It's just sweet. I love them. I'm glad.
Yeah, because, like, the credits are rolling, and I was like, you can't end this game without seeing Eri again. She's alive.
Yeah, you bad people.
You have to do this, and yeah, like, they do it, and it's great.
I will quickly say about the credits theme, it's maybe my least favorite of all the P5 games, but still a banger. Still a bop.
The more I listen to it, the more I really like To My Dear So Far Away.
I love them all. That's my thing. Like, all these songs are, like, sitting somewhere in my heart.
Autonomy's mid.
Which one is that?
That's the second anime ED.
Oh, I'm not counting those.
I am, because I like Infinity. I don't know. It's a good song. I like it.
And I just love this idea of, yeah, now that Toshiro has fully committed to that rebellion, you know, thematically and just in general, of, like, her seeing him around, just finally being able to face her without any reservations and being able to look directly at her.
Yeah.
It's a perfect, beautiful note to end his character arc on, and hers for that matter. Yeah. And yeah, Toshiro's just left as one of the best Persona characters.
And that's it. There's nothing else to talk about in Persona 5 Tactica.
Is that how we're doing this transition? We're not gonna We're not gonna reflect on anything else. We're just doing this.
We'll reflect in a minute. We need to. Tactica is a good game. We talked about it for a long, long time. It's really good. For $20.
Okay, but for real, like, who the frick is Jerry?
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's just repaint your heart out of the way. I guess, let's talk about the good things first. So,
it's fun.
It's really, really fun. The gameplay in Repaint Your Heart is, it's like one of the most fun parts of the game. Like, I think I still generally prefer, like, the normal gameplay loop when it's done, like, at its best, like in Kingdom 2. But Repaint Your Heart is a really, really interesting way of kind of, like, flipping the ideas of the game on its head in a very specific direction.
Yeah.
And just, they do a lot with it. Like, I feel like there wasn't many parts of the idea that went untouched. Similar to the main game. And that's cool. That's sick.
Awesome.
Because, you have Sumi, and you have Kasumi, and you have the Akechi, who all, they play mostly the same, I'd say. Like, they're not super crazy different.
Yeah, they're pretty standard characters. Akechi has 3 elements that you won't use.
Yeah.
Because you're just gonna use Megadolion.
Yeah.
But I don't know. They are very neat. You will also only spam Akechi's voltage because it's just obviously the best one in the game.
Oh yeah, his is the one that's just like everyone gets an extra turn, right?
Yeah, that makes me realize I never saw Sumi's. I don't think I ever saw it.
I basically had to manufacture a situation to use it in the final boss. And that was like, oh, that's a cool animation. Anyways, because there's definitely some missions where it would have been useful, but like by the time you get it, it's not really when you would want to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's not a lot of maps after that point where it's like, man, I need to run across the whole map.
Yeah.
In the main story, when you get them for New Game Plus, like, that's cool. That works really well for some of those. I had her on that friggin' maze level.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's just like, all right, you just go the whole way.
Mm-hmm.
And then Joker, like, I use Jokers occasionally. It's just free one more. It's cool.
Yeah, Joker is just getting a free one more that does a bunch of damage. It's just always useful.
Yeah.
I actually, yeah, since you brought up New Game Plus, because you can use them in New Game Plus if you gave Atlus $20 and your soul. I was wondering, did they record Futaba lines for them?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure she does like refer to them as Crow and Violet.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
Because yeah, in the main game she does not call her, or in the DLC, she's never referred to as Violet.
I mean, it makes sense.
It's funny.
Yeah. But yeah, no, like the whole gameplay mechanic of the paint and how it very much turns everything into a turf war where you want to constantly be expanding that territory, make sure that you're always in cover because they can just annihilate you if they get the jump on you like that.
Well, yeah, it's that cover basically becomes only useful for if you are totally blocked from line of sight. Because yeah, if you get shot once, the next shot just downs you and you die. You cannot play this DLC the way you play the base game, because if you play passively, you're dead. And I think that's cool. It's a really neat way to change up the gameplay. So you're not just getting more of the same thing for your $20 investment. You're getting a very new experience, which I think is very cool.
Yeah, and even then, like, again, the boss fights in this are actually fun for the most part. Because, like the Guernica fights are really cool. She has a ton of, like, paint spreading, and even just stuff like the heavy enemies they throw. You have, like, different interesting ways of spreading the paint around, of, like, how you consider how you're actually going to get to them by getting the paint around. It just works. It just works. I don't know, like, on a core mechanic, like, I don't really have that much that I can really just ramble about in that sense. It's just, like, if you really like the gameplay of Tactica and want something really fresh but, like, gives you more of that, yeah. Honestly, I'd hope it would go on sale, but it's not the worst thing you could spend $20 on.
It's up there.
It's not the best, but you'll at least have fun at a slightly high price.
It will go on sale pretty often.
It will. That's
sure.
generally how Atlus anything goes.
You can get strikers now for like $20 pretty easily.
I'm pretty sure the day we're recording this, Tactica is also just on sale like 25% off. And that game came out like barely a month ago.
That's Atlus. It's not on sale on Steam.
I lied, but I'm right.
Its recent reviews are mixed.
I like that game.
All reviews are mostly positive though, so you know.
And that's good. But yeah, like gameplay, it is what it is, and what it is good. You know, also just to stay on positive track, character interactions, I think are fairly, actually, like, great. I wouldn't even just call them good, like, they're really good. Because, yeah, like, all the interactions with Kasumi and Akechi are all really great, really fun, like, you know, they can't go super far into their arcs. It's, you know, it's in the middle of November.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff happens after that. But, like, they do a lot of stuff to kind of hint at, like, later things. And, like, you get a lot of, you know, the very underlying Akechi that he's always trying to hide, always just kind of sneaking out, and they do a lot of good bits with that. You do get a little bit of it kind of pressing into Kasumi's trauma and her still kind of trying to reject it, but treading on it a bit more than she normally would have gotten to at this point in normal Persona 5.
Yep.
They do a lot of cool stuff with that. And Luca is really freaking fun.
I like Luca a lot. She's the best character ever.
I know, there is something very funny about, like, small little rat girl who swears like a sailor.
She's funny. I like her.
Yeah, like, her story and Guernica's story is not, like, the most impressive thing ever done. It's very, I would say, subpar for Persona. Yeah. I'd say far beyond subpar, honestly. Like, it's good. You know, Persona has really good writing, but, like,
yeah,
it's fine. It works. You get the idea, even if it's not breaking new ground.
It's fun, and it's carried a lot just by the fact that Luca and Guernica are really enjoyable characters to be around.
Yeah, it's not the most crazy plot or background ever, but it's like, I care about this because I think Luca's cool and Guernica's cool. And that's all that matters. And there's like a little sweet resolution to it. It's all neat.
And Jerry.
Yeah, so the plot.
So, like, I don't know why this is a game.
Let's just start from the beginning, because I think that sets the stage very well. So at the beginning of this, Joker wakes up at like 8 p.m. or like 6 p.m. on a Tuesday, and he's like, you know, I got a call from Kasumi out of nowhere. Sure, cool, whatever. She wants me to go and visit her in a dark alley. And Morgana, for the first time in his life, sees this and goes, "Hi, I see you want some privacy." Yeah, I'm just gonna stay back here. Don't worry, buddy. You know, I don't care how long you stay out. Just have a grand old time. And so Joker frolics out of there, heads into the alley.
By the way, in case you're wondering, yeah, right here at the very beginning and then at the very end is the only time a thief outside of Joker, Sumi, and Akechi show up.
Yeah.
It's just him.
So he sends Joker off. Joker frolics his way out of there, gets to the dark alley. Kasumi's there just like, "Hey, what's up? What's up, bro?" What is it, just that she like sees the painting?
She sees the painting of Arsene.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because on the news they said that the graffiti artist Guernica, who does like crazy, you know, fight the system graffiti. It's Banksy, but like less pretentious actually. And I don't know. They see the painting, and then Akechi just shows up.
Goro Akechi walks in.
Enter stage right, Gordon Akechi, who is just like, it's Joker, my best buddy, the bestie, and that one girl I've had a conversation with. Sure. And then after like they just do their normal talks, they're like, isn't it a little weird that there's just graffiti of Arsene, a persona that I think Sumi has seen once, and Akechi has seen probably a little bit.
I mean, Akechi's on the team at this point, so
You're right. I know Sumi got a vibrant memory remembering that one, but I don't know.
Yes, Sumi recognized him, which means in canon, Joker is the kind of guy to keep his level 5 Arsene for the entire game.
Yeah. Well, because the other thing that I found silly about that is I could be wrong, but the fight where, in Royal, where Sumi does first awaken, don't you, like, not even get a chance to attack those enemies with your persona? You just kind of get insta-downed, or am I wrong?
No, it's a full fight.
Okay.
It might be there's a fake tutorial fight where the two of you get bodied. Sumi does the thing, and then you do a normal fight. Or it's one of those.
Okay.
Oh, no, you do fight.
Regardless, she recognizes Arsene, and then they get eaten by a wall.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want the real version of this, where Sumi and Akechi both go, what the fuck is that? Because nobody would keep Arsene for that long.
Yeah. Yeah, so they get sucked into the Arsene wall, and then they show up in the
streets, DM.
The streets. A vague, undefined section of the metaverse that I couldn't tell you if it's like a palace or a kingdom or a jail. Like,
or mementos.
I don't think it's memento. It's like in this weird half metaverse. It's just Guernica's world.
Well, because they still aren't shadows by technicality.
It's still a world of cognition.
Yeah.
Because it's
the streets.
It's the streets. Okay, because that's like one of the things that irritates me, which this is far from the worst example of it. But
yes,
even something like Tactica, that really, I feel like the average person doesn't expect something like this to like extra justify what's happening with its story. But like they give a really good, clear explanation of what the kingdoms are, what this world is, how it differs from like the palaces or jails. It's clear, and even just like regular Persona 5, they do a lot of legwork explaining what the metaverse is, why it is the way it is, what Mementos is, all of that. It's cool. I don't know where the frig I am, other than the streets. But it's an excuse for cool gameplay. Which is fine. It looks nice. The aesthetic... Okay, yeah, actually, sorry. Yeah, before we rant more, the aesthetics all across the board on this one are phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like, all the maps look gorgeous and amazing. They're super vibrant, but have, like, this nice, like, blue hue of just, like... I really like the nighttime vibe that just covers this whole gameplay.
It's cool.
And then the music is, like, maybe consistently the best music in the game, I'd say.
Yeah.
And just all around.
Yeah, because the Lin bangers be banging. Because, The Night We Stood and Quiet Storm.
Quiet Storm's crazy.
They're freaking good songs.
Because I remember beforehand Lin kind of talking about how, like, nervous she was to be doing a rap. And kind of getting...
It was, like, the hardest song she'd done for Persona.
Yeah, which I can imagine. But, yeah, she was getting, like, advice and tips from Lotus Juice as he kind of directed that. And it came out really well. Like, she pops off there. Very proud of her. Never a miss. But like,
bang.
Yeah, that's the other reason. If you want to hear good music and don't want to just look it up on YouTube, $20.
Yeah,
spend the money. Anyways, so the story. I don't. They're just like in that world, and they're just kind of exploring. They figure out that paint is a thing that they use, and they win.
No, just in general.
They find out that paint is a thing. Oh yeah, then you get the scene that, like, I find it funny they never really address it again, which I feel like, I guess I know what the implication is in the lore, but it's really funny, where they just walk down an alley, and then you see, like, an army of the little rat guys, and they all get, like, annihilated. Like, she just, like, it was a massacre.
I love those.
They're all dead.
Freaks. They're so funny. Yeah, so you see them for, like, literally one cutscene, then they disappear.
You never see them again.
Well, no, you do. You see a giant pile of corpses.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. No, but that's the thing, like, I guess the implication, I don't know if you also see it this way, but, like, I guess all of those were Luca. It was just a bunch of Luca that all got killed.
I guess the idea is like, my guess is the idea is that like all of them since like, you know, a lot of Guernica's art that you see, like the first piece you see in the real world, you know, it's rat themed, and like that's how like she generally represents like the underclass, you know, she even has a rat tail and stuff like that. So I'm guessing they represent the other kind of underclass people and like homeless people that she would have known living on the streets parentheses real. And basically Jerry turned her against the people that she actually wanted to help, and that's what that's representing. But also this DLC doesn't make any sense, so that's some conjecture right
there.
Yeah,
that's a really good argument, and I see your perspective, but it's never explained or elaborated on in any way that like defends your point. So I think it's funnier and just as valid if it's just an army of Lucas that got gunned down in the streets. But then you meet Guernica. Guernica's cool. I like Guernica. Her design is fantastic.
No, yeah, Guernica is an awesome design. She makes such like an impression when you first like meet her. I don't know. She's like, I don't know. She's very like. I'm trying to think like how to word it, because like she's very aggressive, but in a way that's very different from say like Marie.
Yeah, it's more like, I'd say her actual demeanor is aggressive, less than her actual, I guess, actions being the most horrific thing, other than the massacre. That was pretty bad. But like, there's more of an inkling of like, yeah, she's, you know, she's corrupted. She's got all these issues. She's going a little crazy thanks to Bird. But I guess there's still more of a human element to it. Where I don't know how to word it, but you can like see through it that there's more to her than abusive spouse.
Yeah.
And yeah, I appreciate the dimensions they have with that. And it's cool. And you fight her and it's sick. And then
fight her, and if you're like me, Sumi gets body turned too.
Yeah.
Figuring out the game. It's hard. And Sumi has like 2 health.
So then you meet Jerry.
Jerry's there. You meet Jerry before you fight, but Jerry is there.
So I'm not going fully in yet. I'm not. Just off the gate, when I saw that, I was like, okay. So they explain, it makes sense thematically why Morgana's a cat, you know, like cat burglar. Yeah. Like, it makes sense for the aesthetic. And they do enough to kind of justify what they do with him. Kind of the ways he appears and like how he shifts. I get it.
Look, yeah. It's hard to pinpoint exactly why. For a series that has like Morgana, all these Mega 10 demons, fucking Teddy. But it's hard to describe why, but something about bright pink cockatoo with a British accent just does not feel Persona to me, and I can't exactly pinpoint why, but I think a lot of people get what I mean.
That's the thing, because like, unironically, I feel like it would remedy maybe like a third of the issues I have with Jerry if she just like shut up and didn't talk and was just like this constant presence.
Just weird.
Because I'd have less questions. I would have less questions. But no, it's just British talking bird. It's like, okay, well, I guess we'll figure out what your deal is later. No.
I'm just thinking, what's the fucking improv stand-up bit that you showed me?
Oh, the Middleditch and Schwartz.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the bit in the first episode where just a ghost shows up.
I'm a ghost!
And he's just like, we'll figure you out later.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I feel about Jerry.
Yeah! My gosh. And I think, don't they just get like warped into a hole that Luca makes? They just fall.
Yeah, Luca makes a hole and they fall before they get murdered.
Yeah. They go
and
into
Luca shows up, tunnels. And it's the best game ever.
Yeah, I like Luca. Her design's fun and cute, and I appreciate her. Like,
I need to mention, like, we're on Luca, I guess. I love her interaction. Like, I really like her interactions with these three.
Yeah.
Especially the way she plays off Akechi is so fucking funny.
Unironically, I'd actually say, like, you know, we don't have as much time with them, obviously, but, you know, in Royal, Sumi and Akechi don't feel as strongly tied in, like, during third semester, obviously, but, like, they don't feel as strongly tied into the thieves as a whole unit, compared to even something like Strikers with Zenkichi and Sophia. But I really like this group of four. It is a very particular dynamic that just gets more crackheaded the further down the line you get.
In this house, they're not the royal trio. They're the pink quadro. No, but yeah, like, I really love them. Yeah, one of my favorite jokes is, like, what does Luca call Akechi? Like, an overly analytical bastard.
Yeah.
Then later, I love later Akechi, like, trying to, like, get her to be nicer to him, and he's like, pretty good for an over analytical bastard, wouldn't you say? And she's just like, yeah.
No, that's my favorite thing about the dynamics with this crew, because, like, you know, Joker and Akechi always have their little rivalry or whatever, but a lot of it, because, you know, Joker doesn't talk that much, a lot of it has to be initiated by Akechi saying something that Joker can kind of, you know, like, swing back at with, but they're, like, few and far between. And this one, because it's always the case of, and you got this a little bit in third semester, but, you know, Sumi says something kind of out of innocence that then gives Joker the ammunition to, like, swing. Or you have Luca, who's just actively antagonistic. and Joker can just jump him there.
Cause, like, I don't know, I like, it's fun, cause, like, okay, cause the DLC doesn't technically spoil anything, cause it can't really.
No, it gives hints.
But if you're playing this, you know, if you're playing, if you bought Persona 5 Tactica's $20 DLC and didn't beat Persona 5 Royal, then you have a problem. Yeah, so, like, it is pretty safe to assume if you are playing this, you know who Akechi and Sumi are, and their whole deal. So they're able to have more fun with, like, a lot of those things while not actually going into the third semester stuff, which I think is neat.
Yeah. Yeah, and just in general, like, I don't know, Luca's crackheaded energy, even beyond how she bounces off the other people in the group, it's just fun. I wish... If my biggest wish with this DLC is, I know it's not going to happen, but, like, I really do want Guernica and maybe Luca to some extent to just come back in some capacity. If we're going to be bringing back any characters, like, or have something like Arena, like, you know, I'm not one of those people where it's like, oh, we need to constantly just more... I mean, I love Persona 5, but it's not like I am going to die if there's not a constant spread of more content, more content, more content.
I will.
But if we do get more, it would be nice to see them in some capacity at least acknowledged.
In a story that's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fun. I like them. And then Jerry's on screen, and then I'm like, I don't want to play this anymore.
Okay, because the general plot is, I guess, the progression...
Yeah, from here it's get the MacGuffins.
Get the Triforce.
Yeah.
Yeah, it at least feels closer to something like the first couple Kingdoms, where you do have an explicit goal, and it very much charts out the path you're taking to get there. Which is fun, and it keeps you carried along. Like, I didn't feel bored playing the story at all.
Yeah.
I wasn't bored. I could tell there was something off. It's definitely something off.
It was pink.
It was bright pink. Like, there's not even much to say about the story as you go. Like, they go into the backstory, obviously, which I do like it of, like, I guess in terms of, like, the game covering systemic issues, I don't think there's a more blatant way to portray that than talking about, yeah, these kids were just homeless and had zero help, and nothing in society would help them. Yeah, one of them just starved to death. And it's the one who's with you. Which genuinely is kind of like an, oh, okay. Like, it's freaking sad, but it works. But then we gotta move on from that, because we gotta get the Triforce, and we gotta stop. Like, I don't have enough to say. We have to talk about the bird.
No, yeah, now we like we've talked about the plot. Then they go get the stone slabs. They go collect the commandments. They
Which,
sh-
oh
they
yeah,
show they
Guernica
show it to
randomly just has like
they
a
sh-
giant white cathedral
don't worry about it. Yeah, no, they go they
in the streets.
yeah. So Guernica has a bit of a migraine. She needs some Xanax, and then you go fight. You go to the final stretch of the game. Like that's basically the plot for a while.
Uh,
Which, you know, it's fine, it works, it does its job. Anyway, so the ending shows up.
who the frig is Jerry? Like,
Okay.
I've been saying this to you for a month, just out of context and in context.
Jerry. Here, before we dive headfirst into Jerry, I do actually want to say the part of the ending I actually really like, which is Guernica.
Yeah, Guernica's cool, and I like her, like her reconciling with Luca and kind of like
Yeah,
getting her sanity back.
That's honestly probably one of my favorite moments in like this game as a whole, basically.
Yeah.
I really love the scene of Guernica getting her memories back, remembering Luca, having that whole thing. I really like the way that I don't know. I like that just flood of emotion that hits her.
Yeah, and her hair going back blue is cool.
I like her being blue. I really like I like Guernica's clear. I don't know. I think Guernica has a really interesting like internal like conflict of wondering what the hell is actually happening as fucking Jerry is getting more and more aggressive. Like, I don't know. I really like Guernica in this story. This story is almost really good. It's just that Jerry's the worst thing Atlus has ever done.
Okay, I'm just gonna throw out an easy question. It's not an easy question, but it's like a small one. So,
On premise, it's easy.
why is their name Jerry? Like, I tried looking into it. Maybe I was missing something. It doesn't seem like it means anything substantial. It's not tied to, like, some mythical god that's, like, really obscure that I haven't heard of. What are you? Why are you a bird? Because the game doesn't... It's not like there's some, like, symbolism... Because a lot of people are like, oh, Yaldabaoth was not set up and was not explained, and it comes out of nowhere. It's like, no. Even if you just want to go, like, oh, it came out of nowhere. The mythological implications of what Yaldabaoth are so obvious and in your face and so directly tied to, like, various mythologies.
Yeah, like, Yaldabaoth disguises himself as the Holy Grail, one of the most well-known treasures in human history.
Yeah.
Like...
Then you have, like, Emma, which is, like, a follow-up of that, more explicitly just the demiurge. It is the collective desire of humanity manifest, but now through, like, technology, which is really cool and fits the themes of that game. You have Salmael, who's an even more, like, archaic version of those, where it is the more primal need to just stay alive through any means of just maintaining the peace at any cost. It is very clear, even if it feels like, for some people would feel like it just comes out of nowhere, it still has a very defined role.
What the fuck is Jerry?
Because Jerry, after you... Jerry!
So putting aside, like, the, like, whatever, like, symbolic gesture meaning that could possibly have, just in the literal, like, events of the plot, what the fuck is Jerry? Because okay, so before you even get to the ending where it's blatantly confirmed, it is pretty obviously implied, okay, Jerry is an underling of Salmael.
Yeah.
Question mark.
Well, because
Sure.
even then, like, for an extent, just because I was like, well, this doesn't feel like it's fitting Salmael's thing, I was like, are they going to imply that they're an underling of, like, Yaldabaoth?
That'd be funny.
Like, I would be like, that's a little goofy, but sure.
Marky lost his pet bird.
You're so right.
No, but yeah, so, like, that all happens, and, like, the whole thing, like, even, like, the first time, like, it's hinted that, okay, yeah, Jerry's working for Salmael, Jerry, I'm pretty sure, even, like, says something to herself about, like, you know, doing things that Salmael wouldn't want, because, yeah, Jerry's whole thing is basically using anger and violence to just murder people. Like, there isn't really, like, because all the other gods in Persona, calling Jerry a god is, like, it's too flattering for her.
It's a mini-me.
But, like, yeah, but, like, you know, all those other, like, big final boss god types, they're all about some form of control, Maruki included.
Yeah.
And, like, that's the whole thing. They just have very different ideas of what humanity wants and is better for them. You know? Jerry's whole thing is basically just, yeah, Guernica should murder people.
Yeah, like, you should let go of all, like, self-control and any inhibition and just go loose. Like, take all of your art to the most extreme where it's sapping power from everything, sapping life out of the world. Like, just indulge yourself.
Yeah,
and still post your crazy art, whatever, you know, fight the power, post your graffiti everywhere. It just manifests in reality. But, like...
Yeah, which, like, I guess that's an interesting angle to take, like, desire, which is a big part of Persona, and, like, all of, like, mementos and all that stuff. I guess that's an interesting way of taking it, where, like, yeah, instead of it being a god of control, it's basically a god of anarchy.
Yeah, that would be really cool if it was not an underling of Salmael.
Yeah, if they weren't an underling of Salmael, and also if this character made any goddamn sense to begin with.
If they elaborated it and just did that, cool, sure, I would accept it. It still wouldn't be great, but it'd be something. Just something to, like, accept and latch onto and be like, you know what? It was a bit of a miss, but I understand what you were going for.
Well, because the idea is meant to be that Jerry is an underling of Salmael who basically did their own thing, I guess, but, like...
But why would Salmael make them? If that's the ultimate...
Like, I don't know, like, it's such a bizarre thing, because after you beat the final boss, and, like, it shows Jerry waking up in Kingdom 4, like, yeah, the whole thing is, like, even though you don't hear Salmael, the idea is, like, oh, Salmael is just going to kill her now, because she didn't do what he wanted. So I guess, like, oh, she was, like, a more cognizant being, but it's kind of weird that this is the only one like that he made, I guess, because the other Kingdom rulers aren't this. Yeah. The other Kingdom rulers are basically just, constructs of people Toshiro knew that exist to represent a part of his psyche. That's not the case with Jerry. Jerry is not that for Guernica, at least
for all intents and purposes. We still have literally no clue why Jerry targets Guernica at all, or what, like, the association is, or, like, what the thematic tie between those two is. Jerry is just the plot device to let Guernica have a story.
Yeah, well, because Salmael's thing, he goes for Toshiro because he was getting to the point where he had the potential to start revolution, and given that he was going to become prime minister, he had the power to do something with it.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Jerry looked at Guernica, and clearly, the idea, I guess, is that, yeah, Guernica saw the value of Guernica's art despite denying its value, and wanted to use it for violence.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, but it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't do much. It doesn't, they don't do enough with that for it to feel justified. It's one of those things, talking about this with you now, actually, it reminds me a lot of shoutouts to good YouTuber Lady Emily.
Woo!
It reminds me of her video about the Spider-Man musical,
mm-hmm.
and how she did a story analysis of it, where she does a whole story analysis of it, where she talks about like the thematics it's going for, and then she's like, holy shit, is Spider-Man Turn Out the Dark actually good? And then she goes, no, what the fuck am I talking about? This doesn't work as a story.
Yeah.
That's what I'm having right now, talking to you about this and really forcing myself to think about it, because I am seeing the ideas that the creators had. And for a second here, I'm thinking, wait, is this actually better than I thought? And then I'm like, no, it doesn't, because it all comes back to the question, what the fuck is Jerry?
No, that's the thing. Like, any, like, small inklings of threads that you can kind of follow and, like, see the narrative through line for, you still have to stop at the fact that, yeah, like, and I don't like overgeneralizing plots to diss them. I really hate doing that. I think it's a really lazy form of criticism. But yeah, without generalizing, this antagonist is near literally Bird who hates art. Like, that's what she is!
It's really weird just the way they do this. Because they're... the question just isn't really answered then, because, like, so many of your questions just don't really get answers. Like, what actually was the streets? Because it's not Toshiro's kingdom.
No.
It's not that, obviously. It's presumably not the metaverse, because you're not fighting shadows. You're still fighting legionnaires.
It's definitely not a palace. There's no treasure.
yeah, there's no treasure. There's no. I mean, I guess having a shadow isn't necessary because of monarchy, but like there isn't that. It's not a. It doesn't function like a jail.
No.
So like, it's a Q2 movie. We got it.
Okay, because because even that has clearly defined rules. Even that, like, it's fine if they want to do something
TV
new.
World. We figured it out.
Yeah. Gosh dang it. Because it's fine if they want to do something new. I'm not saying that it has to be one of those arbitrary categories, but just define it a little. At least make it clear, like,
okay.
When there's so many specific kinds of cognitive worlds, it's really weird when the game points out, yeah, this one is different, but it's the one time we're not actually going to elaborate how.
Well, because what I think is weird about it is, like, so... Which, by the way, in case we didn't make this clear enough, this DLC is a prequel to the main Tactica story. So, the Jerry thing is supposed to set up Salmael, ? I guess. Which is funny.
It's really goofy. Why would you ever play this before the main story?
Well, why would you play it before the main story, and what questions or extra depth would this give you if you played the main story?
It literally adds more questions to the main story.
No, yeah, it makes Salmael way more confusing than he should be. Jerry is Persona 5's version of Marie, in the sense that she overcomplicates the god twist for no reason. The difference is, in Persona 4, the god twist was already stupid.
Yeah.
In this game, the god twist was great. Salmael is a really interesting, thematic, perfect way of ending this video game that Jerry overcomplicates for no reason.
I also will step back just for the sake of clarity. The god twist in Persona 4 that sucks is not Amino Sagiri. That one's good.
Yes.
That one's great. And then they did a second one.
Persona 4 Golden's a cool game.
It sure is, yeah. I like Persona 4 Golden, but what the heck, guys?
But yeah, so it's just really odd. Okay, because yeah, that's what I was gonna say before I got distracted by myself. So like, another way I can just like show how confusing this DLC story actually is and how little of it is explained. So at the very beginning, Joker leaves, and then just as he leaves, TV news comes on that Morgana sleeps through, where it's like, yeah, the street artist Guernica has put up another one of their crazy paintings on like a big government building, and it's huge. It's covering this entire 30-story building, right? And they're like, yeah, and it shows up overnight, which for one person is obviously impossible. So, there's this obvious implication that, okay, metaverse thing, Yeah. So this DLC ends with Guernica getting to finally leaving and going back to the real world, having, accepted the death of her sister and, told Jerry to fuck off. And then the DLC ends with, I think it's another painting on the Capitol building or something like that, And it's another one of these giant paintings on a 50-story building. So, can she just still use the streets? Was the streets ever involved in these real-world paintings to begin with? How the fuck did she do that?
Okay, because genuinely, I guess some people could say that. I guess some people could argue both that that's too nitpicky, and also me dismissing that would be not critical enough. But, legitimately, if everything else about this plot made sense and was, coherent and...
yeah.
I understood it. If that still happened at the end without an explanation, I think I would accept it without question. I really wouldn't care.
Well, yeah, because, in actual P5, I don't actually need an explanation for how Futaba hacked every TV in existence to send out Shido's calling card.
Yeah, or
that
even then,
actually makes sense. But,
I would say a better example even is, because I know this one pisses people off, and I really don't care that much, because it doesn't matter. It's a rule of cool thing. Them filming themselves for Shido's calling card. It's how did they do it? And I'm I don't know. I could think of 30 different reasons. That's not what matters here.
Yeah.
But when nothing else makes sense in what's happening, and you have those things that already, you had one implication there. It's one of the few things we can actually grasp onto with what's going on. When you then break that rule, I'm left floundering. in general, I find it weird because like you get to the Jerry boss, and for some reason, again, like Pink Cockatoo just turns into like a palette swap of Salmael, Sans, like Yaldabaoth, Emma. Like it's just another one of Big Torso Demon.
Yeah, but it's also not like really different. It is just Salmael's with a different head.
It's just a palette swap. It's just got a bird on the head. I don't. But like they're. So like, what is the tangible difference between Jerry and Salmael outside of everything that makes me like Salmael?
Which again, I wouldn't care as much if Jerry was a palette swap. Like they wanted to save development time and not make another model, whatever. I wouldn't care or like, you know, make another super unique design. I wouldn't care as much if, again, Jerry was actually an interesting, distinct character that like made sense.
I guess speaking of, since I mentioned the boss fight, like, did you like that boss fight?
I thought it was cool.
I didn't hate it, but it was like underwhelming and maybe my least favorite level of that DLC. Cause like there was some cool things. I liked having to cross, and I think having Guernica like come in for assists and like shoot the ground, that aspect was really freaking cool. But ultimately it still comes down to you are very slowly progressing towards Jerry, and then you like hit them a couple times and then that's it.
You hit them once because Akechi can one-shot her.
Sorry, you're right, yeah.
It's really funny.
It's like, okay. And like with that foundation as well, because it's like, yeah, you don't really have anywhere you can walk. Sumi's ability is worthless.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I think it's a neat fight. I like it more than like half the fights in the base game. I'll do this fight over fucking Airy any day.
That's fair.
Like,
I definitely think it's better than those. But
yeah, like I think it's better than Airy and Marie, but like it's the worst boss in this DLC because all the Guernica fights are cool.
Yeah. And again, I'm just not feeling good by the time I get there because I'm like, oh, so they're just not gonna. We're just not getting an answer to this one.
Big bird.
It was a big bird.
And then there's like the real final phase where, you know, like the ground gets painted, it plays epic music, and the idea, and like, okay, I think this is a really cool idea for a fight. There is zero cover, so you have to balance triangle attacks. You have to balance doing all-out attacks to wipe out the enemies that would kill you. Yeah, you have to balance killing all the enemies that would wipe you out while also dealing damage to Jerry. I think that's cool. The problem is Akechi can two-shot her, so you don't have to care.
Yeah, it's just such a... Like, everything with Jerry just kind of falls apart for me. And I don't get why. It didn't need to. It didn't need to happen. Because, like, it just... Like, you don't kill Jerry. Jerry's still alive in the end. Jerry's just like... Oh man, and then flies away.
Well, is it that? Well, no, I believe it's that Jerry fades away because like Salmael like sucks her back to his dimension. I think that's what happens, and then all the characters are like, "What the fuck was Jerry?" And then everyone goes, "Oh no."
Well, because then you know Jerry talks to Salmael, and like, I don't even remember. Like, was Salmael, I guess, like pissed?
Well, because you don't hear Salmael because they don't want to spoil this in case you're the idiot that did this first.
Yeah, but Jerry's just like, oopsie. My bad. I'm just gonna chill up here next time.
Well, no, what Salmael does is Salmael like kills Jerry.
Oh yeah, Jerry dies?
No, yeah, Salmael.
I forgot. Like, that's great.
It's a great DLC. I lied. No, yeah, the whole thing was that Jerry like gets like Salmael, I think, basically just destroys and like melts her down to like turn her into like different things or whatever.
That's pretty cool.
Question mark. So Adam, one of those Legionnaires you fought in the normal game was Jerry, probably.
I'd like to imagine it's just like the first one you fight in the game and like immediately wipe.
It's Jerry's one of the tutorial Legionnaires who's an idiot and just doesn't take cover to teach you how one wars work.
But like,
that's canon now.
I agree. Hashtag justice for Jerry.
I don't know. It's such a weird like note to just go out on with like Jerry, because Jerry is just like Jerry. I would say is like the worst plot point P5 like any P5 thing has done.
I don't know if you agree with this, but I think I'm gonna be honest. Like, I actually think Jerry might top Izanami as my least favorite antagonist. Because as much as I get pissed off at Izanami as being so unnecessary and, like, irritating and, like, just, like, whatever, at least I understand what Izanami is.
That's fair. I think I probably like Izanami a bit less, not because they're better than Jerry, but because Izanami is the fucking ending, and they're meant to be the climax, whereas this, at the end of the day, is the $20 DLC to the Tactics spin-off, where the characters forgot everything at the end. But both of them suck and are F-tier characters.
I don't know, I think also the fact that you have to pay $20 more to get this as an antagonist is kind of a slap in the face. Like,
I don't know.
At least I can play base game Persona 4, and, like, there's still a better ending right behind me if I want to go for it.
I don't know. I bought a Vita to meet Izanami. But, I don't know. I really just... Jerry is just such a bad villain. Because, like, say what you will about the Okumura arc, and Lord knows people will. I've heard some very strongly worded opinions about that arc. That arc makes sense.
Yeah. And, like, as many issues as I have with Okumura for being kind of, like... Like, a lot of the issues I had when I first made my videos about him were him just being kind of boring. Now I see, like, I understand kind of the just very stern atmosphere he's going for, and just being that authoritarian.
Yeah, like, I as time has gone on, I've genuinely just gained appreciation for Okumura.
I like Okumura as an antagonist now.
Yeah, like, I think it's a fine part of the game. Whether you like it or not, it does advance Morgana as a character. Haru gets a lot more there than people ever give it credit for. Like, that arc, for as flawed as it is doing something that makes sense and is working for the story, at least in my opinion. Even if it's in a very, like, just, it's getting the plot forward. Tactica's DLC actively makes the base game story more confusing if you think about it too hard, and has a villain that just doesn't make sense, period.
Yeah. I don't know.
And then the DLC ends with Toshiro watching the TV.
It's like, I get it. It's the game I just played.
Yeah, Toshiro looks at art, and it's like, I love that implication. Toshiro's like, will of rebellion was reignited by the Phantom Thieves of Hearts, the rebel group of teens who, took the world by storm and, like, really fucked up the status quo and were, like, world sensations, and also this street artist.
Yeah. Okay, because granted with that, I do understand, like, a big thing with the DLC in terms of the actual themes it does have is, like, the impact and effect of art and, like, the meaning behind it, and kind of, like, how that expression can empower people and, like, push them forward and give them meaning. Yeah. So that genuinely does work. It's a little silly, but, like, I think that fits.
Yeah, and I feel that as well, because Persona 5 did that for me. It's a good game.
Yeah.
I will say, on that note, this is because the whole thing, one of Jerry's things is that they don't like art, they think it's valueless, blah, 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 even though, Akechi calls them out and is like, no, you do clearly see the value of Guernica's art because you're using her. And
you hate art, and yet you're using an artist. Curious.
No, yeah, but, like, there's that whole thing, and, like, there's this whole commentary about, like, the effect that art can have on people, positively and negatively, and, like, the way that it can, like, stir up so many emotions in people. And, like, yeah, on the one hand, art isn't real and, doesn't affect reality, but on the other hand, it does, and that's, people can be heavily impacted by art, and I think that's really awesome and cool, and Yusuke isn't here for this story, and that makes me angry.
Yeah.
Like, I guess, like, that's, like, one last thing I kind of want to talk about, is, like, I really like Tsumi Akechi and Joker in this DLC.
Yeah.
I think they're fun. I do really wish they got to have the other thieves. Even a couple of them. Like, if you don't want to do all of them, and I get the DLC is also balanced around this, but, like, I don't know. I think it's kind of a bummer that not all of them are in it. Putting all of them in it probably would have made it longer. But I don't know. That's selfish. Like, I want this thing without really thinking about the consequences of doing it.
Yeah. Well, okay, because granted, if I'm gonna have, like, any character in that DLC from, like, the main game, this game understands Yusuke so freaking well. I would kill to have him here. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, just Let this DLC just bring only Yusuke.
Yeah, like, I'd take it. Like,
Funny.
just give me the Joker Yusuke solo adventure.
It'd be awesome. It'd be funny. I don't know. It's a game. I don't know.
I guess as a whole, like,
it's an okay DLC.
It's, again, if you really, really want more of that gameplay and you were vibing with it. Actually, okay, before that, on that note, this also gives you the challenge battles.
Yeah, we should talk about that. The challenge battles are cool.
Yeah, the last one is kind of like brain melty. It's the only one that I say is actually like really freaking hard. But it's still satisfying and cool to like kind of puzzle your way through that. The rest are just like really fun, harder than average challenges.
They're really cool. I think the only one I lost was the last one, but yeah, they're really cool.
Something that like we both noticed before kind of talking about it is I still don't understand why, like, you know, there's 5 levels and there's 5 kingdoms, but what, they use like Salmael's kingdom twice and use Yoshiki's twice?
Yoshiki's twice, and they use the streets.
Yeah, it's like, why not just theme one around each? Like, that, isn't that obvious?
I mean, because I'm pretty sure all of them are reusing level layouts, which is something this game does a lot. Just like, you're remixing level layouts. They just want to make new ones.
Because in that case, yeah, I understand reusing Yoshiki's. It has the best levels. I don't...
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I understand using Salmael just because it has all of the previous mechanics present. And it's just weird. But it is what it... Well, no, because I don't even think... You know, the Streets level doesn't even use the paint mechanics. You're just in the street, so there's no specific reason.
It doesn't use the paint mechanic, but it uses a layout of one of the missions.
Yeah. That's a fun mission, though. I do like with that one, because that's the one where you have to protect the gear.
Yep.
And I didn't realize that at first. It was just like, survive for this many turns. I'm like, okay, I'm going to kill everything. So I just got a bunch of triangle attacks, and I got this huge attack hitting like 7 enemies. I'm like, yeah, let's go! And the moment after I used it, it said I failed the mission. Because I obliterated that gear. And I was very confused. And then second attempt, it was a breeze.
It's really cool. And then for beating it, you get the greatest cutscene ever.
It's amazing.
Yeah, like, if you don't want to buy this DLC because you value your money, definitely, like, go on YouTube and look up, like, the cutscene you get for beating the extra challenges, because they're really cool.
Or even, like, I still see people being like, yeah, no, I don't like the art style of this game. Or, like, the models. Yeah, like, I don't like how the models animate or whatever. It's, like, not very... I don't even know. That cutscene alone more than justifies the animation style of this game. And, like, how they use those models. Because it is fantastic. It's so expressive.
I like Arena and Toshiro in that cutscene.
Yeah, it's just... It's awesome. They just, like, trip over.
Just fall over.
It's just like one last really good celebration, which luckily at least does leave me on like a positive, happy note at the end of the DLC. Yeah, and that like caps it off. So it's like, yeah, if you like the gameplay of Tactica, definitely get this DLC. Probably when it's on sale, but like if you can't wait, I didn't regret the price that much. I was bummed by the story, but like everything else is pretty great. So, you know, just don't expect a good story, I guess. But it's got fun characters, it's got good gameplay, it's got banger music. It's fine.
It's got Jerry.
It has... And
at the end of the day, what more could I ask for?
A lot. you could ask for like anything. So I guess
to end this on a happy note, final thoughts on Tactica as a whole, because that game's good.
I love this game.
Yeah.
Again, like, I think that something like Strikers definitely peaks higher and, like, is a bit more... I'd say it plays it less safe, which definitely means it's reaching way farther, and when it hits really hard, and I think it's an undeniable experience that, like, if you played P5, you need to play Strikers.
Yes.
Ironically, while I wouldn't say that about Tactica, it's very much like, if you just love P5 and you want to play like a really good tactics game, or even if you just like P5 and really like tactics games, I would say this is like especially worth it.
Yeah.
With that said, I personally think that this comes together a little better for me, just barely.
Ratio. Have you considered Sophia?
Okay, sorry, never mind. So this game is garbage.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Have you considered?
Tactica.
I was gonna say, have you considered Jerry isn't in Strikers?
That's a great point. I loved Persona 5 Tactica. I don't foresee myself replaying it anytime soon because like tactics games are hard. But like I really enjoyed my time with this game. Tosho and Arena, the more time that went by, the more I realized how much they really stuck with me. And for the fumbles this game makes for me, being DLC aside, you know, for like the fumbles this game makes with like the Last Kingdom being kind of meh, and for Makoto being ruined, like I really enjoyed my time with this game. I'm really glad it exists. I think it's a bit of a bummer that it got so hard overshadowed by Persona 3 Reload, but I don't blame anyone for that. I think Persona 5 Tactica is a really cool game that will, you know, after the first week of people being like, is this the best Persona spinoff, is probably going to be forgotten by a lot of people, which I think makes sense. But I really enjoyed this game, and I think it deserves love. It's a good game.
I think my takeaway, honestly, is like, people are very hard on Atlus, and they should be critical of Atlus for plenty of reasons, especially their monetary practices, but in terms of the art they make, you see things like SMT5 and Soul Hackers 2, and people are like, they ruined it, there was no soul, it was nothing, and it's like, really sitting down and playing these games and taking them as they are, I can't really name any Atlus game in the last 5 years especially that like does not have a genuine, just clear amount of passion to it. And
because I was gonna say, because like, you know, people like complain, some jokingly, some very sincerely, that Atlus milks, you know, whatever the newest Persona game is. You know, they're milking Persona 5, but I'm like, yeah, I guess they're making a lot of Persona 5 stuff, but also like none of these games are lazy.
Yeah, like
even like dancing isn't great, but like there is still a lot of work that goes into making those models, writing all the really good character interactions.
Yeah.
You know, doing those remixes, getting, you know, like really, really good like
choreography
for the dancing, you know, really pulling all that stuff together. And like there is a level of love that went into that, even if it was clearly, yeah, this is the easiest spin-off to make, so we're going to do it now to capitalize on Persona 5's popularity. Like, and you know, Strikers was a full-on action RPG. You know, Q2, you know, was this giant crossover of the 3 modern Persona games that like put like a ton of effort into it, you know. And then Tactica, which like, yeah, you know, tactics spin-off sounds, you know, on the surface can sound like a lazy thing to do, but not only did this game go out of its way to not be an XCOM ripoff, but instead went out of its way to be very different from any other tactics game I've ever played, but on top of that, have this wholly unique art style that, you know, isn't just the generic chibi art style that you would probably expect from a lot of anime game spin-offs. You know, it's not trying to look like Dragon Quest Builders or something like that, or like an Arc Sys lobby room. You know, it's very much doing its own thing. And, you know, even the actual Persona 5 gacha game that's being made, you look at those trailers, you know, we'll see if that game's garbage, but like, you look at that game's trailers and like, yeah, this isn't Persona Fire Emblem Heroes. This is, oh, they're trying to actually make Persona 5 for phones, and that's kind of nutty.
Yeah, like, there is just such a clear show of passion from all the artists who work on this, all the designers, everything, and it's not always gonna work. But I think conflating this did not work out perfectly with they didn't care is a really lazy and kind of insulting way of criticizing something.
Yeah, especially, like, yeah, since you mentioned it, especially with something like Soul Hackers 2 or SMT5. SMT5 is fucking massive, and it's a miracle that game runs on Switch.
Yeah.
Like, that is a game that had some blood, sweat, and tears poured into it. Even if you think the writing's garbage, just from a gameplay standpoint, like, so much work went into that shit. And then you have Soul Hackers 2, which, like, just so much time and care had to be put into writing those characters. And like, if this was a game that they didn't care about, then like those cutscenes probably wouldn't exist, or it would be way more just by the numbers and all of that. And like, I know people have very strong opinions on Soul Hackers too, but like, there is such clear passion put into it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I guess
the art people at Atlus care is my point.
Yeah. I guess the reason I bring all that up is just like people, I feel like, automatically write off. It's just like, oh, it's another Persona 5 game, whatever. And ultimately, yes, it has some of the characters and the overall aesthetic, like and by aesthetic I mean color palette of Persona 5. But it's a whole new game. It's got a whole new thing going on, and I think it is absolutely worth playing. And it's sad that people are writing off, but I think that, I don't know, I think it's good to take these things, still be critical, still have a critical eye and be honest about your feelings, but I think it's nice to have an open mind going into a lot of the stuff and see what the artists are going for and try your best to enjoy what you're going for. And if you don't, that's fine. But I don't know.
And for what it is, like, they're trying, like, every Persona 5 spinoff tries a new genre. Like, I appreciate that. They could have just like, they could have just tried to make spin-offs that all play roughly the same, that they could churn out a lot while biding time for P3 reload.
They know Persona 5 Arena would be like their best-selling spin-off. Just easily. And they still haven't done it. If they literally just wanted money, they would have pumped that out with like little care.
Yeah, like they would have made that very quickly, and just it would have been a bad, forgotten fighting, like anime fighting. Persona 5 Arena would have fallen into the same realm as Kill la Kill if.
Yeah.
And nobody wants that.
And I just say I think this game is great. I love it, and I think it fits in the pattern of just this, from this release to the next year onward of Atlus and Persona releases. It's just really, everything looks really good. Both from the stuff that we explicitly know is coming, like Unicorn Overlord and P3 Reload, and some rumored stuff. Hype. All hype. Anyways, Tactica's peak. I want to go sleep and not think about that stupid bird anymore.
Yeah.